The love for Pokemons never get old. For that reason, we have got the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series India Qualifiers right as of now, and joining alongside me is going to be Lucifer on the desk. Today we commence the qualifiers for the India Qualifiers, from where only one team will advance to the World Championship Finals. But that is going to be an important task for all the 8 teams, those who have qualified from the day 1 to the day number 2, and we will have all the results that which 8 teams have made it to this far. But for that, Lucifer, what are your thoughts? Because we have just kind of finished up with the ACL just a week ago, and right now we are jumping onto the World Championship Series India Qualifiers. Do you think all the teams are gelled up and prepped up with the new strats?
No, I don't think so. The main reason is yesterday also we caught a glimpse of stuff in terms of the matches, the draft, the meta coming through, and we could clearly see that there's been a switch in terms of the teams. There's been players and roster shifts that's happened, and that was bound to after Asia Champions League, right? Now, maybe not the teams which already went to it, but the teams that are now looking forward to going into the World Championship Series Finals is going to be happening in Anaheim, USA. We had Hawaii last year. This time it's going to be Anaheim, USA. You better be prepared, especially for the teams who have right now experienced Shinjuku, Japan in the Asia Champions League 2025. I'm excited to see what they're going to be brewing up. Again, we spoke about the slots. We'll give you a quick gist of all those things of how many teams from which regions are going to be facing up. But the main deal, the main big stuff that the teams should be looking forward to is nothing other than this Anaheim, USA. They need to represent their team as well as their region, and we did see Revenant as well as Godlike from India for the Asia matchups that we had in the finals. But for this World Series, which is that one Indian team who's going to take up that stage now? Yes, I think Revenant X Spark and SATL Esports should have the same roster that we ended up seeing in the Asia qualifiers as well as the Revenant's matchup in Asia. But now when we talk about the qualifying teams and which team would qualify, you can see the 32 teams which will make their way, which will all be from 12 different regions, and India has one slot amongst the 32. So they're going to be the 32nd team of the 32 that we have.
Exactly, and we can just get a gist of all the teams, those who will be participating in the World Championship Series. Of new teams will be coming in question, but also we do know that one team from Japan is already confirmed, that is going to be Insomnia, who were the champions of the Asia Champions League. They have already got the ticket, but as we were talking about the entire format, so yesterday was the day number 1 of this tournament, where all the matches were played in a single elimination format, from where top 8 teams, they have advanced to the day 2, that is going to be the playoffs, which will be broadcasted today. So we've got the 8 best teams across India playing today right in front of you guys, and only one team will advance to the World Championship to play against the other 31 best teams across the globe.
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal for all the teams. Quickly talking about how the draft mode is, there's no changes. The purple side gets always the first pick, but it's only one Pokemon that they decide to choose, whereas the orange side, after their bans and their opportunity to pick, they get 2 Pokemons, and from there on it cascades to each, and towards the end the orange side decides to get the last Pokemon of choice. Final preparation, no discussion about that. It's sweet, simple. If anybody wants to exchange their Pokemons that they initially picked up for their teammate, that will happen in the preparation phase, and from there on we jump directly into the game. But this time there's a lot more, I would say, tough competition coming through. We did get a glimpse of the Chinese teams in our Asia Champions League, but when now we go to the Worlds, now that they have an idea about how teams fight, they will be coming in strong. But when we jump into the brackets of the top 8 teams, as you can see, the first round of matches have already been executed and done for. BB Believers versus Revenant X Spark, that's a 2-0. Autobots versus Reckoning, that is also a 2-0. True Rippers versus SATL, a little bit of a forefront battle between the giants, and it is True Rippers who actually get a clean sweep against SATL as they run to the bottom of the bracket in the lowers. And then it is Team Dynamis versus Team QML, which QML take the lead as they move to the second round.
A lot of big upsets for specifically for Reckoning Esports and SATL Esports, and we were watching the game yesterday, right, Lucifer? So we did have that expectation set that SATL Esports are in a good form and they are here to reclaim their victory once again. But looking into this brackets in the start of the day, they might just not be very happy with the results that they have already conceded for their side. But I feel like SATL, they have done things like this before as well. They have made a Cinderella run for themselves in the past World Championship series as when they went to represent India in the global finals. But I believe if they want to do the same all over Cinderella story, that mighty run for themselves from the lower bracket to the grand finals, it can be there because they're already in the lower brackets. But as they are in the lower brackets alongside Reckoning, BB Believers and Team Dynamis, so I feel like every team, they have to be very cautious. If you lose a series, you will be out of the entire World Championship.
Let's quickly take at the rules of the game that we have today in the India qualifiers. The rules are going to be simple. What we've been seeing so far, the stadium is Thea Sky Ruins. They'll be fighting on. Format is always 10 minutes, 5v5 matches. Held items, there's no limit on that. However, boost emblems, as usual, there's not allowed. Global bans, as you can see, Suicune still banned in this India qualifiers as well. We might see a change when we go to the world stage in Anaheim, USA, but we would have to wait for that, and that is going to be a long run. For now, teams would have to kind of concentrate on what's going to be happening right here on this stage. If they miss that opportunity out, it's going to be a tough run for them, Nekroz.
Exactly, but also all these teams are not just competing for their #1 spot, but there is going to be the massive prize pool of this entire India qualifiers, and we will be jumping onto it very soon because I believe all the 8 teams, those who have made it this far, they will have their own rewards for themselves. And yes, all the 8 teams will be rewarded with every small chunk of the prize pool. So for the first team, those who will be the champions of the Indian qualifiers, they will be getting $15,000 for themselves. Followed by that, when you have the second team in the question, the runners-up will have 7,500, third team will have 6,000, fourth team will have $3,000, and from fifth spot you get 2,000, and sixth. Again, there is no sixth. Both the teams in finishing in that same spot will have $2,000 each. But both the teams finishing in the seventh will have $1,000 each for themselves. So all the 8 teams, those who have arrived at this stage of playoffs, will be rewarded. Nobody's gonna go empty-handed, but everybody has their eyes on that #1 spot. Everybody wants to represent their country in the global stage, in the global final. So that is the aim of all the teams still competing. Because so far, yes, we have concluded with the round 1 of the playoffs. Yes, a couple of 4 teams have advanced to the round number 2, but not a single team has still been eliminated. But as we start with the lower brackets, one team every match is going to get eliminated, and that's where the problem arises.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a tough bracket for a lot of new teams that we did try to kind of get an idea about, but because it was single elimination, you lose one best of 3 in your matchup and you're out of the series, and that's what happened. But however, today was a little bit of a safety run, but Reckoning, teams such as SHUL, BB Believers, the match that we have against Reckoning, they've already used their safety net. Now that is the match that we're going to be seeing, and lower bracket is where we start things off. The lower bracket round 1 matches, it's time to start the draft and the first ban. And Reckoning are deciding. It should be support bans, Nekroz, that's what we've seen. But Zacian right out of the gate coming in from Reckoning against BB Believers, that says a lot maybe about the team itself. On the other end, there is no doubt, it is the support bans, a Hoopa coming through. Then again a Gyarados. This is even more surprising for me because Zacian and Gyarados are not your ideal bans that you go out in the ban phase.
That means Psyduck is still there. You get Psyduck, you get most likely Blissey as well if you want, because Hoopa and Muscarada are the 2 bans from the side of BB Believers. So you even have Talonflame, you have got Zeraora if you want to pick up. So, and because Zeraora is there, Nightmare is not going to hesitate and he's going to take that Zeraora for himself.
First pick right out of the gate, and immediately on the other end, as they see that Psyduck was not picked, it's time to give up headache to the opponents. It is the Sayayay that we'll be looking forward to. Bunkai, we're waiting for his pick as of now. Still waiting. I think there's a discussion with the teammates and they finally establish that they bring in a front line to start things off. Irrespective that's a speedster pick, they've not yet gone for a ranged attacker. Reckoning, I want to see if they're going to be going in for a ranged attacker. For now, they're also establishing a front line after getting a direct speedster, meaning somebody's going to be ready to poke. But on the other end, along with that speedster, they're bringing in a Comfy. We might end up seeing a moveset of Wild Charge as well as Sweet Kiss maybe in the mix. That's going to be interesting. But BB Believers, they bring in an all-rounder to start things off. Seems like a Dragonite as they get their next 2 picks. That's the 3rd and the 4th.
And the surprising fact is Ragnar, he is going up against his ex-teammates of Reckoning. He was once a part of the Reckoning roster. Right now he is a part of BB Believers. And we know in the Asia Champions India League qualifiers, this player had put up some immense show. And I would really love to see how this player again turns up with a new team and performs against his ex-teammates. But followed by that, we've got the last two picks coming up from the side of Reckoning Esports. Still a lack of one backline attacker, and for that we've got the Glaceon alongside the Phalanx coming into the question. The last pick coming up from the side of BB Believers. They've already locked up with two all-rounders. Are they going for the third one? That's a question, because I don't see any long-range attacker from their side. No attackers at all from their side. Yeah. So BB Believers, what are you planning?
It's all packing a punch is what they have. They have the Dragonite, they have Buzzwole, another puncher in the mix, as well as none other than your Lucario. But I did see a quick thought process between Beast and Kyo as they were deciding a pick. It initially looked like a double ranged attacker, but eventually down the line they did change things across. But with the new patch also coming in, we can already see the new items being used from either of these two teams. That tells us that they've already geared up towards the Drive Lens and the SL Bracer, which should tell you that teams are already starting to adapt. But towards the matchup itself, it's about the team synergy, and especially these days we've seen a lot more efficient work coming towards the all-rounders with the help of a supporter, and that is BB Believers, who have a really good strong suit right as now in their draft compared to what Reckoning have picked out. Now Glaceon and Evolution coming in the mix is not something that we've seen in the ordinary. Now we've seen a lot of Leafeons, we've seen a lot of Umbreons coming through. However, there was Inteleon and Mewtwo Y, which we ended up seeing a lot more in our Asia finals. But seems like here a Glaceon coming through, that is a player specific pick coming through, not a meta or a draft specific pick as of now. And that's why I think Reckoning might have a tad bit of a problem.
Yeah, I believe, but all the questions will be answered as we dive into the very first match of this BO3 series. Low bracket run starts. BB Believers take on Reckoning Esports. Ragnar take on his ex-teammates. What is going to be the result? We will get to know after almost a 10-minute span. For now, you do see Kyo going in the mid lane, trying to level up as quickly as possible, because we do know the kind of impact that Glaceon brings up on the table is really, really important for the side of Reckoning Esports in the later part of the game.
Early stacks coming in from Lucario, smart move. Will try to get the Indeedee as well, but two players are bashing against him. Will be forced to back off, but it was a nice snatch coming in from the little Phantom. It takes the 5-7 AOS energy as of now. The other Indeedee on the orange end is about to be snatched, and it will be successfully done so from the Zerora as well as the Comfy. Money will dunk with the 5 AOS energy, get the first stack as well. Beast on his way back did do a little bit of a damage. Psyduck trying to help his teammate to back off. Another 5 AOS energy will be retrieved as the Buzzwole backs off. It's level 5 on top path. On one end it's Dragonair, on the other end it is the Glaceon Evolution Evolved.
As soon as the Glaceon jumps in, it's going to be problematic. The Dragonair will have some consequences to face, but Yogi is still not evolved to the Umbreon. That's going to be a concerning factor. Buzzwole wants to go up close and personal. This is almost a good push coming up from the side of BB Believers. Just trying to push the players back of Reckoning Esports. Doesn't want to allow them the breathing space, but now the stuns coming in from the side of Umbreon. Buzzwole faces a lot of consequences. The backup arrives, but he has to make a fallback. Buzzwole still fighting it out, but Umbreon, the stuns coming in can be really problematic, but Buzzwole again wins it in a very low HP. That's really lucky for the side of BB Believers, otherwise things could have been different, but Zerora steps in, tries to get the Psyduck out, but that doesn't happen the way that Reckoning wants.
8 minutes, they are now poking towards the legendary pet Altaria, and I think successfully it should be Reckonings. A jump from Lucario with the help of the tree coming through. They find one KO. Zerora is down. The Comfy should also be out and put to rest, and that is 2 KOs that they found. And along with it is a Buzzwole getting the stacks through a 30, a 2. It's already at 53 for BB Believers, and this is why I trusted that their initial game should be looking good, and so far it is. A late evolution on this Umbreon. The Glaceon did evolve. It is a sweet kiss move that we end up seeing. A quick jump with the wall switch coming through. Big damage as they make use of it on the wild charge as well, and they find one on the Dragonair. That is the central area Pokemon on BB Believers, and this is the opportunity for Reckoning to make a comeback. 20 seconds on the clock. A fight for the Altaria swap move. Again, it looks like it's going to be Reckoning trying to bring it back. The Psyduck is down. That is a good move. They're trying to jump on Lucario, but they will be forced back to their goal zones. And now it is time for the bottom objective, with the Dragonite also evolving to its final evolution.
Zeraora is once again becoming the key player for the side of Reckoning Esports. He's becoming the vengeance who can cause a lot more trouble to the side of BB Believers. But now Umbreon's HP seems a little bit dicey out there. Dragonite, he seems to be a little bit under trouble, but Zeraora, he's going to charge in. We'll find Dragonite out there. The stun's coming in instantly, but still Zeraora surviving thanks to Comfy out there. But the stun's coming in will be causing a lot more trouble. Zeraora has been taken down by Psyduck, but eventually Phalanx coming into the question will push back the players of BB Believers at the backside. But Buzzful on the top secures a Regieleki, but this time Phalanx doesn't seem in a nice position. Lucario hops and finds him down. That's a KO secured, and now this is a time where the Regi steal will be under the contention for BB Believers, while Umbreon will look for a last-minute head, last-minute steal, but Revenant will take care of him.
Zeraora is also close by, but the Hyper Beam is always the secure that we've seen in terms of the movesets. Successfully done so from BB Believers. A big advantage even in goal 118. Dragging the player with the help of Psychic. And now it is going to be a bottom path fight as Buzzwole makes a move, but Buzzwole gets stunned one after another. Used Soul Swarm as well as Unite coming in from Lucario. The clear of the bottom path completely, finding a 2 KO streak and eliminating 3 of the players from this bottom path. That is going to be the goal zone A destroyed, as well as a big high scoring goal of 218 coming in from BB Believers.
Both the A goal zones have been taken down already at the top and the bottom respectively. That's really good control from the side of BB Believers, and they look forward to definitely seal this match in their favor. The triple all-rounder comp is really working out for them. But you look onto the other perspective, you look at the sneaky approach that Reckoning Esports they're going for, hiding in the tall grass. There's only one Revenant who is taking care of it. Lucario will be hopping in, creating a divergence, but the wild charge will be coming in. Zeraora wants to step inside. He wants to get those berries for himself, and the Glaceon with the Ice Cookie is causing a lot more trouble. You unlock the Unite of Comfy as well as the Glaceon. But this entire attack has been completely denied. What a beautiful play by BB Believers.
No opportunity over there. Forced back is Yogi on the Umbreon. Buzzwole playing so close to the central area, and he's ready to grab anybody. If it's a ranged attacker, that's a free KO for him. But he ends up spotting even the Phalanx and all-rounder, and they're all moving up to the top path right now as the Regieleki is about to spawn. Buzzwole previously got it, destroyed the goals, and now they're going in again for it. Kyo has to try his best, is trying to do it. It is the Psyduck that he's trying to do the damage on, and then the moving coming in from Zeraora should be a KO. Successful one landing. Buzzwole into a jump, stealing the shields with the Unite. Soul Swarm being used and rightfully done on the Glaceon. It is the devil right now, but the Phalanx's Unite somehow kinds of dwindles them, pushes them off the objective, and it is going to be a secure coming in from BB Believers. They do manage to squeeze 1 KO on the Buzzwole, but that's all they do. The objective is still BB Believers, and they do still have control here in Thea Sky Ruins.
A beautiful diversion that was created by Buzzwole. Instantly got that one attacker down. Glaceon getting taken down created a much impact for Reckoning Esports to back up from that one fight. And that was a really, really good initiative, a good kind of commitment to the objective that we do see. Psyduck also hiding in tall grasses, waiting for somebody to step in. The bottom objective will be secured as well. Psyduck has got a big responsibility on his shoulder. Unlocks the Sai as well. The Unite being committed. Buzzwole chimes in. Wants to go up close and personal. Mind which be looking forward to take a fight. But Lucario at the bottom is also engaging with Phalanx. But Buzzwole will be punished this time. He doesn't go away. But this is just not it. Zeraora seems to be going a little bit aggressive this time. Finds a double for himself. Psyduck as well as Dragonite looking forward to defend this goal zone as much as possible. But I don't think that's going to be the case because Zeraora seems really angry. But this time the intervention comes in from the side of Lucario. Zeraora drops down to a very low HP. But Umbreon, he's going to get trapped out.
All play, he tried his best to stop them. Hyper Beam connected. He gets the berry. He will be able to run away because of it. His teammates also reset to regain health, but look at Akira making a run with that forest, but will miss the opportunity. Now it's Glaceon who did get KO'd. That was a nice move coming in from the Lucario on the extreme speed, played smart, and now look at the levels as well. They're making use of this as an advantage towards the central area. using help of the front line. It was, yes, a move that the Dragonite wanted to do, but they spotted a lot more players than they would have anticipated. But still playing on the tall grass is Akira with a hammer. Missed his opportunity. The leech as well, the horns, and they make use of it. That is Reckoning Esports still trying to make it into the battle. The last 10 seconds on the clock for the Legendary Pit and the final stretch fight. It is still looking favorable for the sides of BB Believers. And a quick early jump on Psyduck, but they have to back away. The wall switch did not drag the player, but it is the final stretch right now.
This has to be a really crucial fight. Nightmare is one of the key players of Reckoning Esports who can literally pull the game for the side of Reckoning Esports. But now, everybody is cautious. Ragnar, he has to play big this time. The Icicle Spear is being unlocked. Wants to get the Revenant down at first, but the counter attacks is still under the way. Hyper Beam causing a lot more damage on Yogi. Even Psyduck, they want to play the time. They know that they have the advantage and they don't have to go for the Rayquaza, but they have to defend it at any cost. But the Revenant is there. Everybody's in a very low HP, but eventually we do see the Psyduck falling down. Buzzwole steps up, finds the Umbreon, but this is a really problematic fight for Reckoning Esports.
Oh, that was a cannon well blasted, but it missed. It was a Zerora coming through along with the Devil formation of the Phalanx, but the tree is still up. The Trev is not going to allow the players of Reckoning. The jump was really good from Zerora, but it did not last long. The players were able to peel themselves off the fight, but it's again Zerora trying to make a move. Jumps, that's the tree down, that's the Trevenant opening. They use the Sai to try and send the players off back. The stage is set from the Glaceon. Lucario trying to jump on none other than the Glaceon, wants to find the KO. The Psyduck is down, however, even the Glaceon gets put down. Extreme speed being used, but the Snarl and Foul Play helps along with Zerora as well as Phalanx to find a 2 KO streak. Buzzwole trying to buy some time, hammering down through in between Yogi, but it is going to be Zerora again stunning, and Reckoning reclaim fight advantage here. They just need the last hit, secure that as well, as the Trevenant is late into the battle and all the gold zones are still up on the sides of BB Believers, and that's a big advantage for the side of Reckoning Esports to score hundreds, whereas on the contrary, Glaceon is still protecting the gold zone as Trev tries to make a jump, and that will be foiled.
There was no other Pokemon left to go for the scores, but Reckoning, what a turnover that they have done in the very last minute, almost in the last 30 seconds that we can say to be precise. Oh my god, BB Believers, they had the entire control in their favor. One mistake caused this disaster as Reckoning, they will be walking away with the first map of the series.
A little bit of a mishap here, Nekroz. They initialized the fight with the Trev moving a little ahead. More in front of it was Bankai on Psyduck, and you could clearly see that Zerora's intentions were not the all-rounders or was not the defender of Trevenant. It was Psyduck. They knew how much troublesome that Psyduck could be, because in the initial game it was the Psyduck with the Surf enabling the Buzzwole to find KOs, and that's the reason we see him on 5. But Nightmare on 13 KOs lets you know of how crucial Zerora played a part. The Wild Charge was literally HP draining. It did so much damage as soon as it jumped, along with the help of Comfy on Sweetcase, made the magic which was necessary for Reckoning, especially to have some control in the initial game, as well as the end game was just played phenomenally from these two duos.
Hands down performance from the side of Reckoning, but also we have to give credits to the players, those who have also contributed in Nightmare's play. But overall, this is a kind of impact that Reckoning wanted to put up. Yes, the early game was not that great. We were seeing that BB Believers with a triple all-rounder comp pair pushing it hard, making it hard for Reckoning to make a comeback. But oh, that last fight, Nightmare actually turned out to be the exact Nightmare which we saw earlier in the India League of Asia Champions League, isn't it so?
Yeah, as of now, it is an interesting offset where we ended up seeing a really good early game from BB Believers that surpassed the score of 200, as you can see. At the 8th minute mark as well, they're sitting at 218. They got most of the objectives compared to the players of Reckoning, but I think it's just the last and final move coming through from Zerora and Comfy of how they played together. Now, yes, we spoke about the stacks and the new items that were being used, but we could see that the stack was only happening in the Phalanx's favor, whereas on the other end for BB Believers, the advantage that they were getting is the early stack impact that we ended up seeing from Buzzwole, we ended up seeing from Lucario. They were able to do the necessary damage which was necessary, and on top of it, even Psyduck acting as that defense line, the front line which was necessary. It worked all through in their favor. However, when it came to the final stretch, I think a little bit of too much poking from the side of BB Believers, not good positioning, worked in the favor of Reckoning Esports. And you could see Zerora was so quick using the speed, right? The movement speed is so crucial when we talk about the speedsters, that you have to be everywhere, anywhere and nowhere. And I think Nightmare did that to perfection.
Completely agreed. And we can get the entire map replay as we just walk through again of what happened in this very first map of the BO3 series. The early game contention was going pretty good, but the last 30 seconds is where the problem arose, I would say, from the side of Reckoning Esports. They got, and as you mentioned, the positioning for the side of BB Believers were not quite right, and at that moment, Zeraora found out a good spot for them to chime in. Even Buzzwole, he tried to go for those KOs, but he couldn't help himself. Lucario did a fantabulous job finding one KO out there, but he got trapped with the stuns. Umbreon tanking a lot more damage, stunning out the players, and then Zeraora jumping in. Everything was properly coordinated from the side of Reckoning Esports.
That's the replay, and with that, Reckoning Esports, now yes, another team that we did see in our league stages for Asia. They want to prove their opportunity once again. They looked like a promising roster back then when we were seeing the India qualifiers, the league stage of it all. But yes, as we said, it's going to be only the best teams who make it forward. Now, as we see Reckoning in their performance, it looks like they're back on that track with Nightmare, I think, leading the charts in this battle, especially gave Game 1 as an advantage for Reckoning Esports, but it's not going to be enough. We could clearly see a really good control game coming in from BB Believers. I think they thought that that game has been won a little too early, and the final stretch did not play out as they would have wanted. We ended up seeing even the Dragonite using the Unite, trying to move away from all the fight that was happening, because it was Psyduck and the Dragonite both were in a vulnerable position and they were super low on HP. Psyduck goes down, Unite being committed, force, and then Lucario finding an opening and finds it again on Glaceon, but there was not enough position for the Lucario to run away. As you mentioned, got caught out. There was Phalanx, there was one more, and on top of it, then late Zeraora jumping in into the fight. All of this happening was very quick coming in from Reckoning Esports in the final stretch before BB Believers could actually make a plan B, plan C, or adapt over the situation. But hey, it was just game 1, right? This is the best of 3 series, the double elims that we spoke about. This bracket has given a safety net for both these two teams. Now, Reckoning have used it in the first game. However, there is still chance for BB Believers to make a comeback in the second. Now, Reckoning so far, what troubled them, they have rightfully banned it. So, whatever they had trouble from was the all-rounders. But on the contrary, Believers said, irrespective that you ban Gyarados, irrespective that you take away Zacian, we are going to be still coming up with the other mass of all-rounders. We have 80 plus Pokemon in the fray right as of now, Nekroz. So irrespective of you banning 2 in our ban phase, there's a lot more of choices coming through, which worked really well for the side of BB Believers. It's just the final stretch they would have to pay attention to.
Exactly, but right now it's time for the second map as well in this BO3 series, which will be a decider, because if BB Believers wins this one, we move on to a decider match as well. But if Reckoning Esports again comes up with a performance like this, a last minute steal and securing the Rayquaza and winning the match, then it's going to be a 2-0 and we have to say goodbye to BB Believers from the World Championship. But for now, as we are in the ban phase, we do see again the Zacian being banned from the side of Reckoning, because they do know Ragnar on Zacian can be really deceiving, and that is a real big problem that Reckoning doesn't want to have against themselves.
Zeraora is going to be banned. This was bound to happen, a player-specific ban. Maybe not a Comfy, so there might be still Comfy in the mix, and maybe a Zoroark this time. Rakuzan, we have to take a look at it, and as you rightfully said, yes, Ragnar wanted to kind of avenge this crossfight that he is having with his ex-teammates. But as of now, it is still Reckoning who have an upper hand. They establish a front lane again with the evolution. Do we see a double evolution? We have to wait and watch. On the other end, as we did see Trev play a crucial role, this time they decide maybe not to go for it. Trev, as of now, at least in the front line, they bring in a healer. They get Blissey this time, along with a speedster themselves, which they decided to go against in the previous matchup. Ragnar brings in an Absol.
Interesting pick from the side of Ragnar, because this Absol should be the one to change the tides for BB Believers, because this is a do or die match for them. If they don't win it, they are out of the World Championship. So a lot of things are on stake for them. But on the other perspective, Reckoning, Rakuzan pulls up that Revenant. It's a double defender comp alongside the Mewtwo Y, which has been lately coming into the play, and it is creating a lot more impact when it comes down to the attacking perspective. We have seen this thing happen in the ACL Grand Finals as well, and we are seeing this once again in the World Championships India Qualifiers. Followed by that, we have got Akira coming with the Snorlax and Regret with the Garchomp.
Still a speedster that Reckoning Esports would want to bring in. They did get a Zeraora previously. The first pick was given for them. They decided to go in, establish the front line. They've got it. And it seems to be a double speedster, Nightmare and then Kyo, both of them locking onto it. It is going to be a Leafeon as well as a Zoroark. We did presume that would happen, but without a Comfy, there is no healers coming through. So I think Yogi might have been forced to play on the Wayshawn Umbreon. We will look at it towards the end of the match depending on how it flows out. Is there going to be any healers or not at all? But on the other end, the last pick of the choice coming in from the side of BB Believers, this time not a triple all-rounder. It is going to be Mimikyu that they make decision on. And this is the preparation phase where all the 5 players on both the ends have decided what they want to play. Yogi and Rakuzan quickly make a switch in the preparation phase in terms of the defenders. Everybody on the side of BB Believers look ready and steady, and they want to start this matchup off. However, this time if you want to talk about the draft looking better, I feel like it is going to be Reckoning. Even though they don't have a healer, it seems to be they have a lot of poking power, right, going into it, jumping in. When we spoke about Zeraora, who could be anywhere on the speedster, is similar to with Kyo as well as Nightmare, both of them playing on a speedster this time, Nekroz.
Exactly, and the stuns, that side strikes coming up from the side of Beast is going to be really crucial, stunning out the Pokemon on the counter. If Absol somehow, just imagine Absol getting taken down by the side like those stuns, and then we do see the Zoroark coming in, the Leafeon coming up with the laser leaves. We've seen things have happened yesterday as well when we were seeing some of the matches. Leafeon has been one of those impactful Pokemon. Zoroark has always been one of the crucial Pokemons on which Nightmare he has kind of dominated in the past. So once again, it is going to be a big task for the likes of BB Believers to win this match.
Let's start things off. Game 2 it is. In between this first round of matches in our lower bracket, Reckoning have an upper hand and BB Believers will try to push it forward to the game number 3. But it's not going to be that easy, as we just did see Reckoning of how good they were in their end game. But as of now, it is not going to matter. Early game is something that they have to pay attention to. Kyo waited for his Eevee buddy. So do that evolution make as much as impact as they want? Mimikyu will go for the early scrolls on the bottom. On the top, it is going to be the Phantom on the ends of Reckoning to go in for the first goal.
Oh, Leafeon
move.
Already starting to pop off, finding those all-rounders, but Snorlax he will still be there. The stacks, yep, it's already underway. Kyo, he just won't be slipping away like that. He will be looking forward to get his evolution done. I mean, it is done also, but the counter Absol comes in. Ragnar jumps in, finds the double. Oh, that's a beautiful start for BB Believers.
They instantly turn this bottom path fight completely in the BB Believers' hands. Leafeon, we thought that early evolution might give them an opportunity, but they overextended the fight with Snorlax. A quick eject, and the Leaf Blade does not matter as of now. A quick rest as well. Money in the tall grasses for the 850 Salt Area Swablu. A quick slam coming through. And Zoroark on the top finds a KO. Mimikyu super low. Umbreon's evolved right now. Leafeon and Umbreon look really good. It could be a KO, but the player of being used. And on one bare HP, Money makes the KO. And Kyo was nowhere near on the Leafeon. And now he has to weep in sorrow as his teammate falls free. And it is BB Believers in the early game still keeping control, irrespective of Zoroark finding a KO on the top path. Did not find value.
This time, once again, one thing is prominent. The Absol has to be the one key player to put the show for the side of BB Believers. Although we do see that Mimikyu is also trying to pop off well. But the early game control, it is looking a little bit decent from the side of Reckoning Esports. The level seems to be a little bit decent for them, but now Zoroark will be looking for a jump in, find a KO, finds down the Absol. Leafeon, both the speedster, running left, right and center and finding down the KOs. This is going to be problematic for BB Believers, and also the Mega Mode Mewtwo Y will be causing a lot more trouble. The Garchomp, who is still not evolved its final form, has been taken down. That's an all-stack push coming on top, securing the scores and taking a lead against BB Believers.
Reckoning bring it back in the 7-minute mark of the game which is left. 2 minutes down and looks like they've found control. They all decided to push on the top path with the speedsters that they have. Whereas on the contrary, BB Believers, they push towards the bottom path, clearing the air on top. It is only right now the Gabite and the objective is about to spawn. But it looks like a quick shift in momentum from the side of Reckoning as they're moving bottom as well for the fight. It's only 8 AOs energy which is necessary and just a single over dunk and the Snorlax decides to destroy that. Might be a little bit of a problem. Money is stuck right now. Unite being committed from the Zoroark and immediately jumping on the Blissey.
Whoa.
Snorlax was also super low on HP, but they were enough to push them back. Fine 2 KO. Now the Snorlax has taken a Citrus Berry, still making a move. At last minute jump with a Psycho Cut and a heavy slam steel coming through. A Midnight Slash being used from the Absol, but the Horn Leech perfectly timed to take the Absol down, turn the game back in Reckoning's control, irrespective that the objective didn't.
What a game it is turning out to be for all. It's all speedsters run that we can say for this particular match itself. But Reckoning, they should have the Fragility under their contention, under their banner, because yes, they will be pushing it to the B tier goal zone on top. Well, we do see the Blissey and the Garchomp looking forward to guard it out and will find to prevent its hit on the goal zone itself. Otherwise, Reckoning might have a breakthrough as they are trying to push it as close as possible towards the goal zone. You do see the Umbreon chiming in alongside the Revenant. Both the defenders are already under that particular area, but the Speedster will look forward to chime in. The side strike coming in, the question stunning out and giving a lot more damage. The lazily win the contention. Unite being committed and a lot of fights brewing up. Absol has to back up, but before he goes down, he wants to take some fight. Leaf and finds a one, and Trev with the double clears the entire top path, and that's the second goal zone being compromised on top. This is not good for BB Believers.
This is them taking an advantage of the level difference that they have. They know it's only Absol who's the heavy hitter. Everybody else is in a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of levels, especially their frontline all-rounder, the Gabite, is still at level 8. And look at them in the central area with Trev and even Umbreon still holding it off, looking forward to a steal. Now Yogi should go down. This should enable Gabite to go to level 9, but it still doesn't because the last hit comes in from Absol. And finally a level 9 Garchomp. We end up seeing the Unite being unlocked. And now there should be some amount of fights. But look at this side strike again. Money jumps in from the tall grasses thinking it's only the ball toss. Side strike! Side burn coming through. A Unite maybe a little too early in commitment. I'm not too sure if it was a thought through because there was no attack being brewed up. Money spots the player. Shadow Sneak being used. Rakusin, nice hit on that sneak and he'll be stuck in it. And they find the KO. The cage being put down with the vision of Umbreon, and now as they try to take the bottom Regirock, it is going to be a big move.
Ooh.
However, a counter Unite coming through even after the steal. Leafeon turns the plate around with Garchomp going down, and again the Snorlax stuck, but it is a defender, goes in for a power nap over there, a big rest coming through and then slamming. A Yawn being used. This should be a KO on Yogi, and Trev gets put down, forcing the players of Reckoning to back off. However, the goals, that's what BB Believers have to take a look at. They're just at 81 compared to the big 251 that Reckoning have dunked so far.
But BB Believers also, I feel like they were going and walking down the same path of which Reckoning did in the previous match, getting the Rayquaza and then clearing the entire match out for themselves. But oh, look at the SP of Mewtwo, why he has to just back off as quickly as possible. Absol is on a chase and will hunt him down. Oh my god, that's a different kind of approach coming from the side of Ragnar, but this time the Zoroark has been completely trapped out. Mewtwo will find one on him. Leafeon gets the counter, but Revenant will drag the entire Garchomp to their goal zone itself and will find a big 4 KO streak for the side of Leafeon. What a beautiful play from the side of Kyo.
Ragnar, he was getting closer to the fight, but Leafeon was quicker with the blades. And that's going to be a KO. Regieleki on top. The players from BB Believers, this is going to be the final objective that they're trying to get for. But there is Mewtwo Y as well as Zoroark, which they've not checked on the tall grasses. They jump on Mewtwo Y, an instant KO on him. Mean Look being used to stall, but Midnight Slash, an early commitment and a KO being found. So this objective should be secured. There should not be much trouble, and BB Believers, they do it. But a big 50 on the counter by Kyo coming in on the bottom path. But finally, some amount of closeness on the goals is at 167 for the side of Reckoning East. Sorry, BB Believers as they get to 167. However, look at the difference being done by Reckoning. After putting up a 50 and a single goal, an overdunk of 30, they're at 340 after destroying the goal zone A on the bottom, and now they get the Reggie Rock objective on the bottom. That's the last objective, which BB Believers would have had an opportunity if they turned their plate around quickly from the top. But it is the last 15 seconds of this final stretch that we'll be seeing, and then unlocks the end battle. Blocking again, jump is the Leafeon, should be a KO, very early forced Unite commitment, a big shadow sneak, but it misses everybody on the side of Reckoning.
This is going to be a problematic situation. The heavy slam coming into the picture. Snorlax not having any Unite for himself can be a little bit troubling for the side of BB Believers, but also you look out at the positioning. Zoroark from the bottom will be looking forward to get a sneaky approach and will attack from below, in which I don't think that BB Believers will be mentally prepared, but oh, you can see the Umbreon getting into so much low HP. This is going to be problematic. The Unite being committed from the side of Revenant, but Zora finds Absol immediately. The side strike coming up from behind. Garchomp unlocks the Unite, and all the players in a very low HP, but still BB Believers showing some good control. But Mewtwo-Y, if he goes down, that's going to be end of discussion to the side of Reckoning Esports. But look at that one Mewtwo-Y still surviving, but Garchomp will hunt him down to find a double KO streak. While the Leafeon is in some real trouble out there. Snorlax finds him down.
Snorlax helps the Mimikyu, and on the other end, Garchomp all alone, draining Rayquaza. Trev now pays attention to that as his teammates are a little too far away. But the time that Trev makes his way close, it is going to be secured in favor of BB Believers. What a move, and Regret has no regrets in this game. What a play coming in from that Garchomp to find 2 KO streak. Akira's shield is destroyed. Even Bankai's shield is destroyed. A quick jump coming in from Absol will give them 100, but the goal difference is not too huge. If there's an opportunity in the next 30 seconds they find a KO, there could be an opening, but it is going to be the Mimikyu to find one, push the players back, and they go to retreat to guard their own goal zones as another 46 gets stung by this Regret. Garchomp, a Unite coming through, finding a KO on Leafeon. Trev still trying to do the heavy lifting, but again accessing the rage coming in from the Garchomp. That's a 2 KO streak. Umbreon is down. The Trev should go down. 3 KO streak, and BB Believers make it back in this matchup. And this is just the first that we are seeing in the series of matchups that we are playing for today.
BB Believers, they have believed within themselves, and finally they have made a comeback. This is a big equalizer. Oh my god, what a game it was. Throughout the entirety, we can just say that it was all about Reckoning Nightmare being united once again. From the side of BB Believers, they were facing a lot of consequences. But Ragnar, again, alongside Regret and Money, putting up a great show to bring this game back towards BB Believers' side.
This was insane stuff done. The Pokemon which was not doing anything from the start, Regret on Garchomp, was stuck at level 8 Gabite, was always getting KO'd, stuck by Mean Look, always jumped upon from Nightmare on Zoroark. Towards the end, had to convert just 2 battles which were right in front of him, and successfully survives, dives, does the damage, and then secures a lot of those crucial KOs. Those 2 couple KOs that he grabbed was enough for this game to be turned around. Money could have his attention on another end. He picked up a KO on Kyo on that Leafeon. From there on, the game completely turned around because the Snorlax also survived on the defender. Even the healer was there, and Garchomp all alone was doing the heavy draining of Rayquaza and successfully got it in their favor. But you can see damage being done so well on the side of Reckoning Esports, but it's towards the end what happened. A quick change coming through. Ragnar, I think a brilliant game from his end as well. From the start till the very end, Nekroz, he was the one dealing hefty amount of damage. That's why we saw 89,000 damage done from his end. But still he could feel that there's still something missing. The puzzle piece, which was Regret. And when it finally came into the picture, it was BB Believers.
The last final stretch is something that Reckoning Esports will be again sitting down and recapitulating that what just happened. Everything was under our control. You can see from the early game as well, everything was going in their favor till the 8th minute, let me till the very 9th minute as well. Everything was under control of Reckoning Esports, but once again that 30 seconds or 40-second difference that went in that final stretch, it's where the entire game turned around, and regret the Garchomp coming into the question. For once, I really thought when the Leafeon was trying to contest and they were just fighting it out, trying to make something out of that entire final stretch fight, I was like, okay, Reckoning, they might be struggling, but they have gotten a couple of early KOs that can actually benefit them. But later, everything just turned into history for the side of Reckoning Esports.
Look at this, time and time again, Ragnar doing his just and doing damage, helping his teammates find some KO, and I'm pretty sure if not for the Snorlax towards that end fight, it could have been a lot more tougher. You could see KO finding an easy 3 KO streak, Zorark also doing hefty amount of damage with his feint attack coming through, Nightfall Days when necessary. It was a little unstoppable on the side of Reckoning of how their Wrecking Ball was winching, but towards the end as well, big damage coming in from his end, and then Garchomp jumps in, he finds the first on crucial Zorark, then a Mewtwo Y, then here Mimikyu pushing towards Leafeon. That's where the game changed. Even Trev trying to make a move towards the end, knowing that there could be an opening that he could go for the last hit, tried his Horn Leech, but it did not work out. And then it was just confidence from BB Believers. You could see Midnight Slash, then the Rage being unlocked, and after that the KOs just faltered one after another, and there was nothing much they could do. That's Reckoning Esports now losing the second game, whereas they converted the first game in a similar fashion, Nekroz. The first game, it was full control for BB Believers, turned around. The second game, full control for Reckoning Esports, turned around in the final stretch. Now it's the third game. This is again just the matchup one in the first round of lower brackets that we are watching, and this itself is so heated up. I am now wondering what is going to be happening in the grand finals, because we have a grand final reset as well, meaning any one of these teams who are going to be going in the grand finals from the lower brackets have to play the best of 3 twice.
And yeah, that is really draining for the team, those which will be advancing from the lower brackets itself. Suppose this is either of the 4 teams that we are seeing from round 1 of lower brackets. Let it be Reckoning, let it be BB Believers, SETUL, or maybe Dynamis qualifying to the grand finals, having a dream run for themselves, playing back-to-back matches, lower bracket finals, then going down to the grand finals, defeating one team who had an unbeaten run in the upper brackets, then again playing another BO3 series. It's a hectic job for that one particular team. If that team makes it, that's a bigger question. But also, we've got some insights that the round 2 matches, which were going side by side, has kind of ended, and the results are a little dicey. That means True Rippers and Autobots Esports, they have been dropped down to the lower brackets, and they will be waiting for their opponents, as we will be, after ending the round 1 of lower bracket matches that we are seeing right now. After this matches gets end, one team will advance and will play True Rippers out of maybe BB Believers or Reckoning. Any of the team can just face True Rippers in their next matchup. But we'll keep those things aside, because right now it's a 1-1 discussion, because which team is going to win, it's really hard to decide. First match, it was all about Reckoning. Second match, BB Believers making a comeback, a good comeback with a really, really overwhelming performance. But when it comes down to the decider, we'll have to see how the draft gets built up.
Yeah, I think as of now it's going to be in terms of not just the draft, but also very crucial on the part of how they convert fights towards the final stretch. Because I could see in both the ends of these two teams, right, it's about trying to get control of what's happening in the final stretch, and from there on just jumping and trying to dump Unites. And I think Reckoning did that a little too early here in the final stretch of the Legendary Pit and the central area fight towards the bottom path, where the Blissey, I think, played a crucial MVP Bankai coming through on it, with giving its Bliss assistance to Garchomp at the right moment for the Garchomp to survive. Because Garchomp also, after using its Rage, it still wasn't enough to survive. Bliss assistance immediately made a move, and that's where the first KO was found, and then chasing down the Mewtwo Y, as Mewtwo Y was trying to run away using the side strike, but it was still Garchomp with the Dragon Rush making an immediate jump on it, and then the poke to find a KO. So as of now, I think BB Believers have done all good stuff and correct things from game 1, game 2 as well. A little bit of a hiccup that struck to them on game 1 is the reason they lost. On the other end of Reckoning, however, we can see a lot of individual damage coming through on which the other players are trying to act upon, whereas I feel like somewhere down the line their front line is still not properly established. Even though they played a double defender role, you could clearly see it was either the Zorark or the Leafeon making the first immediate poke, and then it was the Trev or the Umbreon trying to make a move to kind of establish in terms of defense. Whereas on the other end, on Akira, on none other than the Snorlax, he was always there whenever his team needed. He always made the heavy slam happen. He was using the yawn, irrespective that there was a jump from multiple Pokemon on the end of Reckoning towards his teammates on BB Believers. Akira slowed things down. He put up a heavy slam, used the yawn. He even decided that it's okay, I will get KO'd, I'll be fainting in the battle, but I do not want my teammates to give away their experience and let the opponent have a big level advantage. And thankfully so, towards the final stretch, that did not happen. When we compared it to the first game, Reckoning had a level 14 Zerora, which did not happen here. Right, so I think somewhere here BB Believers believed in themselves as well as their teammates, especially because it was a long haul for Regret on Garchomp. Imagine from the very start of the game, he's stuck at Gabite towards almost the final stretch. He's still a Gabite, and then almost when there was a fight after Absol converts, and then in their own central area he gets a ball toy and evolves to a level 9 Garchomp. Let's jump into game 3, the draft phase in front of our screens, the bans, and this time Reckoning, after going down and losing in the previous game, they decide to give BB Believers the chance of first pick, as BB Believers ban a supporter again, which is none other than a Hooper. On the other end, Reckoning, they ban a Gengar. So far they were banning all-rounders, Nekroz.
Yeah, I feel like they have realized that this third decider, it might be possible, because we have seen Ragnar playing on that Gengar as well before, so he has been one of those crucial speedsters, so they don't want to allow anything, not even a Zeraora, not even a Gengar, and for the side of BB Believers, they don't want to have that Muscarada in the opposition. But Ragnar picks up the Absol once again. He has been a pure menace when playing on that one Absol. He has wrecked a lot of damage, but have to see how things are going to turn around, because this time Nightmare will have the privilege to go for that Zacian.
It was banned by their own end for the past 2 games, and this time they did not. And therefore the first all-rounder is, as you said, Zacian with an evolution. BB Believers, it should be a support pick, which worked out really well. And Blissey, if not for Bankai on that Bliss assistance, things could have gone haywire in that final fight. That was very necessary for them. Akira back again on the Snorlax, worked really good on the heavy slam, as well as Yon that he was playing. Bankai back on the Bliss assistance. Now I think BB Believers might actually go back to their set game 2 Pokemon choices compared to Reckoning, who might change things up a little bit. We might end up seeing a Talon as well instead of maybe a Leafeon, and you can see Kyo, he goes for that. Rakuzan, I think there should be a ranged attacker coming up. They did try to play the Mewtwo Y. It did not find as much as value that we would have wanted. We saw the Unites being used a little too early from Mewtwo Y. Not too sure why that commitment was done, but nonetheless, as of now, we have to wait as Rakuzan decides to go for Eldegoss.
This is going to be interesting. A Talonflame coming back in the picture. It can be problematic for BB Believers. We have seen the Flame Sweeps coming in, the Fly and that Flame Charge moveset coming into the question. That Talonflame can be really problematic, and also Cure playing on it. It's also something that they need to take care of. Money decides to go with the Leafeon. Regret pulls up the big, mighty Gyarados in the comp, while Beast is yet to decide whether he's going to play the Phalanx or not. But this time I feel like the kind of front line of BB Believers can be a little bit problematic for the side of Reckoning, because Akira on that Snorlax again, having the Gyarados in the question, that can be a good counter.
I think in terms of the draft, if you look at it now in the final preparation, it looks good for Reckoning in the early game. Now Talon, we know from the Fletchling, will evolve to Fletchinder very early on. We'll have the aerial ace to kind of try to use it in terms of big damage coming through, 3 hits or 4 hits coming through. Beast as well will try to evolve as early as possible, because we also missed up seeing the Mewtwo Y evolution bar mega evolve happening, I think, quite fewer compared to how generally we see or experience Mewtwo Y in action. Whereas on the other end, Regret will have a little tough time if not there is no help coming in from Money on the Absol, which is going to be very crucial. Previously it was Absol to quickly turn the bottom path fight around in the favor for BB Believers, and they did manage to score some goals, but this time there's going to be Regret, and they do have a Leafeon as well. So now I want to kind of figure out how they kind of regel with these double speedsters coming through, which kind of was a meta or a draft pick for Reckoning all this while in game 1 and game 2. So game 3 here, BB Believers take upon that approach. Their early game can be very fast. It depends on how Reckoning evolve the Fletchling to Fletchinder, as well as the Zacian comes into play. But it's going to be very tough as they cross their paths to be at level 5 as we jump into game 3, the final game for this match number 1 in the first round of lower brackets. Let's get it started.
Important game for both the teams. BB Believers, they will be looking forward to close this series with a 2-1 and advance, while they have to face the mighty Reckoning Esports with a really good comp from their side. As you mentioned earlier, this Talonflame once again will be playing that major factor alongside the Zacian coming into the picture.
Yo not evolved to level 5 as they were sharing the experience. Yogi wants to score, but the Snorlax hitting quite too often. Nice movement coming there, outsmarting his opponent. And early scores coming in from Reckoning. This is what I kind of presumed in terms of early game control. But on the contrary, Leafeon evolving, making a quick jump, wants this Eos energy, but they make a miss to happen as Yogi secures it. He will successfully back off. Big damage being hit. Indeedy is the fight right as now. Missed the last hit over there. Akira has to back off. Leafeon back into the mid path at the central area. Money waiting for a jump at the 850, where there might be Leafeon as well. Eldegoss spots that strategy and a quick jump with the pursuit coming through. That should be a big secure, but there is going to be Nightmare with a charged attack on Eos, and they find 2 out of it on the top path. 4 of the Pokemon out of 5 on the top, and now they all decide to score as their Mewtwo on the bottom while Mega Evolve also happens. So early game, all of them above level 5 has happened from Reckoning. They played super smart, and now they're not stopping. They're proceeding to find a lot more control in the opponent's central area. Mean look on Absol. He's stuck. That's a KO. Leafeon should also be put to rest, and they do rightfully that. That's the Fletchling to Fletchinder. Now finding a Talon evolution with a 2 KO streak and the central area control out of the hands of BB Believers.
I feel like BB Believers, they have heard the sentiments of Reckoning Esports in the previous match, and that's why they're taking the revenge in this manner.
He's not
letting anybody, they're not letting anybody to level up. That's the kind of game that Reckoning Esports they're playing up. And this Talon, look at this, finding a triple KO streak, once again clearing the top path all by himself alongside the assistance of his teammates. Or we do see the Zacian, we do see the Eldegoss coming into the picture, but also again quick rotations in the mid. Talon is looking to go big this time. He's already on level 8, might just go up to level 9, but this is going to be a bottom lane contention, and we can just clearly get an idea of it just by seeing this.
Fly, big hit. That should be a KO. Already found on Leafeon. Then the Absol. Now should be the Snorlax. Blissey trying to help in terms of the eggs. Doesn't work out. Mean looked on the Blissey as well. And big hits on the side strike as well. And they get bottom path control. They still not destroyed it. They're just scoring as much as they can. And they do not want to give them the early game advantage of the Indeedy on their paths. They let the goal zones be. They work for the objectives. Bottom path, Snorlax doesn't pay attention to it, and an easy Regice as all of them gear up to the top path. They secure the Regice on the bottom. Now they will all move in for the fight directly on the top path, not even pay attention to the Regieleki. They find the first on it, and Eos starts attack. They miss it, but the sword strikes. That's 2, make it 3 as he jumps on the Gyarados. Snorlax is here, but he should also be put to rest. Super low on health, 4 KO streak. And that is Reckoning Esports like a wrecking ball.
Oh my god, there is no stopping. Flame sweep completely being denied. Okyo, he missed it big time. A good dodge by Money. But Absol will be waiting to welcome Talon. Instantly uses the fly to fall back from this scene. But Talonflame completely undertaking one single lane in his hands. Will be looking forward to stop the Absol this time. Eldegoss comes into the picture. Talonflame might just go forward, but he will not. It's not going to be a good decision because the Snorlax is also there to assist Absol. Leafeon on in the mid as well. So again, this is going to be a bottom lane contention. What a beautiful control so far from the side of Reckoning Esports. You can clearly see the level difference, but this time the Unite being committed. Absol finds the Eldegoss. Talon survives, and he is still going to fight back as Snorlax goes up close in person, looking forward to get the score stunned, and he will get a 7, but it's silly Absol. He's been denied, gets the fly connected, the Cybern coming into the picture, trying to push away BB Believers, but that doesn't happen just right now. But Talon finds a double, also goes, charges in, finds another one. Oh my god, this is brutality by Reckoning.
There's no stopping them from here on. Snorlax tried, Absol as well, and Gyarados, but the levels right now is big, immense, and the difference is going to be cracking. And that's what is happening. Dragon Current being committed from right now the Gyarados, but it is on the Eldegoss. They try to charge upon the Mewtwo. Why should be able to, but the Side Strike is enough. Leafeon a little too late into the battles, trying to do his best, finds the Eldegoss, but that's all. That is just something as he backs off to be happy about, to regain confidence. But look at a big fly coming through. He's stunned continuously. Yawn being used. And that was big experience regained back. Now that should put them back in the driving seat. Level 11 is that Gyarados right now, closing on the level difference. It is, yes, 222 to 18, but the objectives all going in favor for Reckoning Esports. Umbreon is covering for the Mewtwo on the top part. There is a full team push coming through from BB Believers as you see the numbers being low. Midnight Slash being committed. Zacian, the menace who is there in the top part, being cleared with the Eldegoss also going down. That should be a big conversion as they go for a big overdunk of a 40 and close the difference down to just 100, but they're not stopping. Now they want to put the Umbreon down. They should do it before the Talon is here, but once the Talon strikes, it is going to be the Absol down, and as the Absol goes down, the damage dealer is swept off. Forced is BB Believers to back off.
Oh my god, BB Believers. They were finally making the comeback, and they have done some good recovery if you ask me from the very start of the game. Yes, the level difference is still there for the side of Reckoning Esports, but they're closing up quite a bit. Level 13 Talon, level 13 Zacian was creating a good difference. It was almost a 3-level difference that we were seeing afar, but right now it's come down to 1. The yawn being done on Umbreon will look forward to stun him out. Yogi has to be really cautious. He's doing a really good job from the side of Reckoning Esports. On the top, you do see the Regieleki quickly being converted and melted down by the side of Reckoning Esports. There should not be any issue with that. But the bottom lane contention, it looks a heavy strike from the side of BB Believers, which I don't think Reckoning will be able to withstand. But the flame sweep coming into the picture. Talon wants to dive in, wants to get a good output out of it. But Gyarados comes up with the Unite, finds out the Eldegoss, and Zacian comes up with some counter KOs as well. Absol as well as Lucifer wants to flew away from the spot. Snorlax provides the backup, but even after that, Zacian, he ain't stopping. He goes and gets a triple, make it a 4 KO streak for himself.
Thumping Reckoning right now. The heartbeat stolen away. Objectives all in favor. Quick jump on Gyarados after the score on Mewtwo Y. But the difference is now big to 160. It was almost down to 100, but right now it's pushed even further. Unites have been committed a little early before the final stretch. Therefore, the Talon as well as Eldegoss still looking forward to their Unites. But on the fray of BB Believers, 4 of the 5 Pokemon except for the Snorlax, none of them have Unites. Finally, it is going to be the Leafeon gets the Unite up. But Nightmare, after getting this Regirock, he will successfully be a level 15 Zacian. That is going to be problematic. Reckoning initially already had a level difference and an advantage. Now it is increased even further. Yes, there is still a level 2 difference. There might be an opportunity that they convert. Heavy Slap miss. The Talon makes a quick fly. Leafeon trying to chase, but the Salic Berry is going to be grabbed and instant run.
This final stretch, nobody wants to make any mistakes. Everything is all set. The positioning seems right. BB Believers will be looked forward to rain down from above, from the top lane itself. But Akira, he's just waiting. Talon and the tall grasses will be looking forward to come up from the back and get at least one of the crucial 2 Pokemons out. Gyarados wants to check the tall grasses, instantly hops on. Gyarados drops down to almost half of his HP. Talon did a hefty amount of damage, but it is going to be nothing for now because he's going to get the heal from the side of Blissey.
That Lighten from Talon was committed.
Score.
1 minute of the time has been committed. Yes, a big 40. If it was a 50, it could have been stopped by the Talon. But now Talon has an advantage to go for a 1v1 and put the Gyarados down. In the meantime, it is a charge in coming in. That's a big, heavy slam. But they will back off from it. Side strike, nice yawn on Umbreon. Talon is back as Gyarados is also reuniting with the teammates. But Snorlax has been separated from the teammates and the Fly is trying to make a move. Mean Look being used. Flame Sweep has hit a lot of those players. Unite being committed from Mewtwo. But a big power nap in between the fight from the Snorlax will put a little bit of a disarray. Heavy slam on the Umbreon. If they find a KO on the defender, it should be an opening. But it's going to be the Talon on Absol. That's the damage dealer out. Still heavy slam as they try to fight. Mewtwo is evolved to a Mega Y. It is going to be problematic. Leafeon, that is going to be a nice Emerald 2-step coming through, finding a KO. Now Talon is trying to do the contrary. On the other end, a big 47. They should secure Reckoning's victory as Leafeon is securing victories in terms of KOs. They do manage to get an 84, a 26 as well. This is going to be cutting close. Whether it's BB Believers or Reckoning, the difference was around 160. It was brought closer when it was pushed to 80. It was down to around 40-60. They miss by just mere 4 goals. Reckoning, they win and they move on in this lower bracket.
Oh my god, BB Believers, this is gonna hurt them so bad. So bad. Just imagine if they had at least 1 or 2 scores earlier in the early phase of the game, some couple of stacks or anything like that. Oh man, BB Believers, they will be really unhappy. But still, Kyo, look at that, 16 KOs, 3 assists. Kyo has been part of total of 19 battles. This Talon was a battle Talonflame that we do see. He was creating havoc, having 88,360 damage dealt to the opposition. But I just can't process it. BB Believers, little did they knew that they need to dump at least couple of more scores. It was way too late. The diversion that was created by Kyo at the bottom, that created the distance. Otherwise, Ragnar would have scored so early.
I mean, even after Ragnar found the KOs in terms of streaks and also managed to help his teammates score on the goal zone A at the bottom, thankful that they were able to do that. However, if they even managed to stop the Umbreon, right, which went on the other direction and then scored on the bottom goal zone B of BB Believers, there could have been a victory for BB Believers here. It was just that the timing of that fight and Talon finding 1 on Absol, Money was not up back again after resting. All of this a little became trouble for the ends of BB Believers, but what a fight to witness again. I think towards the end, where it was super crucial, coming in from BB Believers, they tried to turn things around once more. There was Bliss assistance coming through, the fights being controlled, changed, and I think that Emerald 2-step again, making a move towards almost the finals hit, finding multiple KOs one after another to start things off on the Mewtwo Y, making sure the ranged attacker is out. But Reckoning, just like how Gyarados managed to go and score a 40, which was double to an 80, same was done from the Umbreon, which was around 46, which was pushed to 92 something. And that is the reason we see this difference. If that did not happen, Nekroz, BB Believers could have actually won. And you can see that 94 is the one that changed the game. The 94 with just another additional 42. If it was 90, the goals could have been the same. If it was less than 90, they would have an opportunity to win over there. That is just the hurting factor right as now, and the brackets in front of our screens that you can see in between us. And BB Believers, unfortunate, they will be a little disappointed, but that was a game that we all witnessed and enjoyed. However, a quick replay, we did also manage to catch a glimpse of what you mentioned, that they are going to be going against True Rippers, that is Reckoning. But you could see from the very early on, Reckoning were a wrecking ball. There was nothing that they could stop them. The Talonflame, close to almost 20 KOs, told us that he looked unstoppable, and I think the only way to put down the Talonflame was take out his teammates, not the Talonflame alone.
Yeah, and going up against him was like going up against the entire mountain. But still, there were some kind of minor mistakes that were done at the very end. But when you look onto the bigger picture, I feel like that Reckoning Esports, they have done a really good job. BB Believers also made a really good comeback at the end when you were seeing them fighting together as a team, stacking up all together, pushing one goal zone at a time. The counterattacks were just too good from the side of Reckoning to deny this Zacian. The Zacian coming into the picture, Nightmare. Every match, this player was so impactful. Like, every time you need somebody to step up and push the opponents back towards their goal zone, it was Nightmare stepping up with his game. providing his team with the KOs and reducing the stress that they had to go through when an attack comes in. But also, we have the updates coming in. Yes, the brackets are being updated, and we already know which teams have come down to the lower bracket. It's True Rippers and Autobots. Those who have dropped down from the upper brackets, they have been defeated. So yeah, the score seems like this. Revenant Spark, they've defeated Autobots Esports with a 2-0 scoreline, and they've advanced to the upper bracket finals, while True Rippers, they have been dropped down by QML with a 2-0. So all 2-0s going on the upper brackets, while we see the first 2-1 at the very lower bracket itself.
I mean, that game almost felt like grand finals, Nekroz, to be honest. It had everything. It went so close. It could have been anybody's game. But quickly talking about True Rippers versus QML. Now everybody is going to be intrigued of the roster of QML. Now, as I said, right, most of these teams that we are seeing have had a roster shift. Now the teams that you saw in the league or you saw during the Winter Open, the players would be the same, but the team names are going to be different. And Reckoning versus True Rippers, Reckoning, we saw a couple of switch-ups, as you already mentioned about Ragnar. True Rippers also have a set. 3 of their players have moved out, and 3 of new players, especially who were playing under the banner of Global Esports in our league stage, they have managed to make their way in here. So it's going to be an interesting shift in terms of the rosters, and I think that's the reason their QML took an advantage. We will quickly take a look at of what went over there, especially to be a 2-0 against a squad of True Rippers. Just tells us of how impactful the recent Pokémon UNITE action have gotten towards them. Now again, same goes for SATL Esports. For them to also be pushed down towards the lower bracket tells us that a long-standing roster over almost 2 years are still having a little bit of trouble from the rosters who are newly forming. Yes, there is experience. Yes, there is synergy. But the meta shifting like day in and day out every tournament, and it's very tough to adapt, Nekroz.
Yeah, pretty much. And the way, even I would still say that the players are adapting to the changes, using those new items coming in to the picture and playing it so well. Like we did see that coming in from on the Talonflame as well. They were using the new items as well as they're using it so precisely, and you can see the impact that the Talonflame and all the Pokemons they are creating inside the game. But I would really love to see a Galarian Rapidash very soon. I mean, is it too much to ask for? Maybe
Yeah,
not
it is
now.
at this
We
point.
know it's I know if a lot of things are on stake. I'm just being a little bit greedy, but still, the Pokemon seems to be almost similar. The default picks around left to right. You do see those same Pokemons over from exchanging from both the ends. It's Talon, then it comes down to the Absol. The all rounders, it's a Buzzwole or let be, etc., etc. But right now, the next matchup is going to be Team Dynamis versus SATL Esports, one of the most formidable teams in the entire Indian circuit. SATL Esports, those who haven't been able to reach the global finals for such a long time, this time again they're up for that vengeance. Last year WCS, it was not that. I mean, they couldn't go up. That's a real problem that they face. After that, that the Asia Champions League, again a disaster. Last Asia Champions League, they could not qualify. Again, this is a World Championship Series India Qualifiers where they are looking forward to secure their spot and qualify for the global finals. But right now, they are sitting in the lower brackets, a position where you will not like to be in if you want to qualify for and represent India in the global stage.
I think as of now, if we kind of speak about SHL esports, it's just an upset or a curse that they're having. I think they would have to try and get a better Pokemon which doesn't deal with curses. Maybe get in a Lapras in the mix, which would maybe help them. For now, as of now, what I feel like is a little bit of a tough positioning for SATL. You did go back all the way to the Worlds, but before that, whenever we saw the Asia Champions League for 24 or right now 25, they've never had a really good run. There's always been an upset for the side of SATL esports. Now, if they somehow manage to kind of change things off here in the World Championship Series, it'll be really good. And this time, it's only one team that we're going to be seeing that go to the Worlds. Back in 23, we ended up seeing 2 teams, and now in 24, 1, and now again 25, we are seeing 1. So with only 1 slot available, it's going to be very tough. And I wouldn't even say that SATL as a roster are having trouble or it's something that they're not able to cope up. I would say teams have gotten better over time. This is what I was talking about. Now, we got the new patch right now, right? Just before a couple of days as we started the World Championship India Qualifiers that we are seeing right as now. That's where things turned around. Now, when we see a quick change, we will wait and watch of what happens here. But quickly taking a look at the draft where the initial bans are going to happen, and we're going to decide whether it is going to be SATL making an advantage in the draft draft itself, or it's going to be somebody else. That is the opponent Dynamis, who so far have made it to the top 8, and they might look forward to make it even further. Mioskarada is their first ban, and Absol on the other end coming in from Bacha.
Bans are looking really nice. For now, Absol has not been allowed. The next ban can be Hoopa, for which they don't want to allow Kyurem to take it, and alongside it's going to be the Zeraora. 2 speedsters being banned by SATUL, while it's going to be 1 speedster and a support player banned. Pokemon banned by Team Dynamis, and you see the roster. Melon, please don't NT, okay, INT, and then Blizzard, then Doc, and you see Nova. Almost a lot of known faces, known names that we've seen in the Pokemon circuit, in the Pokemon UNITE circuit in India. Nova selecting the Leafeon at first, starting it off and giving the second 2 picks preference to the side of SATUL, and locking them. It's going to be Talonflame as well as Umbreon. Kyurem and Snowy deciding with their picks. Let's see what awaits from the side of Team Dynamis.
While they pick up a defender, as they want to establish a front line with Snowy coming in on a Talon, and Talonflame's been doing a hefty job. We just saw the previous matchup. Now this is still the first round of the lower brackets that we are seeing. It is going to be match 2 of the first round, and we end up seeing a Gyarados coming in from INT. And on the other end, Doc, as a trustworthy healer, is going to move to a Blissey. There should be another healer coming in from Kyurem. That's something that we have to wait and watch, or maybe he just decides to sit on the Umbreon. For now, we have to wait and watch. It could change up. Rex is generally the defense player coming through for the side of SATUL Esports. Now that Bacha and All Might have the next picks, and as you can see, it is going to be Rex coming in as the defense as well, and I think Kyurem is going to play on the Wish. On the other end, because Psyduck was still available, and this is a little surprising, Nekroz, to see this, right? A Psyduck being picked as one of the last picks in a matchup, which so far has not happened, and there Melon is still deciding. Trev or a Psyduck? Trev or a Psyduck? I think Trev is going to be a better choice for him, as Cerulege gets locked by Blizzard.
At the end, it's going to be the Psyduck. 2 support players coming into the comp for the side of Team Dynamis. Blizzard having the Cerulege. Again, one of the crucial Pokemon out there for the side of Team Dynamis. But Bacha, again, we know an attacker specialist. He has always been, let it be Mewtwo Y, let it be the Inteleon coming into the picture, and when Inteleon is available with those snipe shots, he is not the one to let it slip away like that. And Bacha picks up the Inteleon. The comp looks really nice. The front line looks really established for SATUL, having 2 defenders, Snorlax, Umbreon. Followed by that, you have got the Metagross into the picture, Bacha from behind, and then Snowy with the Talonflame, who has created such a big impact in the last game itself, what we just saw. But from the side of Team Dynamis, you do see the Gyarados and Cerulege coming in. I would be looking forward to see how these 2 Pokemon will be facing against SATUL Esports.
Now with no ranged attacker, Team Dynamis should have some trouble now. When I think about Melon going to a defender, which could have worked out as a front line, but him going back to a Psyduck, again, it is almost a support and defense player. I would kind of bank on it. But on the other end, SATUL Esports also have Bacha and none other than your Snipe, right? That Inteleon is just too annoying, and his snipe shots have been connecting imminently too good, and it is going to be a problem down the line. So it's going to be a tough matchup coming through for Team Dynamis, but hey, these are teams who have gone up against each other. Experienced lineup. Nova leading the charge for the side of Team Dynamis with a Leafeon as he starts things off. It's time for match 2 of the lower brackets. It's round 1.
SATUL Esports, they will be looking forward to just jump in and do some really good damage to the side of Team Dynamis. The first draft of this very first match of SATUL looks really nice, but also there is a small change on the desk. We have got Raider joining alongside me in the place of Lucifer. So Raider, welcome onto the desk, and how are you feeling today?
Oh, absolutely pumped up. After seeing the final action of match number 1, I was so pumped up regarding how teams are evolving along the way and what can they figure out along the way. The way to becoming esports fought back, and a difference of just 4 years energies at the end was pretty amazing. Now coming back to this match number 2, again pretty excited about the lower bracket run for Team SATUL and Team Dynamis. You can see giants coming in from both the sides, but then again, if you talk about Team SATUL, I'm looking forward to see if their consistency is going to be proven lethal out here, or are they going to get on the back foot. But for now, some initial KOs are definitely coming in.
He's in the flesh in the form, but so Cerulege, he wants to go up close and personal, but gets a backup. No, not quite. The Fleshlender has been taken down. Kyurem wanted to help him provide the support, but that's an early KO. that Team Dynamis they've got for their side. With the SC2L esports, they're being pushed back to their own goal zone. While All Might, he has to focus on some early level up. He needs to find those KOs. Look will trap the Chansey and will get one good KO. All Might also in some really good form. We will be looking forward to gain some more control. Level 6 Cerulege is a little bit problematic for the side of SC2L esports, and that one Pokemon is actually creating some problems.
I'm looking forward to it. What kind of problems are going to be made? 13 years energy is being done. SC2L trying to catch up in terms of the score. Gyarados is right there, trying to hurt his opponent. I'm looking forward to see how this whole situation turns out to be. All Might on the top lane, taking the control, making sure that defenses are upright. On the bottom lane, we get to see Felsinger Snipe Shot combination probably coming through along the way because it can be beneficial for them. But yeah, for Algerian swap loose, and there is a confrontation in the mid lane. Look at the KOs that are coming through. SC2L, they've lost one, and same goes for Team Dynamis.
Oh, Talon, he was barely surviving, but Leafeon gets him down. Eventually, the Snorlax being punished. This is Team Dynamis in a really good form out there, but with the side of Umbreon, it's going to be really bit dicey. You see the players chiming in. Gyarados seems a little bit angry. He finds a double KO streak for himself. Intel finds out the Psyduck. Fly coming into the picture, wants to get the Leafeon down, but the connection was not made. Bacha coming to the rescue, finds down the Leafeon. But Doc, I don't think he's going to survive for much longer. He's been chased down by the Nekroz as well as Snorlax. And that's it. The top lane contention stays in the favor of SC2L esports. They will be looking forward to gain this control and stay with this for that bit long time. Gyarados, the early game control that he has showed was really great, but after that, the Pokemon of SC2L being leveled up is causing some real problem. Inteleon on level 9 is something that they need to be really worried of. The Talonflame into the back picture, wants to find something on Gyarados, drops down to very low HP. The mean look trap was really good, but Talonflame, he wants to hunt down, he wants to get something out of that position, but still Psyduck survives. Cerulege comes into the picture, Metagross finds one on Psyduck, Umbreon gets denied. That's a really good comeback coming from the side of Team Dynamis, and this Regieleki will fall under the hands of Team Dynamis. There's no question. Spy Vision being activated, Bacha as well as Snowy trying to fight it back and push away the players of Team Dynamis.
But there comes the 6 ally, the Regieleki coming pretty close, and this is one of the best obstacles that they could have created so that they can fight in the bottom lane. We have Psyduck and the Leafeon also going into the bottom lane, trying their level best to get some good chaos energies being dumped onto the A goal zone on the bottom lane. That is going to be beneficial for them. But there you go, look at Kyurem also trying to dump too, but it's not going to be that easy. The players who are isolated, and there comes the Cerulege. Gyarados finds one, that's Bacha, done and dusted.
Oh, the Flames keep being denied. Gyarados once again finds a double KO streak. This fly should connect, gets the Leafeon, but instantly Snowy has to make a fallback. The shield is going to push away Cerulege, but this is not a good position. The fly should connect. Cerulege drops down to very low HP. The Snorlax heavy slam comes in. Cerulege being punished. But instantly the healer comes in back. The fly being activated. Gyarados, I don't think they will let him slip away like that. The snipe shot being missed. Gyarados is just being that one Pokemon who's creating so much impact. I mean, Leafeon, he's also got a couple of KOs out for himself, but Gyarados, every time you need him to step up, he's stepping up and finding the KOs, pushing away SC2L esports from their goal zone. So that is something that they need to take care of, but for now, a small pause. Request coming up from the side of admin. Let's see how long it's going to take, because for now, SC2L seems to be having a good control.
Yeah, I agree with you because of the fact that for the first 5 minutes they have been constantly getting some good KOs. Obviously on the bottom lane things are a little bit different. In the bottom lane I can clearly see Team Dynamis acting on it and eventually getting a lot of value. So I do believe that in bottom lane, obviously the confrontation has to be there. The defenses have to be set up right. There has to be all-rounder, there has to be a defender over there so that they can guard the bottom lane. Otherwise it's going to be a bit challenging factor for them.
So for the information that we already have is that SC2L esports have paused this game for some particular reasons, and once they are all set, they will be again unpausing the match, and we will be continuing because they're still halfway of this entire match, which is yet to be done. But I really feel like SC2L esports that the kind of comp that they have, it is really nice. Yes, like for the side of Metagross, you have got some good frontline established alongside the Umbreon and Snorlax. The Metagross can inflict damage to the opposition. It can tank up a tad bit more damage as well. But Inteleon, this time he's being trapped. This is not a good situation. Leafeon jumps in, will be finding a KO on Bacha.
And it's not the first time. Bacha on the bottom lane has been pretty much surpassed a lot of times. But let's see if he's going to come back even stronger as he evolves along the way, has to go for it. Nekroz on his final form, and as we can see, Talonflame getting not just one but two KOs and totally dominating the bottom lane. The thing I was worried for with regards to SATL Esports, that they were missing their opportunities on the bottom lane. They are coming back strong as they've destroyed the gold zone A on the bottom lane, but on top lane, similar things have happened to them as well. 147 to 112, pretty close cutthroat situation. There comes a Unite, and with that, here's the KO. I think there will be a trade for sure. There you go.
Psyduck seems to be in a very low HP. Umbreon struggling. It's a 1-on-3 though. It was a tough call, but still, Inteleon's one sniper made one connection on that Psyduck, but still, this Regice will be secured by Nekroz. It is going to be on the favor of SATL Esports. So, for now, we can just say that it's a 50-50 contention between both the teams. It doesn't seem like a one-sided way of domination. Serage finds that Regiliki pushing it to the B tier goal zone. And for now, the concerns are still up. If they are pushing the Regiliki, no, they're not Team Dynamis. They will be again coming down to the central part of the map, while the Heavy Slam comes in, trying to just push away the players of Team Dynamis away. Nekroz comes into the picture. 4 Pokemons are out there in the bottom gold zone, but the contention seems so dicey. So many unites being committed. Nekroz looking forward to defend it as much as possible. Gyarados jumps in. The HP is being drained out one after another. Umbreon gets stunned out. The Psyduck is playing a big play, but the Heavy Slam comes in. Snorlax barely survives, but Serage coming into the picture can be really problematic. One player needs to come up. The Fly being committed, needs to find something on that Gyarados. The Inteleon makes some good connections, finds one KO on Blissey, and Spy Vision being activated will push away all the players of Team Dynamis away as Gyarados. He's into the Flux Zone alongside the Psyduck, and eventually he will be punished by Inteleon itself, finding a triple KO streak. Bacha doing a massive job.
So much of a retaliation, but at the end, what costed them was basically 2 to 3 KOs coming through, and there you go. The 4th KO also is here. So it's a big trouble for the sides of Team Dynamis as they are trying to find their control back into the picture. It's just not happening for them. 36 more Aeos energies are going to get dumped in, and including that, there will be another set of 19, probably breaking down the tier A goal zone on the top end, and that happened. There you go, another KO. Serage is down, and so is the supporter. Big situations, big challenges have been raised by the sides of SATL Esports as they're already on 202 goals. But after seeing the first matchup, we all know that one good Rayquaza hunt can change everything. And that final 2 minute is coming very soon. The legendary boss Pokemon Rayquaza will be getting spawned, and as soon as that happens, challenges will be upright.
The main fact is that the Rayquaza fight, yes, it is again going to play a very major factor in the entire game. For sure, there is no doubt about it. And this Regirock, again, be a little bit useful for the side of SATL. All the players are on top. Maybe they were interested in getting the Regiliki out there, but the Heavy Slam coming to the picture. The Snipe Shot did not make a connection. Serage can be in some real trouble because the Inteleon will not miss the second Snipe Shot. That's an all-rounder being denied at the very early stage of the game. Gyarados is still alive, and the Unite being committed from Nekroz. All Might wants to go up close and personal, wants to get that one big Gyarados out of this equation, while the Leafeon has been taken down and out. They don't want to melt the Rayquaza right now. SATL will play the time because they know that the Serage will be coming in. He still has the Unite, but Spy Vision being activated. One last hit. It's going to be the talent to secure it for the side of SATL Esports, while there is still some contention happening. The Bliss assistance was there on side of Gyarados, but that doesn't affect anything for their side. Yes, the Revenant will be used by Serage, but it will be denied even after that. Bacha making a big play, and SATL will be walking away with this very first match.
No doubts in that. They have a massive lead right now. They've got the Rayquaza advantage, and they're dumping massive goals, and not just that, they're getting a lot of KOs. To be honest, from the very onset of this action, when Serage got KO'd, at that point I was like, yeah, it is going to be a challenging feat for them to deliver, for Team Dynamis to be back into the picture, and that's exactly what has happened. Right now in the base goal zone, there is a confrontation, making sure that they avoid any more goals being done, but nah, that's not the case. We got to see Rex going in with a set of 100. There comes the Unite. Nekroz finds Gyarados, one of the all-rounder who had been a menace from the very onset of this action. But this first round is obviously in the favor of SATL. No doubts in that.
It was a 50-50 contention throughout the game. Team Dynamis, they showed some real comeback performances, some real fights out there. But Badsha, as soon as the snipe shots got unlocked and he was making those connections, there was no coming back from the side of SHUL Esports. I mean, they were going all in every time, and the snipe shots doing a wonderful job. I would like to see how much damage he has done. Again, the spike being activated. This was the brutality coming from the side of SHUL. The scores are still being dunked, and again, Cerulage has been punished by Badsha. There is a really good difference coming up from the side of SHUL in the later part of the game. The kind of combination that they have done, 900 score being done, SHUL Esports. It's a really good play from them. At the very start, it was like, okay, there can be a dicey situation, but look at Badsha, 14 KOs all by himself. My God.
And you cannot deny the assists coming from Snowy as well. Like 14 assists from him, and Kuram is there with 13. Rex is out there with 16. All Might came back with 14 assists of his own, and too many KOs coming in from the sides of Team SHUL Esports. That is one of the factors why Team Dynamis was on the bay. Yes, I agree with the fact that on the bottom lane, always there was a fact that Dynamis was trying to contain them. And on the top lane, Nekroz, please don't INT. He was the guy who was always being a menace. Look at the damage that he has been dealing out throughout the top lane confrontation that he was dealing with against his opponents. 89,000, that's massive. But it's pretty much unfazed at the point when you talk about All Might, when you talk about players like Badsha, who have secured more than a lakh when it comes to the damage.
It was kind of evident, Badsha having almost a 1 lakh plus damage, because he's almost got like 14 KOs for himself. Then every time doing so much damage onto the Pokemon in the opposition, almost draining half of their HP. Will do with those snipe shots, helping his teammates to also secure some couple of KOs out there. All Might also tanking. He didn't tank a lot more damage, but still comparatively the damage he inflicted to the opposition, going all in, because he knew that there's a support coming up from behind. Kuram was there, constantly stunning it out, playing with All Might. Then Badsha coming into the picture. Everything was falling in the pieces where how SHUL wanted it to frame. But for now, after this victory, 1-0 is the scoreline of the series, while SHUL Esports just one step away to enter in the lower bracket round 2.
That run is going to be a long one, but for sure, SHUL Esports is here to survive. It feels like that after seeing the first game. Beautiful domination from their sides from the very onset of the action. They were trying to dominate, but as we can see, for the first 4 minutes, and to be honest, for the first 5 minutes, I would like to say it was a very close battle. It was basically SHUL Esports trying to raise the bar, and at the same point, Dynamis was catching up on it. But when you look at the objectives as well, there was a big chunk of objectives going in favor of SHUL Esports. Yeah, they lost a lot of track of Reggie Eliki, but on the other corner, if you talk about Reggie Ice, the Reggie Rock, and almighty Rayquaza, it was under the favor of SHUL Esports. So brilliant contributions done and dusted from their sides, and at the end, they secured a bomber of 900.
That's a really good score, and you can see the scores being dunked by SHUL Esports in the very end. Last 1 or 2 minutes, that is where they have made the control possible. The early game control, it was kind of denied, and I was concerned, okay, Cerulage, he's stepping up the game and he's finding some good KOs alongside the Gyarados coming into the picture. It can be hard for SHUL Esports, but after that, when they started to figure out that how Team Dynamis is playing right now, they gained the control, and from there was no comeback that Team Dynamis could do. I mean, they were trying to make some proper connections, getting those KOs, gaining some control for the objective fights, in the objective fights precisely. But still after that, even after getting so many objectives like Reggie and maybe some of the bottom Reggies, they couldn't just keep up with the pace. But still, I would say that there is a long way that Team Dynamis has to go through, because it's just the first game that has not went in their favor. Still, they have 2 more games to make a comeback and maybe qualify and end the run of SHUL Esports right here, right now.
I mean, that's a possibility. That's no doubt in that that there is a very good chance that maybe Team Dynamis is going to find their way back into the action. But the way everything evolved after 5 minutes of period was done and dusted in first game was pretty intriguing. You talk about the bottom lane, the top lane, everywhere there was a confrontation. And while SHUL was giving that pause, at that point we were talking about the thing that in bottom lane there is a clear gap where SHUL Esports is missing, and somehow they are not able to take the control. You can clearly see here multiple KOs are coming in, they are dumping AOS energies, they're trying to push the players back as well. They have to use unites just to move the players back. So there were problems for the first 5 minutes in the bottom lane, but as soon as that was resolved, they got the idea of what Dynamis is doing. Constant KOs were coming in from the sides of SHUL Esports, where Badsha was missing his shots in the first 5 minutes. He was absolutely on point for the later half. And to be honest, that's what really matters. You have to secure that Rayquaza, you have to melt down the Pokemon, you have to make sure that the other team do not evolve as fast as possible. That's exactly where I believe Badshah outnumbered his opponent, and Team Dynamis is currently on the back foot, but still into the action. What they have to do is basically make sure that they get the next one home. Otherwise, it will be a 2-0 and their run for this whole India qualifiers might just end.
Exactly, and that can be really problematic for Team Dynamis. But now they have to figure out. One thing is for sure that SATU esports are not just very far away in terms of skill set or
Mhm.
maybe in terms of the fights, the duels that they were taking. It went again in that experience factor, in that coordination factor, where SATU esports excelled as compared to Team Dynamis. This is a team which has been formed very long ago, mostly a recent team with all the old players coming into the picture once again, forming up a team and playing this World Championship Series. But if they make it to another reverse sweep from this point, SCG Esports
Mhm.
might just face the consequences. But for now, SCG Esports seems very confident with the plays that they have had so far in this entire tournament. But next pick or next draft, I think there can be a chance that Inteleon might be banned from the side of Team Dynamis, because they will not look
Yeah.
forward to take any risks for themselves, because this Inteleon giving so much trouble was almost like least expected thing that you can ever ask or maybe think of Team Dynamis.
I mean, that's what you get if you have a range attacker in your favor. You can easily be out of the harm's way and eventually connect some good shots. That's exactly where Bacha excels. And arguably, he's one of the best attackers and eventually Inteleon player, if I'm not wrong. So that's amazing. The way he delivered, especially in the later half of the action, was pretty amazing. So I'm looking forward to it. If there is a ban coming through, or if he's going to get a chance to once again play and maybe get a 2-0 home. But again, Team Dynamis, for the first 5 minutes, we clearly saw that they were also equally capable. They were trying to fight back, they were trying to deliver. If the top lane confrontation was not in their favor, they went down to the bottom lane, they challenged their opponents, they got the KOs, they were trying to keep them at a bay. But that pause kind of changed everything. It's always the small breathers that you get in between the actions, and in those periods you can gain a lot of information, you can connect with your teammates and eventually analyze whatever was going wrong and then play along the way, because in 10 minutes the heat of the moment is so high that you do not have time to like think back, relax and all. So I'm looking forward to it, what happens next, because there is a small gap as we are talking about everything else. The teams are getting ready with their own combinations, with their own play styles, with their own strategies, and once they're ready, obviously we are going to see what happens next, and I hopefully feel that the action is going to be amazing.
Yeah, so far, even when we just look onto the comp of both the teams, it was really nice. We were mentioning it earlier as well that SATL's draft seems a little bit better one when it comes down to the front line,
Mhm.
establishing with that Snorlax as well as the Umbreon coming into the picture, having their Inteleon runs as the one of the backline attackers, then they doing a hefty log, like Bacha doing a hefty job. But one thing was side of Team Dynamis was not having any attacker to their side.
Right.
If they had something, maybe there could have been a situation which would have countered Bacha's play. But I believe they're gonna ban the Inteleon next. Bacha might just look forward to pick some another attacker, maybe the Mewtwo Y if it is available for himself or for his side. Otherwise, if there's a change in draft, which should be there for the side of Team Dynamis, there can be an attacker added to the comp, and there is a high possibility that we might be seeing Mewtwo Y coming into the picture from their end, because we all know Mewtwo Y, the kind of impact he's creating in the lobby, he's creating in the comp, is really commendable. And if you
Yeah.
have that kind of attacker for your side, it again helps and grants you some more openings, maybe some more extra advantages when you come down to play the game.
I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, I'm just patient enough to just see what happens next, to be honest, because remember, guys, it's a lower bracket run. There was a cushion if you are in the upper bracket, but right now that cushion is gone. It's just the BO3. And for that particular situation, if you talk about Team Dynamis, it's not even a BO3 at this point. It's a BO1 for every single game that they play right now in this action. If they lose this one, they're out. If they win this one, again, they have to fight for the next one, the final game. That will be their game number 3 of this match number 2. Maybe they win that one as well. But too many speculations, to be honest. It all depends on what SATL is going to play, how SATL is going to figure out what kind of bans are going to be there. And to be honest, everything really depends right now on the draft pick phase. Along the way, obviously, in the next 10 minutes, you'll get to see some split second decisions being made, some out of the box plays being made. But then again, I think draft pick phase is something which is going to be very, very important for both the sides.
But right now we have the next match coming up, and yes, the draft is also up. Going to be the second match of this BO3 series. While we do know that SHL, they have a one-match lead for themselves, but right now, once again, Team Dynamis, they will have the first big preference. The bans coming in. Muskra, the first one to come up from the side of Team Dynamis. SHL bans Absol, while there are still 2 more bans yet to do. Not sure about which Pokemon is gonna get
Hoopa,
banned,
yeah.
but Dynamis bans Hoopa.
A support which can change the dynamics of the game has been banned by Team Dynamis. That's pretty intriguing, and at the same point, I'm waiting for the last one. Oh, it's gonna be a Speedster yet again, just like the previous ban, I believe. Yep, you have the bans coming through. 3 Speedster and a supporter being banned from these 2 amazing teams. Now, the first pick is in favor of Team Dynamis. Let's see what they're going to go with. Attacker maybe, because they were missing on that in the previous matchup. So I'm looking forward to see if they're going to go for an attacker or maybe an all-rounder. But again, choices depends. Oh, Melon has actually gone with the Umbreon, a defender coming through. Now there is an opportunity for Team SATL to bring back 2 of the most amazing Pokemons for themselves.
Yeah, they have the full right, and they will be bringing back that Talonflame once again. I mean, the Talonflame did create a lot of impact in the past match itself. And we do know how Snowy has played it exceptionally alongside Rex, this time pulling up that Psyduck for his side. Let's see SATL what kind of comp they are trying to build around, because this Psyduck as well as Talonflame seems a little bit aggressive, seems a little bit of different, a little very, very small different comp from what we saw in the previous match.
But I'm waiting to see what Team Dynamis is going to pick. Oh, there's a Speedster coming through, Leafeon just like the previous one, and a Buzzwole. I think that top lane confrontation is going to be a little bit more challenging right now for Team SATL Esports. Let's see what Batsha and Kyurem are eyeing for. Batsha probably for the Inteleon, as it's not banned, so he can actually go ahead and make that choice. Eldegoss from the sides of Kyurem maybe as a supporter could be working, because again, double supporter, heal, and eventually with the Psy in the later period can hurt the opponent a lot. And we have a Gyarados coming through. Interesting.
Gyarados from the side of All Might. We did see that in the previous match it was the Gyarados not having a lot of room to play along with, but if All Might, he has picked it up, there has to be some of those choices, some of those things that is going in his mind, which might just be a little bit fruitful for them. But otherwise, when we just move on to the other perspective, Team Dynamis, they have locked the Mewtwo Y as well as the Gengar.
I'm surprised, honestly, Gengar being a speedster, not being that much utilized in these competitive matches, but Nova is right there, and he's a very amazing individual playing on a speedster. I'm looking forward to it, how all of those situations are going to turn out. And pretty, I guess, accurate pick coming in from Batsha, going with the Inteleon. The final prep is going to get started. Changes are going to be made if there are any in terms of the picks. But all in all, I feel Team Dynamis is going with a very out-of-the-box approach. 2 speedsters coming through. Gengar is there. Mewtwo Y has been picked as the attacker. Buzzwole is there for the top lane confrontation. For frontline attack, they have the Umbreon as well. I have my doubts regarding how this whole situation is going to function. But let's not lose hope. Let's see how Dynamis is going to impact this matchup against SATL. Yeah.
Yep, we also see some stack builds coming up from the side of the Buzzwole. We do see some stacks on the Leafeon as well. So, yep, we have to see how things are going to turn around, whether Team Dynamis can able to do their early stacking properly. Otherwise, we also see the stacks coming on the Talonflame, and again, the Gyarados coming into the picture. It is going to be a little bit problematic, maybe a little bit problematic for the side of Team Dynamis to hold on to the grounds, but as Buzzwole is there, you do see the Mewtwo Y as well as the Gengar and Leafeon. Team Dynamis also might have a little bit of shot, but it has to come up with those flashy plays. But all these questions will be answered right as of now as we dive into the second match of this BO3 series.
Alright, let the vengeance come. The redemption that Team Dynamis is eyeing for. Let's see, can they redeem themselves in this picture or not? Well, for now, all the EVs are eyeing for their evolutions. The mid lane is pretty much opened up. Altarian Swablos will be coming in anytime soon, and obviously the wild Pokemons are being farmed for the Eos Energies. Pretty by-the-book approach for now. Everybody is eyeing for their evolutions, making sure that they level up as fast as possible. They bring out the Utils and make sure to hurt their opponent on the top lane. Mewtwo is trying to move forward. Buzzwole is also out there. Evolved at level 3. The damages being delivered, but I think the top lane could be getting out of the hands for now. Citrus berries are available if they want to go for it, but nah, there is going to be a KO. Gyarados, Magikarp is out. Multiple air synergies being dumped, total of 19. But it's going to be a challenge for a single supporter to survive over there. But on the bottom lane, similar approaches are being made. Rex, Snowy, along with him, even Bacha is eyeing to dump his 22 air synergies. He won't get a chance for that. He has to push back. He has to survive for now. On the top lane, once again, that supporter and all-rounder approach is working out.
Again, the Talon wants to go up close. Look at this. He's trying to go big alongside Dribble's assist. He gets 1 KO at the very early stage of the game, and this early stacks being completed. This is some really, really good play coming up from the side of SETUL, showing some immense control. The serve being used by Rex to push away. The Umbreon has still not evolved. It's still an early game that we are seeing right now. For that, even the Buzzfall seems to be in some really big trouble. SETUL and Team Dynamis, they're going a toe-to-toe competition for now. And this competition is gonna long last for some more time, as the Umbreon also has been has evolved himself, and you do see the Hunter coming into the picture, still yet to evolve on the Gengar. But this Talonflame alongside this Psyduck and Eldegoss can be problematic for the side of Dynamis.
So on the top lane, Gyarados, he's there, trying to sustain the damages that are coming through. But in the Flux Zone, it was Leafeon. The speeds are being caught in the act of dumping some air synergies, and he's now done and dusted, being melted away. But I think on the top lane, still the confrontation could be coming in. Multiple KOs from Talonflame. He's just executing the best at this point. And I think now the number is of Umbreon. He could be KO'd. Yes, stuck in the Flux Zone. Gets KO'd. No opportunities being delivered. SETUL Esports, who were looking on the back foot for the first 2 minutes, are back in the picture with a lead of some good amazing points. They're already pretty close to a triple digit. 85 from the sides of Team Dynamis, not that far behind. Now on the bottom lane, Ulterior Swablu's Gengar was trying to melt it away, take the control, but instead he is going to get KO'd.
Look at this positioning. Leafeon was dropped down to half of his HP by just one snipe shot that made a beautiful connection. Inteleon will be looking forward to back off, but Unite being committed on Eldegoss makes a certain connection. Flame Sweep to draw the Mewtwo Y out of the gold zone, but it did not make the connection. Mewtwo Mega Mode Y has been activated. The Spy Vision being committed. Umbreon will be forced back, forced out of this position. The snipes are still making the connection, but Talon gets taken down. That's not a kind of elimination that you would want to see, but still, there needs some help. Psyduck needs to chime in. The healing provided to Inteleon. He still survives and makes a beautiful connection on Umbreon, takes him down, and this time the Leafeon being cornered and isolated finds a triple for the side of Bacha. That's the Inteleon once again proving his worth, proving why is he there in the comp, and one after another you do see the players crumbling down, and there is no coming back. Inteleon, the 40 will be denied. He's still looking for that score approach. Eldegoss will be there, but Umbreon won't let those scores happen like this easily. So for now, Bacha, it's a better decision to make a fallback, but the Talonflame this time is being denied multiple times by that one Gengar.
Yeah, the top lane confrontation, Gengar and Buzzball combination is really working out. Gyarados making sure that he defends the B goal zone on the top lane. It's going to be a challenging feat for them to achieve, but then again they are trying their level best to deliver. SETUL already on the lead, but in terms of the matches that they have played, they are on the lead. But currently when you look at the air synergies being done, clearly Team Dynamis is taking the charge. Ulterior Swablu's are here. There you go, another Unite being committed, and Inteleon will find the KO on the bottom lane. Not just that, on the top lane, there's yet another KO. Multiple KOs coming through. Umbreon is done and dusted. Mewtwo also goes down. A 3 KO streak from the side of Bacha as he breaks down the bottom lane, A goal zone. And even on the top lane, there's yet another destruction being done.
Oh, you do see this. SETUL, they have been pushed back. It's an entire team stacking up in the bottom. But so far so good. We can say that SETUL, they do have a better control as compared to Team Dynamis. The level difference are quite evident. Level 11 Gengar, that's going to be a little problematic for their side, but snipe shots still not being committed. They're waiting for the right moment to strike in. Wanted to get the last steal, but unlucky for the Inteleon.
Happens to the best of us. That Isilagor was being melted by the other guy. Now I'm looking forward to see what happens next. On the top lane, it's just Gyarados. On the bottom lane, a complete stack of all 3 amazing Pokemons out there. But I think objective is something that they are eyeing for. Both the objective Pokemons are going to come pretty soon. Reggie ADK on the top. On the bottom lane, there's already a Reggie Steel being spawned. Talon Flame along with Inteleon Pacha. They're trying to melt it away, and they do have that advantage in their favor. Gengar, he can be caught in the act, but he evades Talon Flame. That high fly hit, never really connected. But on the bottom lane, now everything looks cool, but Talon Flame, he is going to get spotted. That 46, the dump of 46 is going to get denied. Meanwhile, the 6LI comes through, and a KO is also here from both the sides.
Quick exchanges, that's what we are seeing right now. Gyarados, he will be taking care of that Regiliki so far. At this time, the contention seems a little bit problematic. Buzzwole wants to get this. Eldegoss down, the healer has to be out. The Unite being missed completely. Swollstorm completely being denied. Inteleon still there, trying to fight back. Snipe Shot did not make any connection, but Umbreon tries to steal the berries. He will get the privilege. The Sai being activated. Umbreon gets punished, but Psyduck, where is he gonna run? Talonflame needs to come to the rescue. Snipe Shot still not making the connection. Pacha missing the major shots at this moment, but eventually the backup arrives. Talon, Inteleon still finds a double for himself. That's a big attack being denied once again. Team Dynamis, this is not something that they would want for themselves, because they want some successful attacks. But every time they're trying to go for it, they're being denied.
Look at the clear level advantage. Gyarados instantaneously melts away the Leafeon. And 2-3 Pokemons are every now and then getting KO'd from the sides of Team Dynamis, which is not a very good sight for them, as especially we are diving pretty close to the final stretch. The 2-minute mark will be coming in just 45 seconds, I believe. Yes, so it's going to be a big challenge for these lads to be back with the momentum. Orange and purple buff for the sides of Gyarados. I think that is going to be advantageous in the upcoming fights. So I'm looking forward to see if they can deliver it. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, once again, Psyduck, Inteleon could be eyeing for the objective Pokemon.
You look at this situation, just 20 more seconds away for the Rayquaza fight. Team Dynamis, they are aware this Rayquaza is the only thing that can help them survive in this World Championship for now. If they don't get it, it's gonna be problematic for them. But the Unite being committed on that one of the players, it's gonna be Gyarados trying to get it away on that one Pokemon on Leafeon. He gets flushed away, but oh my god, that's Snowy coming out of nowhere, wants to dump that 50, but Umbreon still stops it out. 2 Pokemon out, Mewtwo Y, Leafeon being denied, and the Unite from side of Eldegoss trying to find out the value. Gengar has been taken down. Buzzwole coming into the picture, he will be also getting taken down as well. The Talon doing another job. Snowy on the mission. Mewtwo Y is back. Umbreon is waiting. The Snipe Shot still not making a proper connection, but the Talon Flame will be looking forward to just put the show. Will be putting on all the efforts to find the KOs, because SATL, they're aware that they don't need to melt down the Rayquaza. They can just go for a one sneaky score and they can win this game.
Yeah, but they are still there in the Legendary Pit, making sure that nobody else melts the Rayquaza. Maybe this is the time where they're going to take a charge, and yes, that's the case. Gyarados melts it away. Total control in the favor of SNUL Esports. This could be a 2-0. There is no retaliation coming through. 1 more minute still left. But look at this. 3 Pokemons already being melted away from the sides of Team Dynamis. They won't have any opportunity or any chance to get the shield broken or stop the sides of Team SNUL Esports. I think it's pretty much done and dusted, guys. We will for sure get to see a 2-0 with a massive score difference, because look at this, as soon as the Pokemon of Team Dynamis are coming out, they're just getting melted away.
Oh my god, this time Mega Mode Mewtwo Y. The change, that's evolvement for sure, but this time again Talon finds one alongside Inteleon. Buzzwole still trying to guard out as much as possible, but Badsha denies. This Inteleon is a pure menace to the society, and Team Dynamis, they are the victims right now in this particular match itself. It's a big havoc that they have created. SAQL, this is a performance that their fans wanted to see from their side, and finally they have done it. Inteleon finds another KO, and that's going to be a 2-0 to close the series and to put out Dynamis out of this tournament.
Initially it was 900, now they are breaking their own records and getting a 929 particular score in their favor. Look at Badsha, 20 KOs this time, 20 assists from Kurum, 20 goes for Rex as well. So many big ups for the sides of Team SATL Esports, not just breaking the records in terms of the AS energies being dumped, but also in terms of getting all those KOs. Badsha went all in. And I think one of the biggest reasons why Dynamis was on the back foot in this particular matchup was basically the level difference. You can clearly see, even for the final fight, Blizzard, a speedster, he is there on level 13. Okay, Noah is there on level 14, but from the other sides, majority of these individuals are already on level 15. It's just the supporters who are stuck at level 14. That clearly tells you how much of a damage they have done to their opponents and how much of a evolution they were eyeing for. So that was a good situation for SATL Esports, especially after dropping down from the upper bracket and coming in the lower bracket. They needed to open up in a big way, and they have done it.
Yeah, hands down performance from the side of SATL Esports. This time, the contention was there. I felt like, okay, slowly and gradually, Team Dynamis, they're trying to fight it out. They were struggling so much, but at the end, it was all about SATL Esports prevailing on the top and playing a better game, playing a better Pokemon UNITE. Everything just went under the pieces. Snowy at first, he was facing some consequences against it. Was Gengar who was going up on a head-to-head battle with him. Where Noah was prevailing in the early game, he was having a better control, but as soon as Snowy evolved to the Talonflame, everything went downhill for the side of Dynamis and the entire team. Even Doc couldn't do as much as damage as he was supposed to. He was playing a future sight as well. So the kind of move, I wouldn't say the moveset was wrong, but the kind of impact that he was supposed to create was not there from the side of Team Dynamis. But right as of now, the results have been decided. We know what has happened so far. 2-0 is the scoreline. Dynamis, they end their run in the World Championship India Qualifiers, and they will have to wait for another year to play another World Championship qualifiers. But for now, SATL, with a brilliant performance, they will advance to the lower bracket, round 2, to face off against Autobots Esports. But with this form, if they continue, Autobots Esports, they have to be really aware of what is coming up next for them.
Oh, they must be watching with this amazing stream, and they could be eyeing for every single analysis that they can get out of Team SATL Esports, the play that they made. I think especially that Inteleon ban has to be there from the sides of Autobots Esports if they are eyeing for some upliftment against their opponents like SATL Esports. What a play, to be honest. But let's talk about how it all happened. For the initial 2 to 3 minutes, we got to see both the teams retaliations. Both the teams were fighting back against each other. There was some confrontation in the bottom lanes as well. Multiple KOs were coming through, but Badsha, to be honest, was in tandem from the very onset of this game. From the very onset of second game, he was just fluent with the KOs. He was just amazing with the damages that he was dishing out. But similar impact never really came through from Mewtwo.
Exactly. That's the point I was talking about and mentioning that Mewtwo was not that much visible. His presence was not that much seen in the entire Sky Ruins, though he was trying to make some couple of connections, but every time it was either Talon, it was either Inteleon taking him down. So the proper backline was evaded. Talonflame Snowy did the exact job what he was supposed to do, even in this final stretch. You do see Mewtwo Y was the first Pokemon to go down. After that, Leafeon, and then one after another, everyone got taken down, and there was no coming back. But that's how SATL played. They knew that Mewtwo Y can be a little bit problematic, and they took care of him really in a better way, in a nicer manner. But right now, we have the brackets right behind us, and you can see 2 teams from the lower bracket round 2 have advanced. Reckoning Esports will be facing True Rippers in the lower bracket round 2. Alongside, SATL Esports will be facing Autobots in the second matchup of lower bracket round 2 itself. So 2 matches are going to go run simultaneously, and after that, the winners will be directly advancing to the lower bracket semi-finals. It will be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around. But for your information, the lower bracket semi-finals and lower bracket round 2 match number 2, the SATL Esports vs Autobots Esports match, will be played offline. That means we will be broadcasting the Reckoning Esports vs True Rippers match, and then we will be hopping on to the upper bracket finals of Revenant X Spark versus Team QML. Then, after the results of lower bracket semi-finals, we will be directly jumping onto the lower bracket finals, and we'll see which team will be facing the loser of the upper bracket final team. So, I mean, there are a lot of matches that are yet to be conducted, but I'm really pumped up to see what are going to be the results for the next couple of matches.
Oh, we are all excited for the results to be coming through. To be honest, SATL Esports, they made a fun run out of what they did against Team Dynamis. I think what Team Dynamis did wrong, especially if you talk about the final stretch, was basically the Umbreon going back to defend the B goal zone on the top lane. I think at that point they could have decided to play along with each other in the mid lane where everything was happening, where unites were being committed, where every single guy from the sides of Team SATUL Esports was chiming in, trying to get some chaos. Being that Umbreon, the only defender for the team, could have actually given a lot of value and they could have denied a lot of chaos coming through. But again, similar things never really happened. And I think that one small decision kind of left the whole team Dynamis, especially in the final stretch, untamed, and they were just out of proportion.
Yeah, and I feel like Team Dynamis, they were doing a good job, and most likely they will be learning a lot of new stuff from this matchup itself, and they will be coming up prepared for the next upcoming tournaments, which will be there later down this year. But for now, we're going to go for a very short break. On the other side, we have the matches still waiting for us, so don't go anywhere. Stay on the stream. By Nekroz, it is going to be on the finger of retaliation, but at the end, very major factor in the entire. There's still some contention happening. We want to see Rex going in instead of 100. There comes the Unite. Nekroz fans still being spawned. Along with India Qualifier. Tries to steal the berries. You will get the privilege. The Sai being activated outside. And the Unite from Saravel Nekroz trying to find the value gamer as we taking down Cosmo coming into the picture. Involvement for sure, but this time I wanted to see from their side, and finally John and then the with the Unite swords are being used. Difficult to divide the guys with the bottom ball engaging with Alex, but Wasball will be polished this time. He doesn't go away from the Glaceon. Lucario trying to jump on none other than the Glaceon wants to find the KO. The side up is down, however, if the Glaceon gets put down, excellent speed being used with a smart and foul play. Hands on it and reckoning. Reclaim fight them is still protecting the goal zone as Trev tries to promote U2Y will be gone and still coming through. A midnight slash being used from the upshot with the vision of Umbreon. And now as they try to take the bottom edge on, it is going to be move. However, a counter to the midnight slash, an early commitment and a KO being found. So this objective should be secured. They should not get into so much low HP is coming from. Trev now pays attention to that as his teammates are a little too far away. But the time that Trev makes his to try to push away the believers, but that doesn't happen tonight. Absol as well and Gyarados, but the left coming through for BB believers when we see the numbers being low. Midnight slash being committed. There should not be any issue with that. But even that wants to dive in, wants to get a good out of it, but Gyarados comes up with the Unite, finds out the Nekroz, and Sashik comes up with some countering kills as well. Absol as the leader wants to get away from the spawn. Snorlax right the backup, but after that, after getting sure, but this time wouldn't seem their side. And finally,
Well, as promised, after a quick short break, we are back at the India Qualifiers of Pokemon Unite World Championship Series. It's the lower bracket that we are talking about. Round 2, match 1 is going to happen on stream right now. And for that, we do have Lucifer on the list. So, Lucifer, what did you saw in the last match and what are you excited for in this one?
I think the last one was just a sweep coming through from SATL Esports. So, in terms of a fight coming through, I think this is going to be even more interesting with Reckoning versus True Rippers. We saw Reckoning almost pushing to the nth mile, while BB Believers almost took it back. But now with even True Rippers being pushed out from the upper bracket, this makes it even tougher. Imagine all the top teams, players, they're now pushed to the lower bracket, and only one team makes it out of the lower bracket to the grand finals, and it seems to be a tough journey for everybody who's on the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, I mean, all the teams who are there in the lower bracket, they are having their fun run. At the same point, they are at the very difficult spot because you do not have any more chances left. If you drop down, like what happened to Team Dynamis, what happened to Team BB Believers, you are out of the competition. So that in itself justifies how much of a competition, how much of an anticipation is right there. Yeah. Talking about the teams that are going to come up front is going to be True Rippers and Team Reckoning Esports. True Rippers, if I'm not wrong, were able to get a 2-0 up against Team SATL Esports on the upper bracket. But right now, they also have got a 2-0 up against their opponent on the upper bracket. That clearly justifies how the teams are evolving along the way and how much of a competition is there in the current India qualifiers.
Yeah, I think clearly we could see in the first game that Reckoning fought, and then the matchup that SATL fought right is now. Yes, in terms of that synergy, it worked out for SATL in Reckoning's favor. However, it was not that simple. They were almost about to lose the first game, that ended becoming a 1-1, and after that in the third game, it almost looked like there was a pullback coming in. But Reckoning, thankful to that Umbreon, the evolution of a 94 goal, they managed to just qualify with a 4. But let's jump into this matchup, whether Reckoning have a similar opportunity or is it going to be True Rippers, as we jump to the second round lower bracket matches, and that match 1 that we're going to be seeing, True Rippers versus Reckoning Esports, it's draft phase. The bans coming in from True Rippers, something that we have to wait and watch. But on the end of Reckoning, it seemed a lot of all-rounder bans that they did against BB Believers. Do they continue the same? We have to wait and watch. But it's going to be a Hoopa ban to start things off and an Absol to counter it.
So Supporter Speedster has already been banned. Talonflame has been the menace throughout the action in the first 2 matches, and that's exactly why I believe there's a ban coming through from the sides of True Rippers as the second ban is done from their side. Okay, yet another interesting ban, a Garchomp being banned from the sides of Team Reckoning Esports. So all-rounder, a Speedster from their side, and True Ripper had to offer a Supporter and a Speedster. Now that Noxie has got the opportunity, or should I say, True Rippers has got the opportunity to bring in the first one, they bring in the Zacian.
An all-rounder that we did even see from Reckoning's end to a point in the last game. Nightmare on the end, yes, we'll go for another all-rounder, but what does he pick up? On one end, Yogi immediately goes for a defender, and Nightmare brings in an Urshifu. This is going to be interesting. On one end, it's going to be a battle of the sword, and on the other end, is going to be a battle of the fist. And on the third and the second and the third pick coming through from True Rippers should be a healer. So we will see a support Pokemon, but it seems to be a double support, seeing that the Psyduck has not been banned, not been picked from Reckoning. It might be a double support play coming through, one on a healer, another on the defense line. So therefore, we might end up seeing a Speedster from True Rippers, or all-rounders with a ranged attacker in the mix. Nightmare, after his second pick, the third and the fourth goes to Kyo and Rakuzin. There should be a Speedster that they should bring up Raider.
I'm looking forward to it, but they instead are trying to bring in a Supporter, which is again equally important. I'm looking forward to it if it's going to be a Cliffable. Yes, it is. And there's the Speedster that you were asking for. Kyo usually loves to play, if I'm not wrong, the Talonflame. We have seen him doing wonderful stuff, but this time he had an opportunity to bring in a different one, as Talonflame is already banned. So there's the another Speedster coming through. A ranged attacker probably, a Gardevoir, not being utilized that much. What do you think, Lucifer? Is it possible that they bring it in?
We did see in yesterday's matches as a glimpse, Raider.
Yeah.
And you just presumed it's already there with the new item coming through. It's all about the chaos that they need to find. On the other end, B is thinking about a ranged attacker and Intellion after what just Bacha did, and I'm pretty sure everybody will start inclining towards that. In the Asia circuit, we did see a lot of Mewtwo. Why? But it seems like Beast wants to go to a Venusaur. Maybe. We will wait and watch if it's going to be a Venusaur or a Petal Dance, but with that, it is going to be a draft pick, completely ready. there is a speedster for Reckoning Esports, so their jumps and pokes might be quite often and evident, and we've today itself from Reckoning's end we've seen how wonderful Nightmare, as you can see in the preparation phase, instantly switched. He was the one doing the damage. The Comfy did not come through. They went for a Wigglytuff rather than that. The Comfy was still available. They did do that in the game one of our matchup one in the first round today in the lower brackets, but this Zeraora without a Comfy but having a Venusaur in the mix is going to be interesting to see. There is still going to be a wild charge, but with that we have a drafts, we have a prep ready. It is time for the game, Raider, and this is going to be for again qualification towards the next stage in the lower brackets.
I mean, to be honest, for me personally, if you ask me, I always enjoy the lower bracket run because there the patience is going to be tested. There the challenge is going to be even more higher because the stakes are higher. It's all about the survival that you have. On the upper bracket, there's always the question that you can drop down to the lower bracket, get a reset in the grand finals and beat your opponent. But again, it's going to be challenging for even the upper bracket teams. But now, as the final preparations are done and we are eyeing to see what happens next, let's wait and watch and see how this first game in match number 3 goes down. Is it True Rippers? Is it Reckoning who takes the role? Let's see.
Starting things off, it should be the Kukfu. On the other end, it's going to be the Dratini. Two all-rounders in the central area. The top path by a Speedster and a support, but the support is instantly running. The Jigglypuff Rakuzen as an invade towards the opponent's central area, and it seems like Bilzy might have the similar intention, but for now they're also inclining towards scoring. Umbreon should be able to get the early 4, but is also fighting for the the Bunnelby, and loses the battle. Decides rather better goal for it. Gets the first tag done. On the other end, the Jigglypuff is still annoying. X-Speed being activated from Yogi. Will catch the Citrus Berry and make a run for the base.
Oh, that's a good one. He barely survives, but he did. Now that the bottom lane confrontation is going on the top lane, you can clearly see there's a good amount of hold coming in from the sides of True Rippers. Initial 4 being already dumped from the sides of Reckoning Esports. They wanted a head start. Well, they've got it. But the question is how far they're going to go with this.
Rakuzen stole the Excavalier buff. And as you could see, a little late evolution coming in on the Dragonair. And now they're all clumping up towards the top path, thinking the Wigglytuff is bottom. The Wigglytuff has made a quick run on the top. Altaria and Swablu, majority with the Leaf Blade being used by Beast, quickly evolves to the Ivysaur. Rakuzen pushes a stop between the fight between Dragonair, Zacian and Blissey. Now they're all still trying to regroup towards a fight. Wigglytuff again trying to initiate with the rollout. Big damage coming through on 2 of the players as Dragonair backs off. But now they're inching their eye on. Rakuzen should be a KO. They're successful. A little late on Nightmare's end. And that should be an opening to score for True Rippers. They're jumping in, but the Urshifu is here. Will chase and push forward for Genius. Tries to make a run of it, but it is going to be a wicked blow hit. And then the third chop with the help of a Zeraora and a KO being found. Kyo make sure that even though they try to goal, they will be put to rest.
I mean, to be honest, Reckoning Esports has to make sure that Zacian do not evolve as fast as possible, and eventually if that's the case, it can be a big problem, especially on the bottom lane and also in those steal moments where a lot of unites are going to be committed. It's going to be a challenge. Wigglytuff trying to move forward, but won't go far as there's a KO coming through. Not just that, Yogi also trying to evade at this point as the Urshifu is done and dusted. There's the Psyduck and the Dragonair constantly moving in on the bottom lane. There is the Gardevoir, and now we have the Psyduck as well guarding the tier A goal zone in the bottom lane. So patience has to be tested at this point. All the Pokemons are back on charts. Urshifu, he is moving towards the top lane where Zorak is already fighting. So let's see how they can deliver.
Fighting for the Altaria Swablu again at the bottom. A 3v3 Hyper Beam Dragonite, a fully evolved big hit on the Umbreon. Dragon dances back. 10 seconds on the clock for the objectives, both top and bottom. Urshifu did manage to get a blow back, but we've quickly hit a pause. Pause on the checks of both the ends. Might be a little bit of a tech issue. I'm not too sure on which end, but so far it's been an even Stevens battle, even in terms of the goals. Raider, as you can see, it's just 10-9, which tells you that there's just 1 goal difference, which should give an idea about what could happen down the line. True Rippers also have not given a lot of space for the side of Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports also have not kind of had a lot of issues in terms of giving it back or now fighting against the sides of True Rippers. But we have a confirmation. A little bit of a technical hitch for Reckoning Esports, and that's the reason we have gotten this pause. We should be resuming back into action without much of a further delay. But that's the input that we've gotten for now in terms of the technical hitch that's been done. But I want to ask you, Raider, in the time that we resume the game back again, do you feel that True Rippers have gotten some kind of control, the Zacian being there, as you initially even pointed out, right? Not letting the Zacian get a lot of levels up. They did try to deny as much as possible, but right as now it looks like with the Dragonite being evolved, Zacian is having a little more opportunity to kind of push forward, find Eos Energy and Wild Pokemon.
I mean, that's definitely one of the big challenges that Reckoning Esports have to keep in their mind, that Zacian is here. They have the Dragonite, which is already evolving along the way. So the top lane confrontation is going to be challenging. And not just that, even if you talk about the heavy blows that are going to come through along the way in the later half of the action, at that point, again, Zacian and these Dragonite are going to be massively challenging. So for that reason, again, I feel that it may actually go down in the favor of True Rippers. But Reckoning Esports, they're also eyeing for their own evolutions. They're also making sure that they also evolve along the way and get those evolutions done and dusted. So I do believe there is a good chance Reckoning might fight back. But honestly, answering your question in a single word, I do believe that True Rippers is there.
But now it's going to be Reckoning on the bottom path. They're going to be ready to take the objective as Dragonite secures the top. Psyduck was trying to stop them, but too many forces, decides to just back off. On the other end, the top path destroyed with a small overdunk. It's not a big one to be worried about, but a big bottom path push. They've caught Psyduck with a mean look. Bilisi tries to make a quick jump, but as it tries to drop the bomb, it doesn't work, doesn't stun the player required. Mean look on the Dragonite, that's an opening they need. Umbreon is down. It is going to be countered really soon because of the help of Gardevoir, and it works out. They find 3 of them put to rest. It should be the 4th on Rakuten. Blastoise immediately backs off, and that is going to be a push and a stop being stalled from the side of True Rippers, and they on their own are going to make a bottom path fight and a push as they destroy the top path. However, they'll not get close to destroying this goal zone. They, however, push and surpass to extra 47 from the 100 they'd initially dunked.
Brilliant retaliation coming in from the sides of Team True Rippers. And now they are eyeing for the top lane as Urshifu was trying to be cheeky and eventually get some good Eos Energies and Dusted or Tyrian Swablues under the favor of Reckoning Esports. But then again, the only problem that I see at this point from Reckoning Esports' side is the heavy hitters. They do not really have those many heavy hitters at this point. Yes, Zeraora is going to be there, Urshifu is there, and from the other corner, even Venusaur, the Solar Beams are going to be absolutely amazing, but the level difference is pretty much evident at this point, where Dragonite is already at level 11 and is giving a lot of massive hits.
Yeah, I think in terms of AoE and range is there, but AoE is a tad bit missing. Look at this again, big range on that Solar Beam coming through on the Venusaur. Mean look to trap out none other than Psyduck, but it's Psyduck, it's a support, it's going to be a tank. Sai being committed to force the players off. Sludge Bomb again using, and Yogi, however, gets hit with big Psy Shock and Psychic, forced off the angle.
Bottom lane objectives. On the top lane, there's Zira J-Leaky. True Rippers trying to melt it away so that they can get their 6 LI, and they will be able to do it again in their favor. That's a brilliant approach coming through, and Zeraora is there on the top lane. Alternative Swablues in the midway. Always a fun opportunity to get some more Eos Energies in their favor. But there's the Urshifu and the Venusaur combination working their way in the bottom lane to get those advantages, the buffs in their favor. But is it enough? That's a big question right now. There are some chaos that I'm eyeing for. There's a good possibility. Unite being committed. Dragonite right there fighting. But still, the opportunity to dump some good Eos Energies or get the job done is missing. Zacian will be getting KO'd for sure. There's a KO streak coming in from Zora.
Couldn't do much after the Dragonite going down. The hit could be very tough. They were about to hit on Gardevoir, so Gardevoir had to change paths. Successfully destroy the goal zone with the help of the Dragonite as it respawns. On the other end, the Venusaur does not stop. They want to push to the goal zone A on top, and they're successfully doing so. Zacian got KO'd, will reset and make their way back. Zeraora trying to go in for a big hit. Gets Bliss assistance, and Zacian should be surviving. Blissey, however, not looking that great. Urshifu tried the best to drain the health, but the Bliss assistance protected, healed, and it makes sure the players from Reckoning are forced to back off. A difference of 79 goals is where Reckoning sits at. They're still trying to get some control, but the True Rippers' damage output is too much for Reckoning to right now find their own opening. They'll slow things down for now. However, Sadao doesn't seem like he wants to slow things down. The Dragon Dance, the alternate swap blue from the opponent, the Blissey taking it away. But this is going to be an opening and a little bit of an experience given away as Blissey tries to score. Again, that is for the stacking. But again, an opportunity here as we speak in the bottom and the top for the objectives as we have 50 seconds on the clock for the final stretch.
No, always excited for the final stretch, but before that, Reggie Leaky, I think that is one thing that is in the mind of True Rippers, and they're eyeing to just melt it away, get that 6L live, make it as a distraction, and eventually that distraction could be helping them a lot. So yeah, there you go, the Reggie Leaky is here. Dragonite melts it away in the top lane. Zeraora and the Wigglytuff will be trying to defend it away. It's just a Zeraora right now. Every other Pokemon is already converging towards the bottom lane and eventually the mid lane. Look at this, Carnivore is still out of the harm's way. As a range attacker, obviously he will be the last one to attack, but eventually one of the most lethal. So let's see how Curse is going to play along the way.
Singularity worked previously phenomenal, but this time it could be a tad bit tough. Sludge Bomb good, Mean Look also trapping. But as you can see, the Psyshock and Psychic pushing the players off. Psychic again hit really well, dragging the Urshifu into the battle. Urshifu jumps directly into the Rayquaza. And on the other end with the Metal Claw jumps in is Zacian. Sovereign Sword ready. Singularity being used. Psyduck is the first one to find on Wigglytuff, and it's going to be a secure as well as Psyduck finds True Rippers immediately cleaning things up. It is only going to be the Venusaur, Beamusaur trying to survive as the full team gets swept off, and it is going to be a KO on the Beamusaur as a full team wipe coming through. And that is going to be True Rippers with game 1 of this lower bracket matchup, and they will push forward as they take the advantage away from Reckoning Esports. What a balance and semble fight coming in from their end.
As I said from the very onset of this action, that looking at Dragonite and Zacian, heavy hits are always going to be there. But in order to deny that, they do not have the exact Pokemons that they needed. I believe Team Reckoning Esports is definitely having a lot of problems. And not just that, even in the level advantage area, if you see, there is a very good upper hand that True Rippers have got. Multiple smash, multiple hits are coming through. And I think we already know that what is going to happen at the end of this action. There's a very big chance that Team True Rippers might actually secure north of 900 points as they're constantly attacking and constantly melting away the Pokemons as soon as they come out of the spawn.
Again, Singularity being used, Zacian troubling the players, finding on Wigglytuff. Trying to fight from afar is the Beamusaur, but his teammates one after another are getting KO'd. Finally, Zeraora finds something to put to rest. That's going to be a Zacian, followed up by none other than the Psyduck, who started things off. Now they're trying to chase, but there's only 20 seconds on the clock. Urshifu going down. Zeraora again with a Wild Charge trying to drag Sadao on that Dragonite. Doesn't work that much. Big damage with the Psychic and Psyshock. Eject on the beam, but it does not connect. Nightmare again jumping in. Good Wild Charge, but Psyshock again being used. Unite of Wild Plasma coming through, and Beamusaur is going to be denied as there's going to be Bliss Assistance protecting none other than the Fairy. But instantly they try to jump upon the Fairy. They do find a KO. That's a Wigglytuff on the rollout, but the time runs to 0, and that is True Rippers keeping Reckoning Esports in check, not letting them an opportunity to run towards the paths of True Rippers' goal zone, and that is going to be True Rippers with game 1 of this matchup.
Well, the first one is under their siege, but maybe there's a good chance Reckoning Esports could come back into the next one. But for now, let's look at the stats, and as we can see, True Rippers, they were going all in, but specifically in terms of objectives. They were attaining a lot of objective control, especially if I'm not wrong, both the Reggie Elikis that were there throughout the matchup. It was True Rippers who were taking the control of it. On the bottom lane, yes, there was a good amount of retaliation coming in from the sides of Reckoning Esports as well, but nothing really worked out for them, especially when it comes to dumping those Eos energies, getting the cool control. And I was so surprised about their approach that as soon as the Rayquaza came through, all of the lads from Reckoning Esports, specifically if you talk about Urshifu, he went into the Legendary Pit, started attacking, started trying to melt down the Rayquaza so that they can have the advantage. But remember guys, the heavy hits that came through from the sides of True Rippers were the one who were able to melt it away, and at the end it was Swifty, the Psyduck, who stole the thunder.
Yeah, I think Urshifu KO in the early game did do good damage. Found KO, found an opportunity to push the path, but I think once Cursed and Sadao were fully evolved, it was very tough to trap them or to kind of catch them off guard, especially Cursed. He had a really good synergy with his teammates. Sadao leading from the front in charge, Genius on the Zacian as well. The sword hit pretty damn well. It did do enough damage and also tanked up, as you could see, 51,000. Noxie as well did not have to act as a damage dealer, but has to act as a distraction and a really good healer for True Rippers, as you can see, 91,000 coming in compared to Yogi's 46. That tells you a big difference in terms of the roles of what True Rippers were clearly inclined on, which worked out in their favor. But I think the start of the Legendary Pit and the Rayquaza fight itself kind of got fumbled from the side of Reckoning. I think Kyo's intentions were not attacking the Rayquaza, rather was trying to move in the direction and exit out of from the top on the barrier which was there. However, instantly he spots Genius on Zacian. He decides to stay in, try to battle it out, go for a last hit, but there was just too much AoE damage coming in from True Rippers at the Legendary pitch, which could not have been stopped from the side of Reckoning Esports. And therefore, for now, at least in game 1, it is going to be a loss that Reckoning takes in this matchup, but there is still a comeback. And this is how Reckoning kind of inclined initially. Their matchup did not start off great. However, here it was almost a little bit of an even Stevens battle raider. But for now, they have to be okay with it. Bottom objectives all going in favor of Reckoning Esports, top in favor of True Rippers. They just decided on the objectives that you take one, I'll take one. But after the 8-minute mark is when things completely changed.
Precisely after the 8-minute mark, as soon as we got to see the Rayquaza coming through, Urshifu jumped in, and all the other Pokemon from the sides of Team Reckoning Esports, they just went all in to melt it away. We'll talk about that, but how it all started is basically this. In the top lane, we got to see Dragonair constantly trying to conflict. Zacian was out there, and that's exactly where we knew that these heavy hits are going to be a big problem for the sides of Reckoning Esports. And to be honest, throughout the way, if you see, not a lot of attacks were being developed, not a lot of stacks were being developed from the sides of Reckoning Esports. Specifically, that Wigglytuff was also not that impactful, I believe.
Wigglytuff, I think nobody used it as a proper front line. Now we could see a lot of times Wigglytuff in the early game jump, and then everybody else started doing the damage, which worked. But I think in this mid-game and late game that we ended up seeing, Wigglytuff was jumping in first, and there was everybody else still a little far away from Wigglytuff itself. So Wigglytuff buying time on the rollout does not give them enough leeway for them to come back into the matchup itself, because by that time Wigglytuff's HP has been drained a lot. But for now, that was just game 1. Now there is a lot more to reset and get back into the game for Reckoning Esports. However, True Rippers clearly in their intentions of not being happy, of being pushed down to the lower bracket, because after them defeating SATL Esports, I thought that's going to be a good run and maybe almost a smooth run for True Rippers to directly jump into the grand finals. For them to have an upset like that from QML tells us that QML is also going to be a wraithful squad to be dealing with when we go towards the upper bracket matches. We will take a look at it in the upper bracket finals, and that's when we will get an idea about how the squad is, what their playing style is, what their draft is. But now we'll come back to this game where Reckoning, they have to figure out what better they could do, because I think in terms of the picks, it played out well. It was just the timing of things which they could maybe try to patch things up. In terms of the Pokemon choices, it was really good. I really like the Urshifu pick coming through. They do enough damage, but yes, again, the fights, and I think the Sovereign being connected from the Zacian at 3-4 times was all impactful.
Exactly. Whenever I think True Rippers decided to go in with the attack, they were trying to develop a stack particularly. It was working out for them. But on the other corner, as you rightly called it out, Wigglytuff was not being utilized as the frontline attacker. They were not pairing up the Pokemons in the right way. And eventually the timing of using those abilities was also on the off angle. So I do believe that Reckoning Esports made some mistakes, but these are those mistakes that can be rectified in the next one, so that we can see the final game of this match number 3 as well. I really am hoping that Reckoning Esports makes their way in the second matchup, so that we can see that conflict of interest and that retaliation coming through from both the sides in the final game. But then again, everything depends on the draft phase, how they are going to pick, what particular Pokemons they are going to pick. I think True Rippers from the very start in the draft pick phase, they went ham with their heavy hitters, and they paired it way too well. Because if you talk about the top lane, there was never a good chance coming in from the sides of Reckoning Esports where we felt that Reckoning is trying to pounce onto the opponent. They were always on the back foot, specifically if I talk about the top lane, and they were just trying to defend their own goal zones rather than attacking onto the other one. But still, if you talk about the objectives, specifically talking about the USNHGs, they were still pretty close to each other, 200 to 120. I do believe that 80 USNHGs was not that big of a difference, specifically if you talk about the final stretch. But at the end, that decision of pouncing onto the Rayquaza as soon as it comes in, melting away 50% of the HP, gave a very good chance for Team True Rippers to go with some heavy hits from the Dragonite and eventually the Zacian. And at the end, it was the Psyduck who stole the Thunder. So it was pretty much in their favor at that point.
It's just annoying. That Pokemon is a
Yeah.
headache for everybody that plays in that draft and the game as well. Let's jump into the second game draft, and as you could see, Noxy might be inclining to a ban as Reckoning Esports have decided to go for the first pick this time. Zacian is the first one they banned. They don't want to give True Rippers an opportunity. A support ban coming in from True Rippers on the Hoopa. That is what they start off with. I think Reckoning might have a Speedster in the mix to ban, or maybe even a Psyduck. We're waiting for it. It's going to be a Speedster that they actually ban, not going to be a support. So with Absol being banned, True Rippers will not be allowed to play a Speedster of maybe an Absol, which so far has given a lot of success rates. But the last decision is going to be on a Talon, as a ban is going to be again a Speedster. So looking at the pick that Noxy has already soft locked himself on, he'll be waiting in case it is not going to be a pick on the side of Reckoning. But Reckoning, I feel, will establish a front line with the first pick might be an evolution of Umbreon.
Yeah, I do believe that Umbreon has been the go-to Pokemon for a lot of teams, and eventually Reckoning has been one of them. Okay, they have the Urshifu once again coming from their own corner. The heavy hits are going to be there. True Rippers do get the opportunity of bringing in two of their own, as they are locking on probably a Psyduck, and I believe a Speedster along with that could be a very good complement for the initial picks. Okay, a Slowbro maybe? But guys, let's wait for the lock, and it is done. Umbreon and a Slowbro, the front line is ready.
They're kind of right now hoping that Reckoning still don't pick up a Psyduck. I'm not too sure. They've gone in for two heavy front lines, and I think a standard front line that we end up seeing on a bottom path and a top path. And with them finally seeing a double front line of defense coming through, Reckoning instantly go for a healing aura spectrum coming through from the cotton on Eldegoss, and on the other end, and headache that they needed, or the Pokemon that secured the final hit coming through is going to be the Psyduck. Yogi, he decides to go that as a choice. I'm not too sure if it is going to be paying enough dividend, because again, cursed back on the Gardevoir. It found enough value, tremendous in terms of the efforts. 89,000 damage dealt in the previous game will not stop this time as well. Again, with the new held item coming through is going to be Garchomp, and this time I hope Reckoning, even though they bring in all-rounder, they should hope that they bring and jump in for a ranged attacker. If they again go for a speed style, they might have a front line, but the back line would not have anything, and that's the reason they finally bring in a Sylveon to fight off the Garde. And with that, it should be an idea of another all-rounder, or maybe a Speedster if True Rippers want, but Sada, I think, prefers an all-rounder a lot more.
Cerulege definitely is going to complement the overall output, and there you go guys, Cerulege has been locked in. So a double all-rounder approach coming in from the sides of True Rippers, not just double all-rounder but double all-rounder, double defender approach coming in from the other corner. A double all-rounder, double supporter approach coming in from the sides of Team Reckoning Esports. Both of them have got their backline attackers, but at the same point, no Speedsters coming through is a bit of a surprise for me personally, but then again, it feels like that both the teams are bringing in their ace cards, because Reckoning knows that it's their only chance that they have got right now. If they lose this action, obviously they're out of the competition. True Rippers knows that if they lose this one, they will go to a similar drawing board where it will basically be a BO1, and that particular final game will be deciding that who is going to move forward. So a lot of doubts, a lot of speculations, a lot of variables are into the play, but we have to wait for the next 7 to 8 more seconds, and after that, everything will pan out.
For now, panning out is going to be the new items, as it moves only to Curse on the side of True Rippers. Reckoning, it is going to be the Sylveon as well as their Blaziken, who pick up the newer items coming through the Cell Bracer and the Lens coming through. We will see how this game pans out, because right as now True Rippers on the lead. True Rippers have game 1 in their bag. It is game 2 that we are going to be starting in this matchup 1 of lower bracket round 2. Is 8 Reckoning, who make their way back. Now they do have an opportunity. They did bring a Shushfu back again. I'm not too sure where that strikes, but they do have a ranged attacker of a Sylveon as we jump into game 2 with the action breaking out. It should be the Kukfu again going central area. On the other end, it is going to be Cerulege. However, they sent out the Sylveon in the intentions of evolving the ranged attacker early for this battle out in the bottom and the top part.
I'm waiting to see how these evolutions are going to work. What is the impact at the end? Because this is a very important match for the sides of Reckoning Esports. They're here to redeem themselves. They're here to be back into the picture. The way they stole their thunder against PP Believers with just 4 years energy, similar things have to happen right here. But as we can see, both the top lane and bottom lane confrontations are happening, and meanwhile in the mid lane, there's already a farming going on.
6-0 early goals coming in from Reckoning. That, yes, they've done it. In terms of, looks like Eos energy is also something that they're able to grab away from the players of True Rippers. A lot more. but still waiting on the 850. There is 10 seconds on the clock for it. Sadao tried to go in, jump in for a steal. He's already level 5 out of the gate of the central area, waiting to check if the tall grasses are going to be invaded by somebody. But Beast is taking a road on the other direction. The call's been given that somebody might be close in the tall grasses. Keep your eye out. 850. They tried to take away as much as Aeos energy as possible, but again it's going to be Sadao who tries to drive that with the help of the bite. As of now, is the Gibil, has to evolve, needs level 5. There is going to be a kick, and with that is going to be dragging the Baltoy. On the bottom, it is going to be the evolved Shifu that we are seeing as of now, and back again to get an evolution is even the Umbreon. Blue buff taken away, but the experience shared as the progress goes forward.
I think for now, Reckoning Esports definitely have taken a head start, specifically talking about the levels and the amount of Aeos energies that they're dumping. But again, very, very close to Rippers. They're still standing tall at this moment. Top lane, look at that. They are waiting for the objective to come through. As we hit the 8-minute marker, specifically the alt areas are going to come through. So that is one of the best opportunity to bring in those Aeos energies. And both the teams, to be honest, kind of shared it. But maximum majority of those Aeos energies are going in favor of Reckoning Esports, and they're getting multiple KOs. 2 KOs already coming through. Serlage is done, and so is the Gabite.
Just now evolved, but they deny all control of it. Sylveon alone has been left to hold the bottom path control. 15 meanwhile finds an opening to score. He does start scoring. He gets an opportunity to stack up a little bit, but I don't think he has an opportunity to survive. Overhit, big hit coming through, instant jump coming in from the rapid striker Shifu. Slow bro with the serve, trying his best to survive, but I don't think the Shifu is going to let him go. And that's going to be KO again. He found a 2 KO streak, pushed the players back, now trying to find a lot more. 2 players on the bottom, Serlage and Umbreon tried to make their best, but from the tall grasses with the serve, diving down is going to be the play. But big damage on the counter as Gardevoir is here. And Gardevoir forces Psyduck as well as Sylveon, with the Mystical Fire hitting big time. Wish being used from Noxie, regains health with the surf coming through, helps to survive. Psychic being used from Psyduck to drag the player, but it is already at the 7-minute mark. 7 minutes of the game left. Objectives have finally spawned, and looks like the bottom objective is going to be in favor of none other than Reckoning, whereas the players from True Rippers are being forced to back off. Mean look to stop. Not a great unite coming in from the Shifu, but they still managed to secure. Slowbro serve is through, but it is not going to be enough to find a secure on the top as well, alone from the Blaziken, as the Gabite was fully not evolved and did not decide to indulge in a battle. Still going in for a score and a stack, trying to drag Nightmare out successfully. Almost did, but not the damage. It's going to be a level difference, and the level difference pushes forward as he gets to level 10 compared to the level 8 on the Gabite.
Meanwhile, the 6LI is trying to make an opening on top lane, but look at this Blaziken. He's going all in at this point. The damage that he is relishing is absolutely on par, and look at the unites being committed out here onto the top lane. It's going to be a big challenge, but I do believe that at this point, True Rippers will be eyeing to make a comeback. And look at that, Serlage finds one, Eldegoss is down, the support is out. Instantaneously, we have Umbreon also getting KO'd, but there's a Gardevoir getting the Blaziken out of the box. So the top lane stack that they were trying to build is currently in shambles. 108 to 65, still close, but not that close at this point. I would like to say the Sylveon Beast, he has been a menace in the bottom lane, and he has to be the same case till the end of this action so that they can secure the final game.
Psyduck again helping Sylveon on the bottom, as Shifu and Blaziken, after their big jump towards the flux zone, made things haywire, and now in terms of the level difference, it's not too much. There is still an opportunity. Previously, at least, there was a difference of 2 or maybe even 3. Noxie close to level 9. Psychic being used, dragging the Cerulege. Noxie protects. It is going to be a bottom path brawl as Cerulege moves into the tall grasses. Overhit being cooked. Big hit coming through. He has to run away. Uses the Phantom. Tries to run. But it's going to be a good Psychic. Singularity being forced. Psyduck getting trapped on top of it. Surf being used. Psyshock not enough to find a KO on Yogi. And he backs off. That is such a good defense being put upon from Reckoning and trapping the players of True Rippers. It could have been a KO. Again trying to drag the Slowbro, but he just backs off in time. Garchomp in the meantime hiding in the tall grasses. His position's not given away. Yogi now goes in for a check. Registeel being secured is the fight they're trying to do. Dragon Rush, and then the Livid Outrage coming through. They want to get the Blaziken out, but Blaziken secures with none other than the Overheat. And with that overheat, it is going to be an overheating Garchomp as well, finding 2, trying to go for another as the slow beam gets activated on Sylveon. somehow trying to survive with the draining kiss as well as the slow beam being used. Sylveon still fighting in the amongst of all this outrage from True Rippers, and True Rippers only managed to score a goal that is enough to get closer to the difference of where Reckoning is, but the lead is still Reckoning's.
The difference of currently 12 points, Reckoning Esports is still on the leading charts, and right now on the bottom lane there's a good amount of confrontation coming through, and look at this, the difference that was there is now getting enlarged as another set of 23 was dumped, multiple KOs still coming through, and that's the top lane which is pretty much opened up right now. The tier 1 goal zone on the top lane, the A goal zone has been destroyed, and the Regili key is coming through, 6 allies being melted away. This is a good opportunity for the sides of True Rippers. This is how they can change the tides, because honestly in terms of bottom lane there is a good amount of confrontation that they were trying to deal with, but it was never really working out because of the fact that Urshifu was right there. Psyduck, the Psyshocks were definitely a pain.
180 to 185. Right now True Rippers have taken a lead of 5 for the time being, trying to jump on the bottom path. Nice mean look trapping as of now, and the Sylveon has to just run away. Yogi trying to buy time, but in the meantime an overdunk of 41, and finally True Rippers take up a lead to 246, a big difference as they push even the Regiliki to goal zone B. They do not however tread their limits to go in for a goal. They rather decided to keep themselves disciplined, as they know there's just around 30 seconds left, and they also have another bottom objective spawning Raider. So as much as they're disciplined, they can be on a level advantage now compared to the previous level advantage that Reckoning had, because as you can see they're just at a maximum level 12, but there are 2 Pokemon of True Ripper who are at level 13, and both of them are all the all-rounders, and the front line is looking too good as the defense is still blocking the players at the central area. They secure the Regis on the bottom quick within less than 8 seconds, and now they're jumping in towards the fight. Psyduck trapped again on the mean look, makes it out in time. Psyshock and Psychic, big damage, but it is the final stretch as the clock runs to 0 on the seconds. It's the final 2 minutes.
My question is, are they going to pounce instantaneously on the Rayquaza? Well, for now it does not feel like that. Eldegoss is trying to support the Psyduck. Meanwhile, there's the Psyshock that is going to be utilized very soon. But I do believe that it's going to be a big challenge for the sides of Team Reckoning Esports to steal this one. Look at this. True Rippers going all in, trying to get the Rayquaza control in their favor, and they did. They did get it under their favor. Garchomp manages to KO the Eldegoss, and Gardevoir gets the Psyduck. This is an open opportunity and a clear 2-0 coming through from the sides of True Rippers. They will not give them any opportunities, and for Reckoning Esports, it's a miss in it.
Going in for scores, but it is a shield that they have, still trying to stop them. The difference is not too big that True Rippers have run away, but they're finding the KO. Sylveon is being forced off the angle. Mystical Fire will not be used to do damage, rather to just run away. But the Phantom Force instant dive, Bitter Blade making Beast run away. Bare HP on Beast on the Sylveon. Managed to make his way back. 50 on the Eos Energy. They have, I think, one shield, but Sadao, he doesn't have any. Quickly runs away again. The Shifu trying to chase, but unsuccessful on the attempt. The difference right is now only around 70 is where we see. So there is still an opportunity here that maybe there is a jump, and they are going in for it. All 4 of them. Garchomp on the other end, all the way from the top path, pushing to the goal zone B. Should be able to score more. Yes, that is a 60. But it is a bottom path fight. A 16 being scored, 35 on Beast. It is not going to be enough. They need a lot more Eos energy. Blaziken's the first down. There's still the fight that Kyo's trying to put up. And now the healers out. Swept off. Livid Outrage coming through. Urshifu is put to rest, and all they could do is try their best, as this is going to be a full team vibe coming through. Clock's going to run out, and True Rippers are going to close the deal, push Reckoning out, and also eliminate them.
98 points of a difference. That's what True Rippers is going to gain at the end against Reckoning Esports. This one definitely was a very chaotic match coming in from the sides of Reckoning. They were looking way too good, but at the end, the result has been declared. It's 490 in favor of True Rippers. On the other corner, Reckoning Esports only were able to claim 392, despite of the fact that True Rippers had the Eos energies in their favor, and along with that, Rayquaza was also mentored from their side. Again, it was a big challenge for them to reach out to the goal zones. That's exactly where a lot of shields were broken, a lot of KOs were coming in, but still True Rippers had their metal in their favor. Garchomp, that sneaky 60 that came through, also kind of broke all the hopes of maybe securing some good Eos energies, and at the end, getting the game in their name.
Yeah, I think if Garchomp did not go in for a score of that 60, It could have been even more tougher for the side of Reckoning, but they would have still had an opening to kind of fend off the players of True Rippers, at least knowing where Garchomp is, where Sadao on that several edges. But by the time Reckoning made a move, they could not see the Garchomp. And once they saw Garchomp was scoring, they decided to go for a counter instantly. They did manage to score and squeeze a 16 and even a single-digit score in between. But yeah, that was not enough. They did not have as much as AOS energy that was needed. I saw somebody, only one of them, who were sitting at 35 plus or something. So if they managed to score, the total goal coming in from the side of Reckoning could have been something ahead of 70, which could have been enough if that 60 wouldn't have been dunked from True Rippers' end. But yeah, I think True Rippers played really smart, and as soon as Genius reset, he made his way back to the goal zone B on the bottom. Livid Outrage coming in from his end, and instantly everybody got swept off. There was nothing much to hold off, especially after Rakuzen was cleared. And from there on, it was just True Rippers having full control of the game. But for now, that is, yes, True Rippers trying to get back to the top path that they were in the upper bracket. They want to get back into the grand finals, and their only approach is going to be going through the entire turmoil of the lower bracket until the grand finals that they have to be in.
It's going to be a big challenge, no doubt on that, but for now, True Rippers made it possible. Look at the confrontation, look at the graph. It clearly tells us that both Reckoning and True Rippers had their on and off switches in this particular matchup. Every now and then, whenever Reckoning was trying to step up, True Rippers were right there catching up onto them until the Rayquaza came through, because that's exactly where they timed their attack in a very good way. They were able to check out that every single guy is at least 2 to 3 seconds away from the mid path, from the legendary pit, and that's exactly where they started melting the Rayquaza. Everybody chimed onto it, but again, the heavy hits that were coming in from sides of True Rippers were able to get them the victory in their favor. But let's have a look at the replay as well regarding how it all started. You can clearly see that from the very onset of this action, Reckoning had both the control of chaos, the levels, and at the same point, I would like to add on the chaos energies and the levels as well.
Yeah, I think this time they did not incline on their front line being a defender or that side-up. They decided to just be it on the Urshifu as well as Blaziken, which worked out really good. But it was this fight, a little bit of a too much overextension. Until this was Reckoning who had a clear level advantage from the players of True Rippers. But once that happened, you could see Garchomp here not fearing anything. Jumped, found a 2 KO streak. Yes, got KO'd, but that was a team advantage, bottom path control. But here is where things completely fell short. They gave away a lot of control, and as always, a cluster of just Unite being dumped if you make an initiation of direct Rayquaza fight. And here it was again the AoE hit coming through that True Rippers had a lot more. On one end there was even the Singularity, on the other end it was even the Revenant end that came through. Both these Unites affected enough for True Rippers to just make their way in and Reckoning to be swept off. But with that, SATL Esports also had their lower bracket matchup, and it was against Autobot Esports, and that matchup also concludes in a 2-0, and it is going to be a revenge matchup very early on in the brackets. As you can see, True Rippers versus SATL Esports. Previously it was True Rippers to push SATL down, and now it is SATL Esports, I would say, as the contenders and challengers trying to avenge this revenge matchup.
Oh yeah, initially it was a 2-0. Right now this is a very big opportunity for the sides of SATL Esports specifically, so that they can be back into the picture. They can tell their fans and their opponents as well that what they are made of. On the other corner, True Rippers, after shutting down a team like Reckoning Esports, again they have also shown their true colors. So I'm looking forward to see what happens over there. But I do believe that the next matchup that we are going to see on the broadcast is going to be the upper bracket finale. Revenant X-Spark up against Team QML. Both of those teams have secured a 2-0 clean sheet run. Never have been defeated so far.
It is going to be interesting. I want to see Revenant X-Spark versus Team QML. Now, that is the upper bracket finals that we promised on the broadcast that you will be seeing. So, the next matchup that we're going to be going to go is going to be that. It's going to be an interesting one as we jump to it, because things can go to an helter-skelter. Along with that, there will be the lower semis also that will take place, and then the lower final. The most crucial one to see if True Rippers can make their way back to fight against Team QML. But before QML makes it to the grand final, finals, they would have to defeat none other than Revenant X Spark. Now we know what Revenant X Spark is coming out from, right? They made it to the Asia Champions League finals. They were there on day one. They wanted to make their way to day two, but unfortunate losses that they had, they were swept off. They missed their opportunity, but there is still again an opportunity to go to Anaheim, USA, and it is going to be decided today. It is not a qualifier day today in terms of making it towards the next stage of the India Qualifier. It is the qualification for USA itself, cutting your ticket and making your visas done right here, right now, today. And if Revenant X Park have another opportunity, and Crowley and his lads are the ones who have had most of the international representations coming through, Raider here. But the next matchup, as we promised, it is our upper bracket final.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch how QML and Revenant X Park perform against each other, because again, as you rightly called it out, it's a very big opportunity. We are talking about the qualifications, and this is the India qualifiers, and sitting on the top of that is going to give you a chance to go to Anaheim. But again, it's going to be complex, it's going to be challenging, because both of these teams so far have secured 2-0s against their opponents, and they have fought against some big names. So I'm looking forward to see what QML has to offer, because we know Revenant X Park, they are here to redeem themselves. They are here to once again go back to the international stage, be there and become the world championship. Hopefully, we all pray for that. But QML, again, they're also here to maybe get their own chance.
It might be. We will have to introduce the QML roster that you'll be seeing very soon in the draft phase, and it's going to be interesting. I think that's when the eyes will be wide open, that everybody's going, oh, okay, this is the team of QML. On the other end, Revenant X Spark, I hope there is no change on their roster that we saw in the recent action last weekend. But hey, we will get to know very soon. It's going to be an interesting face-off, because this is the upper bracket final, as we said. And this upper bracket final means one of these two teams enter into the grand finals right here. This is their gate. This is their opportunity to be one step closer, to be an Indian team, to be at USA. Now, whether it's going to be QML, whether it's going to be Revenant X Spark, something that we're going to wait and watch out. But for now, in terms of at least in the recent victories, or in terms of how much action we've seen in terms of experience, yes, Crowley has an upper hand in this matchup at least. But hey, it was not always the experience comes through. Now, when we spoke about the True Rippers versus SATL matchup, right? That's a long-standing 2-year roster that we've seen. But in their first matchup against True Rippers, they got pushed off to the lower bracket. That tells you that yes, experience matters. But when it comes into the Pokémon UNITE, the final stretch, things are always chaotic. It's about who has a calm mind, who protects as well as kind of slows down the game over there. It's literally almost like you become a Shedinja doll, take a breath, and then again jump back into the fight. We've seen, yes, lesser items of Shedinja being used, but nonetheless, it's time. We have a confirmation. The players are ready, Raider. It's time for the upper bracket final. The draft is going to be up on our screens, the bands, and then the meta drafts coming through to decide what their picks are.
So this is the very first matchup that we're going to see of the upper bracket on the broadcast. I'm very excited to see what they have to offer. Both of the giants are going to be up against each other. We have emphasized enough times that they have secured 2-0s up against their opponents. Is it going to be the case for any particular team? It could be QML, it could be Revenant X Park who is going to win this one. But I'm looking forward to it. But I do believe that when we are talking about upper brackets at this point, I think there is a good chance that we will get to see a Clash of Titans type of scenario. And we are going to see a 2-1 scoreline, not a 2-0.
It is going to be a tough one. Yes, I agree with you. I think a clean sweep of 2-0 is a tough ask between the Giants when it comes into the fights of an upper bracket final. Now, yes, they kind of went through various teams, fought against them, got this victory, started off with Baby Believers. Revenant X Park won there, and after that, from there on, Revenant X Park made their way into Autobots Esports. That also is going to be a 2-0 in their favor. When you come towards QML's end, QML, their first matchup was against Team Dynamis, the squad of Nova that we did witness. They tried their best, but Nova's team did get eliminated against SATL Esports in their matchup in the lower bracket first round that we ended up seeing, which was the match 2. Then they fought off with True Rippers, right now currently sitting in the lower semis, who want another opportunity to fight with QML. Now, whether they will be in the grand finals or there is another opportunity here, Raider, that QML might be pushed off towards the lower bracket final. That's when True Rippers might have another opportunity to fight them off very early and then go to a new opponent in the grand finals. However, for SATL Esports, it is only one opponent that they have in front of them. That is True Rippers. Once they fend them off, if they find an opportunity, they will try to run all their way into the grand finals. And Revenant X Park on the other end, none of these opponents are something that they're looking forward to having a revenge matchup or something. They're trying to maintain a clean sheet, a clean run, and then run directly into the grand finals, make their way into the flights of Anaheim, USA. That's the run so far.
Yeah, the brackets do look quite amazing at this point. I'm looking forward to see what happens next, because if we talk about the lower bracket semifinals, as you rightly pointed out, it's a type of matchup, and at the same point, it's very, very amazing, very, very intriguing, because SATL Esports in the lower bracket against Team Dynamis was fluent, was amazing. I mean, if I'm not wrong, the difference was of more than 700 points. 900 in the first one, I believe, SATL secured, and the second matchup, they had somewhere around 929 points in their favor. So that clearly tells us that Badsha and his teammates are absolutely on par when it comes to securing some good values. But True Rippers, on the other corner, they had their own struggles against Reckoning Esports. We got to see the second match specifically. The finishing one was very, very close. 98 points of a difference at the end. If you talk about the larger picture, it's not that big of a difference. And it could have been in the favor of Team Reckoning Esports, as they were able to snatch their victory against Team PP Believers with just 4 AOS energies. That means a dump of 2 AOS energies in the final stretch. That's all.
It is a tough ask. It is a little bit of a trouble when you talk about teams trying to do their best. But there is also another pressure, right? When we come into an upper bracket final, when we come into especially a lower bracket matchup, an upper bracket at least, there is an opportunity that if you win, you directly jump into the grand finals, which right now QML and Revenant X Park have. We're just waiting for one of the players to join, and then we should be kicking things off to start off this upper bracket finals. On the lower bracket, however, it's even tougher, Raider. That is elimination right at your neck. You make a small mistake, that indent is going to be a big mark until the next year. Because right as now, when you talk about the Worlds, it is this year's 2025 Worlds. You're not fighting for 26, meaning you're looking forward to a lot longer in the circuit. But 25, you have to do it now, and after the Worlds is done, you have to wait another whole year to start things off for the Worlds, and there is not going to be an easy get through. So for now, it is a tough ask for all our Indian teams. It was almost an opportunity in the Asia Champions League, but it's a tough run. Now, we talk about the Asia Champions League as well. Japan is looking like a tough contender for the entire world. They've proved that in the World Championship Series in 24, with Fennel being the winners of that. Then we go into Asia Champions League here. We did have a team from LAIC as well, a champion team coming through, Luminosity Gaming, 2-time champion, had their 3 players, but it was still a Japanese team, Insomnia making it through. But there in that mix, there was another Asian team, that was Alter Ego. Now they also proved from the lot of all the Asian teams, they are also a really good team to kind of keep an eye out for. So I think it's going to be a tough Asian circuit when we talk about the World Championship Series for the entire finals that we are going to be seeing. It is going to be a lot more, I think, Asian teams dominating, and I hope, fingers crossed, a team from India also trying to dominate the circuit, making their way into the grand finals hopefully, which did happen in 2024 Raider. We all still remember, because that was the highest echelon of mark that we saw in the Indian circuit. That was True Gravity. Zishal was there in that team with Vulcan. This time, it is Zishal and Vulcan that we saw in Revenant X Park. We will jump into the matchup, and now we have an official confirmation. A player who had a little bit of a tussle in terms of joining has finally joined. We should be starting the game. We should be jumping back into the draft, and we will see what the bans are and what the choices are after a long wait for this upper bracket final. And it is bound to be, because this grants them an opportunity for the grand finals, Raider.
Oh yeah, I mean, the stakes are way too high, no doubt in that. But having said that, let's dive into the draft pick phase, what we have been waiting for so long. The upper bracket finals, the very first game. The bans that are going to come through is going to be a Defender's ban. Umbreon is going to get banned, and on the other corner, Crowley is eyeing for a ban on Psyduck. Pretty impressive. Hoopa, no lane changes, no hyperspace holes, nothing will be there. There's the another ban coming through. 2 supporters, 1 defender. I think a speedster ban of Alan Flame. Okay, interesting. Ruben.
It's gonna be support bans. This is Revenant X Park's play. They like to play all-rounders. We've seen that from Crowley. Time and time again, he might switch to even a ranged attacker. But a speedster is the pick coming in from QML. Now they have Kai. It is Psyduck. Duck. So the player we were just talking about from True Gravity, you can see here, Psyduck is going to be playing, and Daksh from God's Reign when we saw their roster a long time back. Zishol on the other end, his teammate Vulcan also going to be there. So it's going to be kind of a fight between ex-teammates and previous year runner-ups coming through for the 2024 Asia. So it's going to be interesting to see them. Goku and Comfy. Goku locking in a Trev and a Comfy coming through. On the other end is going to be Crowley, as we spoke about it. He's played that Gyarados quite often. This happened even in the Asia Champions League. I think it was from one of the players, Kyrios. That was from Luminosity Game. One player I just forgot, but he also kept spamming the Gyarados. There's a Mewtwo Y as well, and the picks coming through, the third and fourth, are going to be an Eldegoss and a Blastoise.
Intriguing picks coming through from the sides of Revenant X-Park. We all are excited for seeing what happens next, what kind of picks they are going to go with. QML on the other corner, just trying to surprise us at this moment. Daksh could actually go with the Leafeon. That speedster approach can really work out for them, but they have already a speedster in their favor. Absol has already been locked out. Okay, Daksh goes in for the second one for the team, and there's the Metagross as well. So a double speedster, defender, no attackers coming through. It's the all-rounder and the supporter that are going to be there from the sides of Team QML. Meanwhile, Revenant X-Park locks in the last one, and that's going to be the speedster, Zerora.
All picks done. We do see a speedster on both the ends, but it's going to be a double speedster play coming in from the side of QML. Psyduck has changed his play into an all-rounder. That's interesting to see from his end. And on the other end, Crowley, he is long-standing all-rounder. I think in these days that's been working out really good for him. He's been calling the shots as well as making the team work around the Gyarados of how it plays out. It's going to be a top path Gyarados that we're going to be seeing. I want to see how Psyduck plays out as of now. This is again the upper bracket finals. We are in the final preparation phase. While these two teams are thinking about what is going to be their action plan, it is for us to witness an upper bracket final to grant an entrance to one of these two teams into the grand finals. Now with a friend line established with a healer really good coming through in terms of a Comfy, but on the other end it is going to be a ranged attacker, it is going to be a all-rounder, it is a defense. All the category of Pokemon that we see in Unite have been picked from Revenant X-Park, and that could make even a mark really well. That's what we are looking forward to. This is going to be the upper bracket finals and teams are ready.
Oh, they are. We are also pretty excited, pretty ready to see what happens next and who is going to back the very first game of this upper bracket finals in their favor. But I'll take a leave for now. Nekroz will be here to enjoy the action and let you know what is happening.
Thank you, Raider. Thank you, Lucifer. But right now, I am so pumped up to see this matchup. Revenant X-Park again completing their domination. They were there in the ACL Grand Finals. Right now, they're again competing for the Grand Final spot in this India Qualifiers. Seems like a complete replay of what we saw in the Winter Open tournament. But right as of now, the stakes are much higher because there is only one team who can advance to the World Championships, and Revenant X-Park, they want to be that one team itself.
A little bit of a tussle on the bottom, and it's going to be Leafeon Daksh. Now Goku all alone trying to survive. Yes, the levels are almost equal, so shouldn't be much of a problem. But Tencent playing smart. He wants the Indeedee Eos energy. Tries to steal it, but it is going to be the Phantom securing it.
Once again, the early intention seems to be in the favor. Still not a single score being dunked by any of the teams. Not even QML, not even Revenant X-Park. Ulterior Swap Blues will be under the contention, while Tencent will be securing those. Goku, all helpless, couldn't get anything out of that position, but Zeraora will be in some real trouble. He will be isolated, and Absol will be the one to take care of him. That's a good KO coming up from the side of Team QML. They have had a really good run so far in this entire brackets. An unbeaten run to reach the upper bracket finals, and they are looking forward to kind of keep it like that to enter the grand finals. But to beat Revenant X-Park, it's definitely a tough job. You see all the players stacked up at the bottom. Everybody's looking forward to push the bottom A-tier goal zone, but now Revenant X-Park, they will be also prepared.
Mewtwo Y all alone is going to be tough against an Absol. They just push him off. Ruben jumps a little late into the fight, tries to drag them into the flux zone, but he's going to be the only one right now weeping and trying to make some control. But it's going to be a pause. Crowley was almost about to make a jump. and it becomes a pause for now. That's okay. All right, just before the hit and the final one, we do see an opportunity for the teams to kind of control themselves, because this early fight that broke through initially dwindled in the favor of the other end for QML, but now again back towards the side of Revenant Esports, and again back again for QML. So it's a little bit of a back and forth, especially on the bottom. At least on the top, I think it's just a little bit of a riff-raff coming through between these two teams. Otherwise, the bottom, at least a little up and down issues coming through. And now we have a confirmation as well. A little bit of tech issue that Revenant is facing as of now. We should be getting back into the game once they finalize that their tech issues have been solved. But again, it's something for them to kind of pay attention to. They'll be only given that much leeway that's mentioned in the rule book in terms of the time, and they have to be back again.
Exactly, and if they don't, that is gonna come up with some consequences. We have to look about it, but I really hope that they will sort it out and they will come back very quickly, because this is once again a very important match for them as well as for QML, because it's our upper bracket finals. The one team who loses will go down to play the lower bracket finals, and then again they will look forward to have a shot for the grand final slot as well. But if you want to ease down the process, if you want to have easier process for yourself, is that you can just play the upper bracket finals, win it, and directly advance to the grand final itself. Because if you would go down to lower brackets, then you come up to the grand finals, you have to not defeat that one team once but twice to claim your slot for the World Championship finals.
Let's jump back into the game. Crowley was close by. Ruben survived as much as he could, and Ruben will survive and not give away a KO. Even Wartortle back again, making sure the players from QML are forced to back off, and that gives enough time for Ruben to reset, get back to center, and again increase his levels. And Gyarados in the meantime, with the help of Eldegoss, makes his way back. 8-minute Altaria and Swablu was already taken away, and they move back to the top against Metank. Absol also busy in the central area, but seems like there should be a bottom path fight. Surf being used to bring back the Altaria and Swablu. Big hit on Goku to force him off, and majority of the Altaria and Swablu converted in favor of Revenant X Spark as Eos energy and experience. It's going to be 7 minutes left in the game, and we're going to be seeing the objective spawn. It's a Registeel in the bottom, Regieleki on top. Blastoise just poking and prodding for now, but it seems like the hammers are already about to drop, and now Tencent is called in for the fight. Mewtwo in the grasses, and it's going to be a secure between the Unite. That was a steal coming through, and QML are not going to be happy at all.
Wow, what a play by Tencent. He will be really proud of that one last timing that he did correctly, and eventually even Zeraora will be securing the Regieleki. Instantly the tables are being turned around. Revenant X Spark, they're showing some immense control. Leafeon wanted to intercept this territory. He wanted to trespass and get all those balls, but he has been punished. Gyarados goes up close and personal, finds down the Metagross, and the Regieleki will hit, and the scores will be dunked as Revenant X Spark will jump back in the game.
Goal still close by, but it is stacking. That's Crowley. And then there's going to be a 35 over dunk coming through. Metank was almost there, but then he realizes that is not going to work out. Has to back off. Revenant X Spark full in control in terms of the Thea Sky Ruins as well as in the fights. Daksh spotted the golden dot on his map and doesn't see any Altaria Swablu. Tries to back off, but Absol being dragged. Slow smoke used, but a little too late. And now they instantly jump with a Dragon Current. KO on Absol. Comfy is low. Even the Trev trying to heal in between using the Garden. But it is going to be the Trev and a 2 KO streak. Make it even the Comfy as a 3 KO streak. And also the Leafeon on Mewtwo Y as they find 4 of the Pokemon on the bottom path and push their score to 220.
Revenant X Spark, they are literally showing the sparks within themselves at this moment. But so far, Blastoise doing the exact job that he's supposed to do, but the Wooden Boinks coming in will punish him down alongside the Absol. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But Absol is just going for a hunt, finds on the Eldegoss as well. Mewtwo Y, he has to make a fallback. There's 3 players coming in. Unite being committed, wants to just fight back as much as possible to just push them away, but that's a very tough job. Instantly, we do see Zeraora coming in, trying to assist the players out there. Metagross will be around the corner. Unite coming in from there, his end as well, but still Zeraora finds a double, make it a triple for himself. A 3 KO streak, a 4 KO streak indeed, to clear off the entire attack of Team QML.
Regirock secured by Crowley. Top Regieleki should be secured without much of a trouble. The battle still ongoing at the central area. Big damage, and that's Leafeon converting with the Emerald 2-step. Slow Smoke being used. Blastoise could be in trouble, but using the Surf helps the teammate, and the Zeraora jumps with the Wild Charge. Tensai is still low, but the Mewtwo Y is also a Mega Evolved, and that's going to be a problem for Goku. Finding a 2 KO streak, Zeraora instantly backs off. That's again players from QML being swept one after another. Finally, this should be Tensai being KO'd, but he still manages to make a move. What a push away coming in from his end. He does not even give them an opportunity to find a KO. They're again at multiple opportunities fighting to see if they could make their way to get closer to the levels of Revenant X Spark, but it's not working out. Goku tries to make a run. Comfy is super low. All he has to do is just back off. But the side strike hits. Slow Smoke is good enough to block some time. Regieleki is pushed, but with the Absol and the Metagross being there and Trev joining the fray, they will deny Regieleki. But the central area still in control for Revenant X Spark. Emerald 2-step again coming in. Dutch misses this time. He tries his opportunity with the Leaf Blade, but it's going to be instantly denied. Midnight Slash countering it with the Dragon Current. They will try it on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal. The Forest being used, but Absol goes down. It should be the Trev to follow, as the Comfy is already out with the help of Gyarados. A bounce coming through. Leafeon is back again to try and fight this off, fend off the players, but Trev trying to call this off, forcing his teammate to back off, because if they give away the experience, Crowley will go to level 14 on the Gyarados, which is not a great sight for the final stretch.
That would have been really problematic, but so far now Eldegoss, look at him. He's going all in, trying to take all those risks, but eventually will be KO'd. He's on level 11 as well, but Crowley on level 13, almost on the verge to go on level 14. This is not a good thing for the side of QML. If they want to withstand all the attacks from Crowley, they have to level up as quickly as possible. And for that, this objective is really, really important for them. But now the Wind Boing's coming in. The Serve will be stunning it out, and joining the fray, it's going to be the Mewtwo Y. Regi is being melted down. The process is underway. Eldegoss charms in, but the Mega Mode Mewtwo Y will be causing all the damage as Gyarados secures the objective. Revenant goes down, Zeraora, and it's an entire team joining the competition to eradicate the entire attack of QML, as they will be going up on the top. Will be looking forward to get their own positioning, but this Rayquaza fight, it's going to be really tough for QML to take on.
Metagross was trying to pan out for a 50-100 dunk, but spots Gyarados, then greeted by Blastoise, decides to back off to the central area. The positioning is just too good from the players of Revenant X Spark, but they still managed to sneaky score a 56. Goal zone destroyed, but Daksh will not survive this. That's going to be a KO. Absol also spotted in the mix of that fight. Metagross still trying to dwindle and fight things off. Trev in the meantime scores a 34 as the distraction comes through on Daksh. And now Metagross, he might just be trapped. Good stun on that Surf, but Trev's here to save. The Tornado coming in from Rayquaza also buys some time, but the Trev who came to save will not save himself. And that's going to be another KO to follow up. Revenant X Spark just wasting time. Cybern also being used here. And with that, they've created enough distraction as they take away Rayquaza within the blink of an eye. By the time they thought it's just a distraction, they are in their positions. It is all done. This picture is in favor of Revenant X Spark. Even if they try to destroy the shields, they're a little too far. And all of them are chasing only one Pokemon. That is Zeraora. Blastoise is also somewhere that they're trying to hurt. His shield might be destroyed, but he still makes his way through with a Surf. The Trev chase unsuccessful. Metagross back again for a fight. Zeraora also keeps the shield and scores another 100. And an opportunity that the Absol went to score will be denied with Comfy, and the Chaos are not stopping.
The shield is still there. The Eos energy is being collected. Nobody's want to just waste a single Eos energy. You can see the 42 being dunked as well. Crowley is literally unstoppable. They move up to 748. Everybody's being punished. Metagross forced to get inside the spawn, and there is nothing more that they can do. Revenant X Spark, what a brute win from their end. And they take away the first match in this BO3 series to advance and take one step closer to the grand finals of this World Championship India Qualifiers.
One step closer. And this is an opportunity that everybody wanted. Revenant X Spark have been doing this for years. And they would want an opportunity to completely push things through and see this in fruition in a world stage. It is a tough one, but they do want it and they're hungry for it. And this QML on the other end were not allowed to do anything. Psyduck could not find much in terms of value. Daksh also got just 1 KO on comparison to the Speedster and the All-Rounder. 8 on Crowley, 8 on Rubin. And Tensai was just annoying as hell, as well as Zshol. And this is why when we speak about KOs or I would say assists, right, it's a team game. Now, Zshol on a ranged attacker should have a lot more compared to the players of All-Rounder or Speedsters, but he was there to assist his teammates, and that was more than enough to find a lot more KOs. Even same goes for Vulcan on the Eldegoss. 11 assists on him as well. But look at it, everybody has managed to keep scoring compared to the players of QML, and especially when you have items that you stack either by KO, either by you dunking Eos energy, you have to keep it ongoing, which down the line Revenant X Spark kept doing, whereas QML barely got chance.
For QML, I mean, they did not even get a single chance to make a counter. Kai got 5 KOs for sure. He was looking forward to go all in, but every time every Pokemon was isolated and taken away. And for Psyduck, like what we can just call it up, but even him on Metagross, I felt like that every time he wanted to step in, he was literally thrashed by either Tensei. You see Crowley coming in, then Reuben, then Zsol's Psy Strike coming in. Everything went against them. So for QML, if they want to bounce back, they need to have a better draft and a better plan.
The draft looked good, but I think in terms of, again, the front line, Trev was there, but hey, it was only Trev. On the other end, Psyduck, by the time he could kind of erupt anything on the top path, it was Crowley who had complete control on the Gyarados. And that's the reason whenever it's a Magikarp, you have to try and deny it as much as possible in the early game itself for not evolving. And from there, it becomes a lot more controlled environment of fighting against the sides of Revenant X Spark. And this is kind of Revenant X Spark's normal draft. This is something that they're very used to. So you would have to kind of rattle them to kind of pick and prod and find a new draft as they go into game 2. Otherwise, QML will still have a little bit of a trouble. The bans, not much of a problem for Revenant. In terms of the picks as well that QML tried to make out of it, not much of a problem at all. And look at this, only it's Trev who managed to get a 19, and with the help of it, it was Comfy who got a 12. Other than that, there was barely any scores being dunked. And even towards the end, it was Trev to score the initial double goal at the final stretch, and everybody else later to follow up. No, I think, wait, it was Daksh first on the Leafeon and then the Trev. So that was the only 144 that we managed to see. Otherwise, it was just Revenant X Spark everywhere. Objectives, whether it be top or bottom, it was still Revenant X Spark.
Exactly, but as we just move on to the replay, we can get a complete gist of what happened in this entire match. From the first steal itself, Tensei has always been that one annoying Blastoise who literally have kind of wrecked the momentum of Team QML. Revenant was doing a really good job alongside Absol being in that duo combination, but the kind of counter-attack that came at this moment, Zeraora driving in, then we did see Mewtwo wide, then Blastoise, everyone chimed in and got the values, pushed away and denied the entire attack of QML. Every time we did see QML going and opting for a fight or maybe trying to push towards one goal zone, they were denied number of times.
Final stretch, as you can see here, they thought that they were recovering, backing off, but this Cyburn was enough to force them off all from the legendary pit, and they never looked at the Rayquaza and was instantly KO'd. And by the time they could figure a path or a plan B or a plan C or a plan Z itself, it did not come at all, Nekroz. It was a problem for them. Unfortunate, but hey, this is the upper bracket finals, and we spoke about the weightage that is there for Revenant X Spark compared to the players of QML. But again, when we saw True Gravity, this was the situation when they fought in India Open all the way back in 23 towards December. That's when we saw them, and they fought and they kind of surprised every team and won the India Open, went to ACL. From ACL 24 they made it to the second, right? So QML is again another team where we can see Psyduck also playing there. So it could be that energy that they're trying to bring back, but it's not going to be that easy, Nekroz.
Exactly, and after seeing what happened in the first match, as you mentioned, that the front line, it was all about Revenant doing the hefty amount of job. Psyduck was unable to perform the way what he should have done on that Metagross. I mean, you can't just blame him all alone, because it was all about Revenant X-Spark literally overpowering him every time Metagross wanted to go in. He had the opportunities, he did. It was not like Metagross was not going in, he was not opting for the fights. He was trying his level best to go, but every time that one Side Strike coming in, the Gyarados coming into the picture, Crowley leveling up so fast, reaching level 13 before anybody could. That made the difference. Gyarados level 13 against Metagross, who was dwindling around like level 12 or 11 like that. That was overpowering as hell.
I think that's the problem, right? When we speak about in terms of levels, early game Revenant took really good control of things. They were running right into their opponent's central area. They were taking away their buffs, fighting them off in the central area. And for a long time around the central area itself, Tensai was able to kind of circulate that battle back and forth. They're jumping on Tensai with the surface, dragging them towards their central area, find a KO, and now they're backing off, and Tensai again moves back into the opponent's central area, bring the Pokemon back. It happened for at least close to 30 seconds and a minute, and I think that's where another opportunity just kind of rose up for the sides of Revenant X-Spark, and from there again they just kept pushing forward. But hey, that was just game 1 of the upper bracket finals that we witnessed. This matchup still has 2 more games if QML has the opportunity to push them back. Now, yes, when we speak about the front line, you could see how crucial it is in terms of them finding an opportunity. When we even saw a matchup between True Rippers and Reckoning in the lower bracket in the previous game, it was about the front line. When Reckoning established that front line, it was very suppressive of what they were doing on True Rippers, and True Rippers eventually towards the final stretch found something. Now QML, that's what they will be trying to do here in this game, that is game 2. It is a first pick choice that QML have given to Revenant X-Spark as they decide to go for the second choice, and Psyduck is the ban that Revenant X-Spark come out with. Hooper on the other end, Blissey coming in back again, and support bans is what is the standard coming in from Revenant X-Spark until and unless they see a player specific annoying Pokemon that they would want to ban.
And that is none other than Mewtwo Y. They don't want it. QML are straightforward. We don't want that one Pokemon in our opponent, and yep, they have banned Mewtwo Y. That's going to be the final 4 Pokemon that you will see, that you will not see in this picture, particularly in this particular match. But the first pick coming up from the side of Revenant X-Spark, it's going to be the Umbreon from Tencent. Not a Blastoise this time. He was really annoying in the last match, and I feel like there might be a chance that Psyduck might just pick up that Blastoise, or maybe something different this time. But Goku sticks with the Revenant. Kai picks up the Absol.
It seems like QML might incline back to the same choices of Pokemon that they did in game 1, because Revenant X-Spark, as I said, they will do it. Barely any change, 1 or 2 here with Tensai, who's gone to a Blastoise this time. An Umbreon compared to the Blastoise previously. Zishal makes a change. He says, I don't want a Mewtwo Y this time. He goes to an Espeon, again another devastating Pokemon in terms of range coming through. And could be a lot of stuns depending on the moveset that it goes for. I'm not too sure it's going to be Psychic or Stored Power. We will wait and watch on it. But on the other end, finally it seems like the range attacker that we were talking about, Daksh, moves in. He's thinking about the Inteleon. But there is, yes, still Yotism, who picks up Comfy other than the other healers that was there. Maybe could have gone for a Cliffy, but we've seen Cliffable not doing as much. But Vulcan seems like he wants a Darkrai, and he does rain fear with a Talon being locked by Rubin. This is going to be annoying, problematic, and that is going to be overpowered hits coming through. And Sayayai Dark, he decides to go for a Zoroark, but seems like he decides that is not going to work out if he goes for a Zoroark and misses. He goes in for a Zacian, uses the AoE opportunity that will arise because of the charged attack that he will have on the AoE energy. Let's see if that works.
It's like both the sides going for a double speedster combo. I was like, oh no, Psyduck's like, I'm gonna go with Zacian, I'm gonna go with the safer side. And it's fine, right? I felt like in the previous match, QML somehow were missing an attacker in their comp, and this time they have decided, okay, we're not gonna let it go. We are banning Mewtwo Y. We have got the second best option, or maybe the best option with ourselves. That's going to be the Inteleon, because that's all he has picked the Espeon. So there's still one Pokemon that is left, and which is actually in meta. It's working pretty fine, effective as hell in the match with those knife shots, giving those crit hits. eventually I feel like this is a really important pick and Daksh has to step up. Daksh has to perform and every snipe shot will count. If you make good connections, you can be that one X factor because of which QML can just win this and equalize the series. Otherwise, the kind of comp that we are seeing once again, Tencent on Umbreon, Gyarados on Crowley, it might just repeat the similar story of what we saw in the last match.
I think if Absol gets to level 5 before the evolutions, it could be a really good early game coming in for QML. So let's jump into game 2. It is the upper bracket finals. It is QML on a deficit as they start things off, but have a hope. They have an Absol that they will try to make this convert happen in their favor. However, 2 evolutions, 2 speedsters that they have to worry about, and it looks like the evolutions are the ones who take control of the central area because they want to evolve to Sylveon. An Espeon and an Umbreon very early in the game. They do let that Fletchling get to Fletchinder as well after taking the initial Zatu. But now you could see already Umbreon evolve. They just need a little hit on Zshol for the Espeon. And they're also going in for a stack. Zshol tries his best, but he is still looking forward to the last hits. Another 5 AOS energy being stolen on that Tensai. Umbreon, Darkrai close by. He does not connect on the opponent Pokemon. He does rather connect it on none other than the Zacian. But for now, Zacian jumps back and it is going to be a KO that he picks up on Vulcan.
That was close. Darkrai wanted to escape, but he did not get the allowance. Psyduck, this is the kind of performance that we were talking about. He needs to step up this time with the Zacian. Couldn't do much on that Metagross. This time with the Zacian, there are hopes. And I feel like Psyduck, he will look forward to get everything as he can. But so far, so good. As of now, the KOs are coming in the way, underway. Krishna is looking forward to just do as much as stunts possible on the side of Zacian because he's the only one guarding the top lane from the side of Team QML, while Tensei is doing a lot of heavy lifting from his end in the bottom lane. And Espeon, you do see him leveled up, all evolved up. Goku is still there, and that one small phantom, he has to evolve as quickly as possible because in the previous match we did see what he has done for his team.
Gyarados still not evolved, so this is an opportunity for QML. We did speak about the Absol. The Trev finally evolving is going to be stored power, Zshol, Lechinder, and Vulcan makes a quick jump. Goku has to make a run, but there's Absol, there's Darkrai. Everybody is trying to make a hit on him. He's super low. Eject out into Goku, and he gets stuck on the wall by the time he gets the Citrus Berry. And on the other end, they still try to make hay of the situation. Absol scores with the Zacian, but Zacian quickly makes a run, and it is going to be Absol who's going to be KO'd. That is Talonflame evolving. It is yes 51, but this is yes the early game. 7 minutes 30 seconds still left on the clock. And it seems like Revenant X Park, they've actually made their way back into the game. A nice Brave Bird. They catch the Zacian off. It is going to be Mystical Leaf, but I don't think that's going to be enough to find a KO. Crowley was helping the Talon. And it is going to be Psyduck to back off. They all get the Altaria Swablu before even Psyduck could make anything of it. And Zshol is also here on the top path. Goku hiding in the tall grasses for now. 7 minutes. It's finally time for the objectives as well. So there's going to be all-out brawl right now, Nekroz.
Yeah, there is no doubt about it. Every Pokemon from the side of QML is there except the Inteleon, and one Tensei is there in the bottom from the side of Revenant X Park alongside Inteleon so far, but regularly contention. Zacian is all up close. Everybody's waiting for the first strike. Zacian is already starting the melting down. The Dark Void being used. Darkrai wants to chime in. Crowley, will he get the last hit? No, it's not. It's going to be Absol to melt this down. Regieleki, the 6th ally, being added. But right as of now, Darkrai and Crowley, the entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of Crowley. Absol barely surviving. Espeon strikes back his soul, coming back into the picture. He will push away the Zacian and will force him back to go back to his goal zone and heal himself up, while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite wants to get the stun up. He does make the impact, but eventually alongside him the scores are going to be done. A full-fledged attack coming up from the side of Revenant X Park.
They did not have Unites when they started the fight off. But that fight concluded, they all had Unites and they eventually started hitting it across. And now they secured the bottom objective, deny the top objective, find KOs, and they're on the lead at 114. Crowley again ready for another fight, but this time it's a Trev and a Comfy duo. That's tough to break. Trev alone, maybe something, but Comfy and Trev, He's still trying to do the damage. Has the level difference of 2. Bottom path completely in favor for Team Revenant X Park as they've destroyed the goal zone A on bottom. And it seems like they might be strategizing for a bottom path push, and it might work out because Inteleon is the only one there hiding in the grasses. Should have given a call to his teammates, and that's the reason Trev is making a rotate. Was hiding in the shadows, but eventually will be used on a Nightmare Unite, catching that Inteleon off. Uses Spy Vision, and Inteleon will be put to rest. And now it's up to the Trev, and the shields being stolen. Midnight Slash comes through, and the Absol converts, finds one opening. Umbreon tries to make his way, but it's going to be the Talon and Darkrai both going down. Absol turning this around in his favor, but Espion's here. Psychic Solaire coming through, confirming their Unite of the Flowery Fields coming through, and Absol will survive. Super low is Tensai. Nice hit on that snipe shot, but not enough to find a KO. However, enough to force them back off.
A good counter-attack from the side of QML, but now again the top Reggie Licky will be there under the contention, and Zacian here started, but Crowley wants to make sure that he gets and utilize this opportunity as much as possible. Comfy sticks with Zacian, saves him from being KO'd. But right now, Gyarados is just waiting for the one moment to hop in. Revenant is in the picture alongside Zacian, but this time Talonflame with a Brave Bird secures the Reggie Licky and will push it to the 8-tier goal zone. But in the bottom, the scores will come, and he wants to just save the day for his team. Completely dodges the snipe shot, not once but twice, but this time I don't think it's going to be that easy, and eventually he falls down, being prayed down by Kai on that Absol. The scores will be dunked, and that is the goal zone being compromised at the bottom for Revenant X Park.
Doesn't matter, they've compromised the goal zone A on top. However, the objective is given access for QML, and they'll instantly secure it, denying the players of Revenant X Park an opportunity. Back into the game, level difference now at March, they still have an opportunity. Goku clears the grasses, gets to know that there is 2 Pokemons. That is a Psychic as well as a Speedster, and instantly calls in Absol. Timing really good. Does he have the Unite to counter? Yes, uses the Unite and finds the KO on Espion. Tannen also put to rest. Umbreon is here, but will Umbreon survive? 2 Pokemon, Goku on the other end going in for a score. Sensei super low, nice hit on the pursuit, and then a KO to follow off. That is going to be the the Umbreon put to rest. Now it is going to be a problem, but Comfy helps instantly, tagging along and duoing this partnership and helping the Trev to back off. And that is QML at least finding some semblance as they try to equalize the score, but they're still on a difference of 120 compared to their counterparts at 269.
The one thing that is making an X factor for QML is going to be Kai on that Absol, sticking with the Comfy, providing so much damage and getting the KOs. It's going to be a really important factor, but Ozesol, he needs to be prepared, dodges the instant boink coming from the side of Revenant. Lucky him that he survived, otherwise he would have been taken down and KO. 33 more seconds on the clock for the Rayquaza. QML, this is going to be the fight for their survival in the World Championship and for themselves to be in the upper bracket. If they lose this one, they will fall down to the lower bracket finals, but right as of now, all the players are in position and nobody's willing to make any mistakes.
Level 14 on one Speedster, level 13 on the other. But level 13 and level 12 all across the board for Revenant X Park. The opening found again on the Midnight Slash just before 5 seconds from the final stretch. Good snipe shot on Crowley. Super low. Trev forced to be in the slow field. But the Forest, and that finds the opening. That is the Psychic down. That is the shot out. Tensai low. Talon trying to bring this back up the sweep. It does find one in the mix, but the Absol is still here. Gyarados is down. Talon trying to breathe. Flames into their opponents. Finds 2. Still hitting it through with the help of Umbreon. It is a 2v2 battle. Darkrai is finally back here to turn this into a 3v2 situation. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfy right now. Everybody else is still respawning, and it is Revenant X Park again an opportunity, again an opening, and now they're not even letting that Inteleon get closer as Darkrai seals it and secures Rayquaza with their teammates, and Revenant X Park, another victory for them.
With this win, they enter the grand finals of World Championship Series India Qualifiers. Revenant X Park, they have done it once again. From the moment where we thought that Revenant X Park might just collapse by all those early KOs that they faced, from there they literally rose above like a phoenix from the ashes. They have sparked up the entire Thea Sky Ruins with their game, and right now the counter-attacks are definitely coming up from the end of Absol, but they have the Eos energy to get the scores dunked up. Darkrai is still there in the contention. Talon will be jumping onto the bottom lane to just provide as much as backfire, which is possible from his end. Even Espeon will be spawning. Scores will be there, but not enough to reach and close with Revenant X Spark.
Big damage, Sovereign Sword being committed. Talon still managed to find a KO. It is all up to Zacian. Eos energized attack, tries his best on the Espeon, does not work out. His teammates are all here and Zacian is making a quick run, trying to work with Inteleon, but it is also going to be stalled. Even after all the efforts of QML, it is Revenant X Spark. There were Eos energy around, but not enough teammates for QML to run back through for a fight, to fight a way through into the grand finals. However, QML, they're not out and about of this win India qualifiers for the World Championship Series. They still have another opportunity in the lower bracket final, but that is going to be even tougher compared to this upper bracket final. But Revenant X Spark, they make their mark again.
What a run it has been so far for them. You look at the stats, 7 KOs for Ruben, 4 for Vulcan, 3 on Crowley this time. Absolute team performance from their end. Kai did a lot of heavy lifting. We have to give him the credits. 9 KOs, 3 assists. Also, the Comfy sticking with him gave him that advantage. But Daksh, we mentioned it earlier that this player has to step up. He's just got 3 assists, not a single KO. The snipe shots did make a lot of connection, but not enough to find the KOs or maybe help his teammates find them.
Yeah, I agree. It did find connection, but not enough damage. We didn't even see once it connected on Crowley. It connected on a lot more players who were in and around the Thea Sky Ruins, but it was not the landing blow or the damage snipe shot just before a KO. And that's the reason he's just at 37,000. However, kudos to Kai. Tried his best with the help of Psyduck to turn a lot of battles in his favor, and even Goku. I think resilience shown from his end as a Trev took every brunt force coming in from the side of Revenant X Spark, but there was just too many, right? Like the layers were a lot more compared to what Team QML had. They tried their best. Started off with Tensai, then came in Crowley, Zishal from the back, and Ruben always surprised. And Darkrai, he was the nightmare of all your fears coming alive. And I think QML could not break this play that X Spark had. Unfortunately, it was their mark, it was their opportunity, and they had to make this spark alive here, and they do it in the grand finals as they make their way. However, it's not done for them. They did get one slot in the Winter Open, but do they get another slot here for the Worlds? It's yet to be seen, as we will have another stretch of lower bracket matches before we come back to the Grands.
Exactly. There's still a lot more stories to be unfold, but for now, again, looking onto the graphs, it was all about Revenant X Spark making some really good control in the second match. And for once, I really thought that Ruben might just be questioning himself that why am I playing the Brave Bird and not the Fly, because in the final stretch, I really thought that due to the Brave Bird, there was a chance that Ruben might have got KO'd by Kai. So I really thought, okay, that if Talon goes down, things might just go dicey for Revenant X Spark, but he managed to survive, he managed to play along with it. It was a good play on the Talon Flame, and Ruben did his job exceptionally well to win it out for his team. And eventually, the good move, completely isolating Inteleon at the very end by Darkrai, and not allowing him to come any way closer to even try to go for that snipe shot and get last hit on the Rayquaza, was exceptionally done by Revenant X Spark.
And I think Vulcan made a lot of wise choices. He had the Unite Nightmare that he could have used on the Trevenant as well as the Zacian. But no, he decides his teammates are enough. They're going to play together. The Dark Void is going to be also work out. They'll find the KO. At all times, even here, we saw him using the Nightmare on the Inteleon. So he had his specifics jotted down. He knew which was crucial, which was not. He knew when to act upon and situations to turn things around. But I think this duo of the Inteleon as well as Absol worked out. And a lot of times should have brought up a lot more. which they kind of tried and experimented with different duos, but here is where everything became a ruckus, right? There was, as you mentioned, Talonflame in a little bit of an iffy. They found a lot of chaos. QML had an opportunity, but the Talonflame uses the flame sweep, and from there on is just conversion. 2 chaos 3. Darkrai finds 2, puts the Inteleon down, who had just reset and made its way back, and from there on it was just a Revenant X-Spark who had full control of this game, and there was nothing much left. That is so far the entire story that we saw from QML, but that is not all, Nekroz. I mean, I wouldn't say that QML couldn't do much against Revenant X-Spark. I think we saw a lot of fight, determination coming in from the side of QML. They put up a really good show against the sides of Revenant X-Spark, at least till the half-minute mark, right? Revenant X-Spark had to figure out how to take the players of QML down, but once they had their ship sailing, I think their journey became smoother and they became the very best now that they are in.
Yeah, definitely. It was really contesting at the very end, but yeah, they played a better game, they played a better Pokemon Unite, and that's why they are in the grand finals. But all about, we have the bracket just behind us, so let's just jump onto it, because I feel like the lower bracket finals is coming up next. But before that, we have to look forward what is happening in the lower bracket semi-finals. True Rippers versus SATUL Esports. That's a run that is happening just as we speak. And after the results that we get to know, one team will advance to the lower bracket finals to face off against Team QML to have at least the last shot of qualifying to the grand finals. But we have to see how things are going to turn around, because I really feel like things are going to get very dicey in the lower bracket finals.
It will, because the match is currently ongoing, as we did speak about it. Simultaneously, True Rippers and SATUL Esports is still happening offline. So we are yet awaiting for the result, and once that result is done, then we'll know who is the opponent for QML, because Revenant X-Spark, they down to 2-0, whereas True Rippers as well as SATUL Esports is going the distance. They are fighting it off, because this is a revenge matchup that's happening offline, Nekroz. It will be unveiled very soon. We will look at the results once we come back after these matchups are done, after the breaks are done, because QML, yes, they're not happy. Right now, they will be taking a breather, but their opponent being either True Rippers or them being SATUL Esports. Now, if it is True Rippers, it's going to be a revenge matchup for True Rippers, because QML are the ones who sent True Rippers down to the lower bracket. So it's a very early revenge coming in for True Rippers, but if it's not True Rippers, it's SATUL Esports avenging their rivals and then moving against QML, and from there on looking forward to the grand finals. And this is something that they did, Nekroz, that we all remember in the 2023 run of SATUL, where they made a grand final reset. Oh, actually not. It was the other way around. It was the 2024 run that they made. 23 run was another team which made it and kind of completely changed the game. I was insane. Wait. No. It was even in 23. That's the reason now I remember why we used to call them SATUL as the lower bracket actual Pokemonsters coming through. So it's going to be interesting to see if they actually make it across, because that's what is happening right now with True Rippers fending off in the lower bracket semis.
Exactly. We have to see what is going to turn up next, because True Rippers, they have also been a new team being formed. Yes, there has been changes, Swifty coming in, and they are also performing pretty well. Yes, they are in the lower brackets, but going up against SATUL and SATUL also competing against them, it is so much fun to watch out for. But we have to see how things are going to turn around, but after this short break.
defense is still blocking the players at the...
This one, look at this. Two Rippers going all in. It did get it under the favor. Garchomp
is a bottom path fight, a 16 being scored, 35 more AOS energy. Blaziken's the first down. There's still the fight that Kyo's trying to put up. And now the healer.
So far, Blastoise is doing the exact job that he's supposed to do with the wooden points. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But fight back as much as possible to just push them away.
Spark, Emerald True Step again coming in. Dutch misses this on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal. The forest being
Dramatic, but so far now Eldegoss, look at him.
Came to save, will not save himself. And that's going to be another KO to follow. Revenant X Spark just wasting time. Cybern also being used here. And with that, they've created enough distraction as they take away Rayquaza. With the Absol went to score, will be denied.
The entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite.
Unite to counter, yes, uses the Unite and finding that is the Psychic down. That is the talent trying to bring this back up the sweep. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfy in letting that Inteleon get closer as
like a phoenix from the ashes. They have Revenant X Spark.
Big damage, trying to do the damage on, and then the moving coming in from Zerora. The shields with the Unite, Soul Slam being used.
Looking forward to take a fight, but Lucario at the bottom is also engaging with Phalanx, but Buzzwole will be punished this time. He doesn't go away.
From the Glaceon, Lucario trying to jump on none other than the Glaceon, wants to find the KO. The Psyduck is down, however, even the Glaceon gets put down. Extreme speed being used with the Snarl and foul play. Hell running and reckoning. Reclaim fight is still protecting the goal zone as Trev tries to
mode Mewtwo Y will be causing
steel coming through. A midnight slash being used from the Absol with the vision of Umbreon. And now as they try to take the bottom Regirock, it is going to be a big move. However, a counter Unite. Midnight slash, an early commitment and a KO being found. So this objective should be secured. They should not
getting into so much low HP. This is going to be...
Trev now pays attention to that as his teammates are a little too far away. But the time that Trev makes is
the picture trying to push away the believers, but that doesn't happen. Just
right, Absol as well and Gyarados. But the left coming through from BB Believers as you see the numbers being low. Midnight slash being committed.
But there should not be any issue with that. But the bot picture talent wants to dive in, wants to get a good output out of it. But Gyarados comes up with the Unite, finds out the Eldegoss, and Zacian comes up with some counter KOs as well. Absol as well as Reaper wants to cue away from the spot. Snorlax provides the backup, but even after that,
after getting this Regirock, he will successfully
survive for much longer. He's been chased down by the Metagross, but
it's not going to be that easy. Well, the players who are isolated, and there comes a Cerulege. Gyarados finds one. That's Badsha. Done and dusted.
Oh, the Babe on a good position. The fly should connect. Cerulege drops down to very low HP. The Snorlax
surpassed a lot of times, but let's see if he's going to come back even stronger as he evolves along the way. Has to go for it. Metagross on his
tough call, but still Inteleon's one snipe shot made one connection on that Psyduck, but still this Regice will be secured by Metagross. It is going to be on the favor of
retaliation, but at the end what costed them was basically
a very major factor in the entire. There is still some contention happening.
We got to see Rex going in with a set of 100. There comes the Unite. Metagross finds Steel being spawned. Flame along with Inteleon Badsha.
Tries to steal the berries. He will get the privilege. The Sai being activated up 9. And the Unite from side of Eldegoss trying to find out the value. Gengar has been taken down. Buzzball coming into the picture here. The change, that's an involvement for sure. But this time I wanted to see from their side. And finally
comes up good AOS energies or get the job done.
Dragon Dance, the alternate swap move from the opponent. The Blissey taking it away. But this is going to be an ensemble fight coming in from their end.
Constantly attacking and constantly melting away the Pokemons as soon as they come out of the spawn.
Again, Slayers finding on Wiggly top. Trying
committed out here under the top lane. It's going to be a bit will be eyeing to make a comeback, and look at that. Cerulege finds
Dragon Rush and then the limit outrage coming through. None other than the overheat.
For the size of two Rippers, this is how they can change the tides.
As the defense is still blocking the players at the...
This one, look at this. Two Rippers going all in. It did get it under the favor. Garchomp.
It's a bottom path fight, a 16 being scored, 35 more AOS energy. Blaziken's the first down. There's still the fight that Kyo's trying to put up. And now the healer.
So far, Blastoise is doing the exact job that he's supposed to do with the wooden points. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But fight back as much as possible to just push them away.
Spark, Emerald through step again coming in. Dutch misses this on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal the forest beam.
But so far now, Eldegoss, look at him.
Came to save, will not save himself. And that's going to be another KO to follow up. Revenant X Spark just wasting time. Cybern also being used here. And with that, they've created enough distraction as they take away Rayquaza. With the Absol went to score, will be denied.
The entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of up while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite.
Unite to counter, yes, uses the Unite and finding that is the Psychic down. That is the talent trying to bring this back up the sweep. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfira in letting that Inteleon get closer as
Like a phoenix from the ashes. They have Revenant X Spark.
big damage, trying to do the damage on, and then the moving coming in from Zerora. The shields with the Unite, Soul Slam being used.
Looking forward to take a fight, and Lucario at the bottom is also engaging with Phalanx, but Buzzwole will be punished this time. He doesn't go away.
From the Glaceon, Lucario trying to jump on none other than the Glaceon, wants to find the KO. The Psyduck is down, however, even the Glaceon gets put down. Extreme speed being used with the Snarl and Foul Play, Hell Running and Reckoning. Reclaim fight is still protecting the goal zone as Trev tries to
Mode Mewtwo Y will be causing
Slam Steel coming through. A Midnight Slash being used from the Absol with the vision of Umbreon. And now as they try to take the bottom Regirock, it is going to be a big move. However, a counter Unite. Midnight Slash, an early commitment and a KO being found. So this objective should be secured. They should not be
getting into so much low HP. This is going to be...
Trev now pays attention to that as his teammates are a little too far away. But the time that Trev makes his
the picture trying to push away DV believers, but that doesn't happen.
right, Absol as well and Gyarados. But the left coming through from BB Believers as you see the numbers being low. Midnight Slash being committed.
But there should not be any issue with that. But the Formation talent wants to dive in, wants to get a good output out of it. But Gyarados comes up with the Unite, finds out the Eldegoss, and Zacian comes up with some counter KOs as well. Absol as well as Reaper wants to flew away from the spot. Snorlax provides the backup, but even after that,
after getting this Regirock, he will successfully
survive for much longer. He's chased down by the Metagross, but
it's not going to be that easy. The players who are isolated, and there comes a Serralage. Gyarados finds one, that's Pacha. Done and dusted.
All the faith. In a good position, the fly should connect. Serralage drops on the very low HP. The Snorlax
Surpassed a lot of times, but let's see if he's going to come back even stronger as he evolves along the way. Has to go for it. Metagross on his
tough call, but still, Inteleon's one sniper made one connection on that Psyduck, but still, this Regice will be secured by Metagross. It is going to be on the favor of it.
Retaliation, but at the end, what costed them was basically
a very major factor in the entire. There is still some contention happening.
We got to see Rex going in with a set of 100. There comes the Unite. Metagross finds Steel being spawned. Hell Flame along with Inteleon Pacha.
Tries to steal the berries. He will get the privilege. The Sai being activated upside. And the Unite from side of Eldegoss trying to find the value. Gengar has been taken down. Buzzwole coming into the picture here. The change, that's involvement for sure. But this time I wanted to see from their side. And finally
comes some good AOS energies or get the job done.
Dragon Dance, the alternate swap loop from the opponent, the Blissey taking it away. But this is going to be an ensemble fight coming in from their end.
Constantly attacking and constantly melting away the Pokemons as soon as they come out of the spawn.
Again, players finding was really tough. Trying
committed out here under the top lane. It's going to be Abyss who will be eyeing to make a comeback. And look at that, Serralage finds
Dragon Rush and then the Livid Outrage coming through. None other than the overheat.
For the size of two Rippers, this is how they can change the tides.
As the defense is still blocking the players at the
this one, look at this. Two Rippers going all in. It did get it under the favor. Gachom.
There's a bottom path fight, a 16 being scored, 35 more AOS energy. Place against the first down. There's still the fight that Kyo's trying to put up. And now the healing.
So far, Blastoise is doing the exact job that he's supposed to do, but the wooden going solid. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But fight back as much as possible to just push them away.
Spark, Emerald through step again coming in. Dutch misses this on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal the forest beam.
But so far now, Eldegoss, look at him.
Came to save, will not save himself. And that's going to be another KO to follow up. Revenant X Spark just wasting time. Cybern also being used here. And with that, they've created enough distraction as they take away Rayquaza. With the Absol went to score, will be denied.
The entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of up while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite.
Unite to counter, yes, uses the Unite and finding that is the psychic down. That is the talent trying to bring this back up the sweep. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfira in letting that Inteleon get closer as
Like a phoenix from the ashes, they have Revenant Spark.
big damage. Do the damage on, and then the moving coming in from Zerora. The shields with the Unite, Soul Swap being used.
Looking forward to take a fight, but Lucario at the bottom is also engaging with Talix, but Buzzwole will be punished this time. He doesn't go away.
From the Glaceon, Lucario trying to jump on none other than the Glaceon, wants to find the KO. The Psyduck is down, however, even the Glaceon gets put down. Extreme speed being used with the Snarl and Foul Play, Hell Running and Reckoning. Reclaim fight and is still protecting the goal zone as Trev tries to
A mode new to Y will be causing
Slam Steel coming through. A Midnight Slash being used from the Absol with the vision of Umbreon. And now as they try to take the bottom Regirock, it is going to be a big move. However, a counter Unite. Midnight Slash, an early commitment and a KO being found. So this objective should be secured. They should not.
getting into so much low HP. This is going to be...
Trev now pays attention to that as his teammates are a little too far away. But the time that Trev makes his
The picture trying to push away DB Believers, but that doesn't happen. Just
right, Absol as well and Gyarados. But the left coming through from BB Believers as you see the numbers being low. Midnight Slash being committed.
but there should not be any issue with that. But the bot picture talent wants to dive in, wants to get a good output out of it. But Gyarados comes up with the Unite, finds out the Eldegoss, and Zacian comes up with some counter KOs as well. Absol as well as Reaper wants to flew away from the spot. Snorlax provides the backup, but even after that,
After getting this Regirock, he will successfully
survive for much longer.
Yeah.
He's chased down by the Metagross has put.
It's not going to be that easy. The players who are isolated, and there comes a Cyril Age. Gyarados finds one. That's Badsha. Done and dusted.
All the favors in a good position. The fly should connect. Cyril drops down to very low HP. The Snorlax
Must surpass a lot of times, but let's see if he's going to come back even stronger as he evolves along the way. Has to go for it. Metagross on his
tough call, but still, Inteleon's one snipe shot made one connection on that Psyduck, but still, this Regice will be secured by Metagross. It is going to be on the favor of
for
it.
retaliation, but at the end, what costed them was basically
A very major factor in the entire. There's still some contention happening. The
we got to see Rex going in with a set of 100. There comes the Unite. Metagross finds Steel being spawned. Talonflame along with Inteleon Badsha.
tries to steal the berries. He will get the privilege. The Sai being activated online. And the Unite from side of Eldegoss trying to find the value. Gengar has been taken down. Buzzball coming into the picture here. The chase, that's involvement for sure, but this time wanted to see from their side, and finally
Comes some good air synergies or get the job done.
Dragon Dance, the alternate swap move from the opponent, the Blissey taking it away. But this is going to be an ensemble fight coming in from Darren.
Constantly attacking and constantly.
after a small little break, we are back again with the much anticipated results of the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series India Qualifiers. So, just before the break, as if you are joining right now, just for your information, Revenant X Park, they have advanced to the India Qualifiers Grand Finals, and they will be waiting for their opponents while we commence the lower bracket finals. Yes, Team QML, they have been dropped down to the lower brackets. They have been defeated by Revenant X Park in the upper bracket finals, and due to which they will be playing the lower bracket finals. But against whom? The lower bracket semis were underway as we went on to the break, but the results have arrived. SATUL Esports, they have won against True Rippers with a 2-1 scoreline, and now they will be playing against Team QML for that one last grand final slot. But joining alongside me right now, it's going to be Raider to give me company and storytell the entire match of lower bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and so on. But now, seeing the brackets, it seems like QML might just have a tough run against SATUL Esports.
I mean, the kind of momentum SATUL Esports is carrying forward is something which they have to be fearful for, because of the fact True Rippers is the particular team who were able to beat SATUL Esports in the upper bracket. If you see the third matchup that happened of the whole sequence in the upper bracket, True Rippers secured a 2-0 win against SATUL Esports. But is a redemption, guys. In the lower bracket semi-finale, where the win really counted, SATL Esports turned the table in their favor, and with a 2-1 victory in their favor, now they are fighting against QML, which is again a very interesting team, because so far their journey has been a 2-0 until illness, if you talk about the upper bracket finale, because right there, Revenant X-Park came back with a very strong 2-0 up against them. So QML, they are here to survive, and SATL Esports on the other corner, they also have a very fair share of long and antagonizing journey in the lower bracket. They were dropped down in the very first matchup of the upper bracket. Now they were in the lower bracket. They were able to beat their opponent, and then through that kind of scenario, like after beating Team Dynamis, then Autobots came into the picture. They were able to beat them as well. True Rippers also done and dusted. Now it's the chance to be there in the grand final, to be there to get that reset done and hopefully beat Revenant X-Park. You never know what is going to happen.
Exactly, SATL Esports. I mean, I don't know what happened to them when they drop down to lower brackets. Every time you see SATL Esports losing one of their matches in the upper bracket, drops down to the lower bracket, continues on a winning streak. Maybe sometimes they reach the grand finals. In the Asia Champions League, it was a different story. They couldn't make it to the grand finals and couldn't play for that second spot or the first spot itself. In the India League, in the Winter Open, it was also a similar storyline for them. So for the last 1 year, SATL Esports, they have been denied the grand final slot. This time again, they do have a chance. They do have a shot to reach there and maybe have a chance for themselves to again go for the World Championship Global Finals, which will be happening in the California in the US. So once again, we will be looking forward to what happens next. But before that, it's going to be the next matchup of lower bracket finals, Team QML versus SATL Esports. And by the form that we are seeing from SATL Esports, it seems like they're all set and all prepped up for the next matchup. And if they are in form, that is going to be a little bit problematic for QML, because if they have watched their matches and if QML, they're not prepared for this SATL, then it can be dicey for them to even have a chance for the grand final slot.
Well, the fact is, both of the teams are fresh out of fights at this point. If you talk about QML, they just right now lost against Revenant X-Park, and they've lost the chance to be there for the first time in the grand finals of this action. But at the same point, if you talk about SATL Esports, they have secured a victory. So a team which has just now faced a loss. On the other corner, there is a team which has secured a very good victory against a very confident team, True Rippers. So I'm definitely hyped up about this lower bracket finals, and to be honest, I'm a little bit more excited as compared to upper bracket finals, because upper bracket finals, if you lose, if you drop down, you're still there into the matchup. But from the lower bracket finals, if you go down, you're out of the competition, and that's not the way you want to go out. So that's why I think both of these teams are going to give their best, and I do believe this one cannot be a 2-1. It should be 2-0. Maybe, let's see if it's going to be the case like that, but because QML looks like a very strong team, but then again they have faced a defeat. So it all turns down to what SATL is going to do, because the latest two matches of SATL Esports were not on the broadcast. That's why that's a very good opportunity for SATL Esports to bring something different from their corner so that they can surprise QML.
Yep, and I feel like there has been some loopholes in the play of Team QML. We were discussing in the previous match of the upper bracket finals that it was all about the Revenant doing the heavy lifting, tanking up the damage, trying and taking everything that came up from the side of Revenant X-Park. But when it came down to the all-rounder part, Psyduck couldn't just fulfill the roles as much as he was supposed to do. But when it comes down to this matchup, lower bracket finals, it's a lot of things on stake. Not just only the grand final slot, but also for them to retain themselves in this tournament and for the World Championship run. So for the side of Team QML, they need to kind of figure out what has gone wrong in the previous match of the upper bracket finals. Specifically, if we talk about, it was Sky stepping up the game, finding the KOs. It was the Revenant tanking up as much as damage as possible. It was a 2 to 3 man show that was going all around for the side of Team QML, and if that thing continues against SATL, I can bet you that is going to backfire them a lot heavier way. So in that way, we need to kind of figure out, we need to get QML have to figure out, they have to re-strategize, they have to sit down and think that what kind of picks are we concentrating on and what kind of playstyle we will be adapting to get the better results against SATL Esports, because they are a very formidable force. They have been having a really great run throughout the lower brackets. The first match against True Rippers was a little dicey. We didn't get to see it live, but we did see the results, which was a 2-0 scoreline. But after that, SATL, they have been really unstoppable in the lower brackets run. So that's not a great news for QML, but if they are having an unstoppable run and QML are having some hiccups in their performance, that is where the warning sign is going to come in front of their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with your points that if a solo individual from that particular team is defending for the charts and eventually he is getting a lot of value for the team, then the other four has to kind of complement that performance. Otherwise, you are going to go down, because SHL on the other corner is a well coerced team. We have seen that performance against Team Dynamis, 900 and 929. I believe in the second matchup was the kind of scoreline that they were able to develop. We didn't saw what happened against Autobots Esports or True Rippers because that was not on the broadcast, but still we have the results that SHL Esports were able to beat their opponent Autobots with a 2-0 and then True Rippers up against them. The competition was 1-1 for the first two rounds. Initially, it was, if I'm not wrong, SHL Esports who won the first game. Second one was in the favor of True Rippers, and finally, to seal it off, SHL won the final game of that action as well. So yes, SHL is a vulnerable team, no doubt in that. There are certain situations where they can go down, but at the same point, we cannot neglect the fact that they have that synergy factor in their favor. QML is filled with quite a few gems. The old OGs individuals are coming through from that particular scenario, but that synergy part is somewhere which is missing. We have seen that up against Revenant X-Park as well. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case once again against SHL Esports. On that note, we do have the confirmation that the game is going to get started pretty soon. We are very excited regarding the draft pick phase because that's where I do believe 50% of the game is pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, we have to look forward to the draft because a lot of key bans have been there, mostly the support bans coming up from the majority of the side of SHUL and Revenant X-Park. The side has to be the first ban coming up from the side of SHUL. But moving on to Team QML, first ban, it's a speedster. It's going to be the Muse Karada, followed by, again, SHUL will have their own choice of ban. And I really hope it's going to be a Hoopa or something like that.
Well, let's see what's the ban coming through. Hoopa, yes, it is a very viable Pokemon, but then again, there's yet another support ban coming through. Yes, Daksh is the one who is going to just get it done. There's the Hoopa ban coming through, but now it's time for SHL Esports to pick their very first one. Umbreon may be coming through, or a Speedster, hopefully, like Upsol. That can be the case, but there you go. It's Kyurem who's going to pick it up. The Umbreon is in the favor of Team SHL Esports for now. The question is what Team QML is going to pick so that they can deny the fact that SHL looks strong.
Goku is going to stick with that Revenant. He has been really exceptional in the past couple of matches that he has played on that one Revenant, tanking up hefty amount of damage on himself. And Kai will be sticking with that Absol. He's also been really good on that Absol. And SHUL, they have to be prepared for this duo. Kai and Goku, they have been the exceptional force. But on a counter, we have Bacha on that Inteleon with some brutal snipe shots. The last time Daksh picked up the Inteleon, he couldn't do much. But Bacha, he has never missed a chance. And Snowy, sticking with the Talon Flame, he has also been a pure menace on that one Pokemon. But on the counter, we do see a Comfy coming up in the comp alongside Daksh picking up the Mewtwo Y.
Intriguing. We have a Talon Flame already. The Speedster SHL Esports is looking good at this point, but in order to sum it all up, All Might is absolutely amazing on a Buzzwole. So let's see if he's going to log it on, or eventually at the same point we have a double different approach maybe coming through from SHL's side. Psyduck, you never know what he's going to go for, but in the previous one against Revenant X-Park, there were some amazing plays being made from that individual. So let's see what he's going to bring. A double defender approach that we were speculating is not going to come through because there's the Eldegoss, Cotton Ball, who's going to go for the heals for the team.
Exactly, and Psyduck deciding whether he wants to go for the Blastoise or a Zoroark, and this time he decides to go for a Zoroark. He didn't pick it in the last match that he has played. He was also wobbling around, deciding whether, okay, am I going to go with this or I might just switch to the Zacian part? But Psyduck, it's a really big swap that we are seeing between Kai and Psyduck. Kai was really brilliant on that Absol. This time it's a switcheroo from them. Psyduck shifts to the Absol, and that's going to be the Zoroark going in the hands of Kai. It also has a little bit of switches. Kyurem sticks, again, it's not a switch, but it's the basic build. Kyurem sticks with that healer. Rex picks up that Umbreon. He's one of the best defenders that you can ever ask in this Indian circuit. But I feel like both the comp is fine. The front line seems a little bit dicey for the side of Team QML. Not sure how are they going to counter, because in front of them it's going to be All Might on the Gyarados, also Rex on that Umbreon, followed by you have Snowy from the Intervention and Bacha on that Inteleon. It seems like SHUL in terms of draft, they have a little bit of upper hand for themselves.
Yeah, I mean they're on their own OG Pokemons and they are looking forward to like just nail this one in their favor. But is it going to be the case? Because QML on the other corner could be a surprising factor for even SATL as well. So you never know how this game is going to pan out. But we are very excited regarding that. And having said that, let's dive into the action and see what they are going to do for the next 10 minutes, because at the end that is what is going to dictate how the lower bracket finals is going to go down.
Exactly. Snowy instantly going towards the mid, followed by Kai on that Zoroark. And Zoroark, it has been doing some exceptional job in the past couple of matches, but from different players' perspective, Zoroark has been really good, working out pretty fine, doing some hefty amount of damage on the opponents. The early stacks, the early evolution is going to be really important for Rex. The early stacks by the Phantom Goku. He's the best in the biz when it comes under the Revenant part, being the one front liner that his team can rely on. QML, they have been really very much dependable on him, but now all the wild Pokemons will be stolen away. But Absol coming into the picture, he's on level 3, sticking with the Comfy. It's a really tough duo that can be broken down easily. So for that, SUD Esports, they have to be really patient. But All Might, he has to level up quickly. The last time Crowley leveled up quickly on that Gyarados, gained them the proper advantage that they seek for, and Sky will be going for the score, and that's going to be the first stack coming in from his end.
Team QML, they're quick on their feet, trying to score, trying to evolve, trying to get that level advantage in their favor, but so is Team SATL Esports also trying to do the same. Ultimate Swap Boost comes through, and there you go. Massive advantages for SATL Esports. They got a lot of chaos energies through that. On the top lane, there's a confrontation that is happening. Mewtwo is out there. Comfy combination with that Mewtwo is going to be fun to watch. Zoroark, again, cutting down the Eldegoss, but the supporter being paired up with that all-rounder. The is absolutely amazing. So far, 26 years energy being dumped. On the bottom lane, there's a confrontation going on, but on the top lane, utmost retaliation coming in from the sides of SATL Esports. They got not just 2 but 3 KOs. At leaves down Mewtwo. Citrus Berry has been taken, stuck in the flux zone. High probability that this player will get KO'd, but no, there comes the savior Zoroark, who won't go far as he also goes down.
Oh, this is a quick evolution coming up from the side of Bacha. Damage will be tanked up by Rex. Absol gets diminished by that Inteleon with a double KO streak. All Might tanking up the damage. Mewtwo, why will be denied? Eldegoss tanks up the damage. Eventually Comfy coming into the picture. He will be punished if he comes up closer. And now All Might, he's just trying to get all the wild Pokemon buffs as he can. He's still there. Will be looking for to complete his stacks, but he needs to make a fallback. A waterfall being used, but Psyduck, he might just chase him down as much as possible alongside the Comfy. All Might taking up the charge on the top lane all by himself. Instantly, the objectives are going to come in very quickly. And Absol, Zoroark, all the speedsters on the top will be focusing on getting this Regieleki as quickly as possible, while Revenant and Mewtwo Y will be there in the bottom. The contention in the bottom seems a little bit light, but now Talonflame jumps in, Absol gets taken down, Eldegoss comes into the picture, Zoroark is already barely surviving in a very low HP, Talonflame jumps in, finds a KO, Eldegoss is going big. And that's a complete top lane being compromised. The scores will be dunked, and that's SATL with a beautiful start.
Oh, the start was there for QML, but seems like that SATL Esports are catching up way too quick, and they have got the lead in the favor. Now on the bottom lane, there's a Regieleki trying to make their way. Revenant in the trouble, but there comes the cavalry, there comes the backup. Revenant still survives, very low on his HP, but he's still there, trying to fight back, and there's getting a KO on Mewtwo.
Look at this, the fly being committed. Zoroark is still there. Snowy might just not survive. Zoroark finds a double KO streak for himself. Spy Vision being activated but doesn't get the value. Bacha, 2 of his snipe shots being dodged out very easily by Zoroark. Guy on that speedster is a real trouble for the side of SATL Esports, and they will not let him slip away like that. But for now, the Regieleki is already pushed towards the B, goal zone B on top. Absol is the one taking care of it. The snipe shots, look at the crit damage it's giving on 1.5k. That's too much to handle. And Bacha, he doesn't miss a lot of snipe shots though. But this time, they are being dodged one after another. Revenant is all alone. Mewtwo Y coming up from behind. Snowy has to make a fallback, drives in, but at the right moment, Revenant backs off.
That's the most important stuff right now. The timing, the kind of support that you need, that is exactly where I believe on the top lane you get to see Eldegoss and Gyarados clearing up and making sure that nobody hits their tier 1 goal zone. On the bottom lane, of course, Inteleon is right there trying to guard it away. But then again, that Zoroark Comfy combination, we all know it's a menace. That's exactly where SATL Esports could go down. They have to find a way to break that synergy, break that bond between these two individual Pokemons. So far, on the mid lane as well, Altarian swap rules are being contested. What SCTL is doing basically is playing on objectives, getting KOs, making sure that they evolve as fast as possible, guarding some good Altarian swap rules, and wild Pokemons are being farmed from their side. Look at the damage that Bacha is giving every now and then. He's just making sure that the opponents stay at a bay.
There's that bit of level difference that we're seeing from both the ends. Level 11, it's going to be Bacha. But yep, Talon needs to evolve as quickly as possible. The stacks will be stopped. Oh, that's a really good approach. Zoroark denied by the scores, but Gyarados gets taken down. Kyurem is all alone. The Unite being committed by Comfy. Inteleon will come into the rescue, but the backline will be invaded. If Inteleon goes down, that things might just go south, but Spy Vision being activated. Zoroark, can he survive? No, he cannot. That's a beautiful KO being converted, but Absol is coming back in the picture alongside Comfy. Talonflame will be compromised. That's a really good KO, the right moment where Team QML wanted. Not many scores from both the ends, but you can see the level difference. Level 9 on Umbreon. Rex needs to evolve faster. Revenant in the mid will be getting the Ulterior Saw boost all to his name. But top lane contention, Reggie is where the focus draws. Everybody's contesting for it. Goku is all set. The fight's being done. A lot of big hits being committed. Mewtwo being compromised. Talonflame has been taken down by Absol. Commits a U9, but still there is hope. The last hit won't be there. Inteleon wanted to save the day for the side of SXUL, but couldn't get it. But in the bottom, Reggie Steel being secured by All Might still keeps the hopes alive for SXUL in the game.
Oh yeah, 153 to 36. Reggie League is there. The 6 allies coming through, but still they are fighting back. Well, Umbreon won't go far. The frontline attack has been dismissed. The supporter trying to be there, but there you go. The tier 1 goal zone on the top lane has been destroyed. Even on the bottom lane, you get to see Zoroark dumping a set of 20. 3 minutes 32 seconds are left at this point. 153 to 171. That means Team QML, they are not just inching closer to Team SAT useful, but they are building the lead as well. Revenant trying to go for the Unite, making sure that he gets the best out of it. Is it going to be the case? Let's wait and watch.
This is a big combo that cannot be beaten that easily. Revenant alongside Comfy. This is a deadly duo. Gyarados barely surviving. Commits the Unite. Will be getting the stunts for sure. But Revenant, he is not in the mood to go down. Even Snowy has been forced up to back up. The crit hit comes in. Inteleon with a snipe shot. Helps the entire team with his moveset. But Zoroark is on a vengeance. Commits the Unite. Rex barely surviving. Gets taken down immediately. Kai on a double KO streak. Turns the game around. Zoroark looking really nice at this moment. Right now, Team QML, they need everything in their favor to get this first win in this BO3 series. It's a complete 50-50 contention. The levels, there is a big difference. Level 14 Absol Psyduck again can be that one factor alongside Zoroark to change the tides for QML and to contest against it. The Gyarados needs to level up to 14, but there is not much time. 20 more seconds on clock for the Rayquaza to come into the picture.
The trouble awaits. 15 more seconds. We have to wait for 15 more seconds. But even before that, if there's an opening that SAT Esports or Team QML is going to find against their frontline attackers, that will be amazing. That will be one of the beneficial stuff for them. Bacha every now and then with that snipe shot is absolutely on point. Look at the crit damage that he's giving every now and then to Goku. But as you rightly called it out, the Comfy Revenant combination once again isolating Eldegoss. This will be a big problem. Zoroark gets the KO done and dusted. And there comes the Unite from Revenant. Multiple KOs will be coming in. But Zoroark, he's done.
Oh, look at this. The flame sweep coming in. Absol finds Umbreon, but he's still breathing. Talonflame is dead. Gyarados has been taken down. The snipe shots are not making the connection. Talon is down as well. Inteleon, Eldegoss, they're surviving. They come back into the picture. Inteleon has to go for the last hit. The Rayquaza is being melted down. Spy Vision being activated to push away the players of Team QML. But will the last hit be commencing? Inteleon is there. One after another. Every player of QML, they are being thrashed. Zoroark is the only one surviving. Last minute, Zoroark, can he get it? No, he will not. It's gonna be Bacha to secure it and get in another big team wipe. It's a 4 KO streak for Kyurem. This Eldegoss is something different. It's all about the support players. This is an era. This is a meta. Kyurem, he has done what he wanted. This is a mighty play from his end and SATUL. What a big game it is turning out for them. The shields are still there. They need to come up with some big scores. And yes, they will be dumped one after another as QML. They're in a big shock.
Oh yeah, for the straight up 9 minutes they were in control, but look at this, the final 1 minute is going out of their hands. It's Team SATL Esports who have taken the total control. Yes, they might get KO'd right now. The supporter Curem goes down, the one who secured a 4 KO streak, acting on the advantages that Batra built with the amount of damage that he gave. And that was one of the best approaches one could have made. Absol mills down the Inteleon, but never mind guys. All said and done, look at that, another set of 100. Gyarados right there, trying to still be into the fight. Guys, it's pretty much done and dusted. The very first game of the lower bracket finals is in the favor of Team SATL Esports with a big banger. They have opened up this one in their way. Now the question is, what about the next one?
Oh my god, QML. Little did they anticipated this kind of result. They had the levels advantage, they had the KOs. Look at that, 10 KOs on Psyduck, 7 on Kai. That was a real domination from the speedsters. Goku also tanked up a hefty amount of damage on himself. Daksh also tried to step up this time. Snowy got only 3, he was not even allowed to get a lot more KOs in this particular match. Bacha did get 11. Curem got 9 KOs. He is a supporter. He is Eldegoss. He has got 9 KOs, 8 assists. Curem played. I mean, I guess he is introducing some new ways of how you should play a support player. And you can see, Curem has got more damage than Daksh. More damage. Yeah, it kind of sums up. Almost close to Kai as well, being on that support player as well. But more than All Might, on that all-rounder. The damage being tanked up by Goku is immense. 1 lakh crossed. So he absorbed everything that came up from the side of SATL, and Bacha also giving 1 lakh plus damage on that Inteleon with the snipe shots. That was a pure disaster for the side of QML at the very end, but he remained very silent. He remained undercover in the final stretch where it was supposed to be like that. And just imagine if Bacha was taken down, entire game would have been tilted. Just because of the spy vision, he was able to push back the players of QML and get this control of the Rayquaza pit fight.
See, the fact that Bacha came from the top and eventually from the bottom, we had Eldegoss coming through. So from 2 different angles, Bacha pushed the players back, but Curem acted on it, gave up the damage, and eventually made sure that he gets multiple KOs over there. It was basically a total team KO coming through, because even before that, there were one other Pokemon who was already KO'd. So that's exactly where Team SATL Esports pounced on. And the advantage they got was massive. 782 goals in their favor, 199 is where QML is sitting at. And you can see for the fair share of 9 minutes, I would like to say, it was a clear tussle between both the teams. Initially, it looked like QML is taking the charge. They were getting the KOs, they were getting the objectives as well. But so was Team SATL Esports. They got the first Regieleki, they got the Registeel as well. But to be honest, the heavy hits that were there were from Team QML. And I really thought that QML can take the control if they don't mess up the Rayquaza, the final stretch period. But that's exactly where SATL had the timing in their name.
Completely agreed. A hands-down performance from the end of QML as well, I would say, because they were also putting up some real show till the 9th minute. But after that, everything went downhill. From the very start itself, after Zoroark came into the picture, it was real dicey for SATL to get the control. Still, Bacha, from the very start, he was trying to put up the presence. The early contention on the top lane was there in the favor of SATL Esports, but slowly around the corner, slowly and gradually, as the players of the Pokemon of Team QML were evolving, and that made the difference. Counterattacks were denied. Zoroark was a pure menace, but still, at the very end, the final smile is on the face of SATL as they are just 1 step away to enter the grand finals. 1 win and they will be the second team to enter the grand finals and face Revenant Spark. But again, in this fight, Kai did a very good job. The early KOs that were taken was really something that, you know, boosted the momentum for Team QML. But at the very end, last 2 players surviving, this one Inteleon and Eldegoss turned the entire game around for the side of Team SATL.
So basically, it was a 2v5 situation with the spy vision being activated, players being pushed back. Curem acted on it, and what a play from the other side by Bacha as well. The amount of damage that he was able to dissipate against his opponent was phenomenal. That's exactly how Team SATL Esports were able to back their very first victory in the lower bracket finals. But this is not it. They need to secure 1 more, and if that's not the case, there will be a very good chance that QML is going to act on it, because to be honest, the way QML has played throughout this whole sequence is basically that they kind of adapt along the way. And I talked about the surprises that STL can bring. I think you can ban supporters, you can ban speedsters, but Inteleon is a particular Pokemon that Badsha is well known for. And if you don't ban that particular Pokemon, you are going to have a lot of trouble acting onto Team STL Esports or retaliating them. That's exactly where Badsha shines. That's exactly where that X factor, the element of surprise, STL always have in their favor. So yeah, winning the first one was good enough for them, but is it enough to win the spot in the grand finals? Well, the answer is not at all. They need to win one more.
Exactly, and the next match, I believe one of the Pokemon that QML is definitely going to ban is going to be the Inteleon. I don't think they're going to go for the Eldegoss. Maybe they can go for it, but I don't think so as such. But we'll have to see. And for that, we are going to jump into the second match draft eventually without even waiting much, because the first ban is already underway from STL. They're very quick. Psyduck completely denied. Psyduck is unhappy that he's not getting picked, but it is how the game is turning around. Muscarada, the second ban, coming in from the side of Team QML. So 2 Pokemon out of the equation, still 2 more to go, and SATUL doesn't want an Absol, it seems, and Absol will be banned. QML, 1 key Pokemon denied, and for against that there might be an Inteleon ban that might just come through, but it's going to be the Talonflame. So 3 speedsters denied. Hoopa is available, but we'll have to see whether they pick it or not, because the first pick from Rex, it should be the Umbreon coming in.
Intriguing, interesting. I'm looking forward to see what are the picks that are going to come from the sides of Team QML. The first 2 picks are going to be very, very important, no doubt in that. A Hoopa, as it's not banned, it's only wise to pick it up. Hyperspace Holes, Rings Unbound, gathering all the players at one spot and stacking up is going to be much more easier. Let's see what's next.
Oh. Hoopa coming in alongside the Leafeon. Daksh is back in his Leafeon form. Rex picks up that Snorlax. Badsha never allowing this Inteleon to slip away from his hands. Double defender comp set. Inteleon as the backline attacker is already. Psyduck and Goku deciding what to pick up next. Revenant has been there. He's tanking up damage but couldn't find the value, so maybe there can be a little bit of change. Psyduck sticks with the Gyarados, while Goku picks up a Mamoswine this time. After consecutively picking up the Revenant in all the matches that he's played so far, maybe in the last 3-4 matches, he has changed his pick from the Revenant to Mamoswine. That bit of changes should work out. The stuns would be coming in, the Ice Fang. He has to watch out for it, but some changes on the side of SC2 Esports as well. Snowy picking up the Zeraora this time, in spite of, because Talonflame has been banned, so Snowy knows how to play along with the Zeraora and can be impactful, and All Might picking the mighty Buzzball.
Well, STL knows that everything is in their favor. If they nail this one, they will go to the grand finals, and that's exactly where they wanted their ace cards to come through. So I'm happy with the pick that they have made, a double defender approach coming in from their corner, but a double speedster from QML side. Well, we have seen fair share of Gengar play today, but again, how QML is going to play with it, how they're going to act on it, how they're going to make sure that they nail this one particular game in their favor so that they can bring in the final game, that's a big question. And everybody who's watching the stream and who is here to see what Pokemon Unite is all about is anticipating that QML, they bring in something different from their corner, because again, they have a lot to lose and very less to gain, to be honest. At this point, the only spot that is available is the grand finals #1 spot or #2 spot, wherever they go on after fighting against Revenant X-Park. But Revenant X-Park on the other corner is sitting chilled out, and yeah, we are waiting for our opponents.
Yeah, indeed. This is the match for the 3rd place spot as well, because the team who will be defeated will eventually grant the 3rd place, and the winning team will be there in the top 2. So a lot of speculations, a lot of questions in our mind, but as we dive into the map of the second game of this BO3 series, a lot of questions will be answered. SCTUL Esports, they do have a 1-match lead in this series, but will they be advancing to the grand finals? This is the bigger question, and Revenant X-Park, they will be definitely watching over this match to see what results are going to turn in. But right now, is it going to be SCTUL or QML to win this match? That is the bigger question as we dive into the second match of this BO3 series.
Alright, the time has come for SCTUL Esports to make sure that they get this one home. QML on the other corner, they want to start, they want to get all those initial wild Pokemons in their favor so that they can evolve as fast as possible. To be honest, see, the initial control of QML is good. I have no complaints regarding that. It's all about how they sum up in those pressure moments where Team SATL just outshines everybody else because of the factor that they have that synergy, they have that insight of what they need to do. Magikarp and Hoopa on the top for Team QML, and on the other corner, the Buzzwole. Currently at level 3, obviously needs to evolve as fast as possible. Oh, gets a KO, and Hoopa needs to just push back.
Now, once again, the early game contention is where SATL will be looking for to establish this time, but this small form of Mammospine is just waiting and getting the scores stuck in. This is a really important game for the side of QML where they don't want to make any sort of mistakes.
Well, in the bottom lane, the Swinub and Inga trying to contest for the Alterias. Well, they do get the advantage of getting most of it. But the KO streaks from Buzzwole, it's not going to stop. And I think SATL knows that All Might needs to evolve as fast as possible. Psyduck on the other corner wanted to be quick, wanted to go for some Eos energies, but instead faced the KO. Look at how SATL is just overstepping the boundaries. They're in the wild area of QML and they're just contesting them. Going in their home and then contesting them is a big statement from SATL side. They know that they won the previous matchup. But in order to win this one, they need to evolve as fast as possible, and they are constantly eyeing on that. All the players from QML, they are stuck at level 5, but on the other corner, if you see the all-rounder and the speedster, along with the range attacker as well, is already on level 6 from the sides of Team SATL Esports. So this is where they need that edge, this is where they need that advantage. Can they get it? Well, for Piloswine, things are not looking good as it faces the KO.
Piloswine is going to shift towards directly on the top lane, while Buzzwole, All Might, is the only one from the side of SATL Esports taking control, but oh, Drizzle, he's just gonna not let him slip away like that. It's a KO found on Kai. Quick hyperspace hole being used for some teleportations because the bottom 8-tier gold zone will be contested and will be conceding a lot of goals from the side of SATL Esports because they have got one loophole that almost everybody is on the top lane waiting for the Regieleki to come in. While Piloswine will be looking forward to just go up close and personal, but the heavy slam comes in from the side of Rex, trying to push him away as much as possible, but the Ice Fang can be really deceiving to the side of SATL Esports, but Zorok finds one on Kai, this time not allowing him to level up as quickly as possible. That's a really good approach coming in from the side, but eventually finds a double KO streak. Zorok finds a triple, clears the entire top lane all by himself, and that's going to be a hefty amount of scores being dunked. He's waiting for somebody to score some more, and after that, an overdunk of 17, and that's going to be it. Regieleki under contention, Zoroark and Buzzwole will be taking care of him, but eventually we do see the entire team of QML coming down in the bottom lane. They are all prepped out because this is the bottom objective that they need to focus on. Oh, look at this fight. Spy Vision being activated and now last shots being taken. Rejoice is under contention. Bacha will be securing it instantly. Push coming in onto the 8-tier gold zone. Gyros being surviving in a very low HP. Commits the Unite. Wants to get the stun on Rex. My bad, it's going to be Kyurem. The Umbreon. We usually do see Rex playing on the Umbreon, so sometimes this kind of thing happens, but he's on that Snorlax. So it's double defender comp that we are seeing. As we mentioned earlier, SATL Esports, they look really nice in a really comfortable spot for themselves. All Pokemon leveling up as quickly as possible. Level 11 Zoroark. Sorry, my bad, Zeraora. It can be really problematic for the side of Team QML.
It can be, and that's exactly why Snow is constantly trying to level up. Look at those KOs that could be coming in. Piloswine is under siege and the trouble, but Kyurem had to push back a bit. There you go. Piloswine goes down. Not a very good sign for them. Leafeon also goes down. Team QML really thought that they're going to find their way back into the picture, but no, they are struggling. Quite literally, they are struggling at this point. Multiple players are getting KO'd. There are not a lot of unites that they have, but on the other corner, SATL, they have the level advantage. They have the goals that are being done. That kind of advantage also is there. So they're playing both on objectives and on the decimation of their opponent. There's a huge lead, no doubt in that.
Yeah. In the meantime, Raider Gengar went in to steal the buff from the side of SCTUL Esports, and with that, he's on level 10. But oh, Kyurem, can he survive? Yes, he can, because Zorok steps into the question, wants to find out something on that Hoopa, but Daksh came at the right moment. Snipe Shot will not be making any connection. The Pillow Swine needs to level up. He's still on level 8. The Hyperspace Hole instantly will help them to teleport and get the scores done. But oh, Zeraora, he will get the scores done. Then the shield will push back Pillow Swine towards the side of SCTUL, and that conversion will be made. This is a really good move from Snowy, but this time Gyarados is in the problematic scenario because Unite being committed. Buzzwole finds one. The Unite being committed from Gyarados as well. Stuns out. From back comes down with the Hex. It's going to be Gengar. Gets one on Buzzwole, but this Regieleki will be secured by Zeraora, as well as getting a KO on Gyarados to clear things off from the side of SCTUL Esports.
Once again, the top lane has been confronted by the sides of SCTUL Esports, and they're totally commanding it. But then the Pillar Swine still to evolve to a Mammoth Swine. I'm very surprised with all of that. Snorlax on the other corner goes in with that approach, and it's the Spy Vision. Players are going to get pushed back for sure, and the KOs are coming to Speedster is down, so is the defender. The frontline attack is away. Oh my god, Leafeon is uninvested as well. Leafa had to go for the rings and bound, but nothing is going to work, as it was almost a team KO. It was just the Gyarados which was left. I think his number is also coming. There you go.
Once again, Bacha proving that he is the Bacha of this game. 3 KO streak. Hyperspace will activate it, but gets denied. Zeraora finds a double. Still Hoopa surviving alongside the Mammoth One finally being evolved, creating some menace for the side of Zeraora. The Unite was used. Ice Fang to stun out the Inteleon. We will look forward to get back off from this spot. One good snipe shot to do the damage. Gyarados takes all the damage for himself. Rex comes into the rescue. Mean Look being used. Will push back Goku as much as possible. This Mammoth Swine had to come a little bit earlier to push away SCTUL Esports to gain the control. It is just too late, but I really hope that somehow this Mammoth Swine does the job in the final stretch fight. Otherwise, it's all about SCTUL who has the control of this particular match.
I mean, look at the massive difference. Pretty close to like 250 plus points of a difference is already available for the favor of SCTUL Esports. So even if they don't go for the Rayquaza or eventually go for the goal zones, what they can do is basically defend all the goal zones that they've got. The tier 1, tier 2 goal zones on the top lane and the bottom lane. Ace lane goal zone, I think that's a far-fetched approach coming in from sides of Team QML. The only option that QML has got is go for the Rayquaza, melt away in that control, and then eventually they can be done. But look at this. Once again, just on the north of mid lane, again retaliations are coming through.
Gyarados is completely confined. That was a really close call. Heavy slam coming in. This might be the good opportunity. The snipe shot makes the connection, but nobody wants to get that chance. Mammoth One is lucky to get the heal just before the final stretch, but the AT being dunked by Leafeon. A sneaky score. Even Gengar is there, but oh no, Gyarados, I don't think he's gonna get that privilege, but the Unite completely missed All Might. This can be a big gun. The rings and power being unleashed. It's a good moment where everything can turn around, but one after another, every player is falling down. It's an entire team wipe for Team QML SHUL. They have done it. It's a triple KO streak coming up from the side of Zeraora. Inteleon joins the party with Gengar being taken down, and Buzzwole will be securing the Rayquaza. That's it. SHUL Esports will be walking away with this win with the 2-0 scoreline as they advance to be the second grand finalist of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series India Qualifiers to face off against Revenant X-Park.
Just like what SHUL did on the top lane, a tier 2 goal zone, exactly in that particular fashion, including that Spy Vision, and then pairing out with some beautiful attacks. Unites coming through from the sides of SHUL Esports. They have totally compromised the players of Team QML, and look at this opportunity that they have got. 7 and 9 already in their favor. They are already going to dump a few more. I think this one was absolutely out of the hands for Team QML from the very onset of this particular game. It just really felt like that QML is just trying to find their track back into the picture, but they never find their way back into the picture because of the fact SHUL was always on their toes and making sure that they get those KOs and making sure that they get those valuable opening at the end.
Mighty game again, rings and bound being used, trying to get as many KOs as possible to the very end, but they will be pushed away from the goal zone itself, and Zeraora is still not popping off. He's still not just stopping himself, wants to go for some more biggies, but this time gets denied. Job has been done. 2 back-to-back team wipes in the final stretch. A dominating performance, while Inteleon sits on the jump pad. Unite being committed by Buzzwole, but that's it. Team QML. They try to put up a great show, but it's all about SATUL, the rockets flying up high in the sky as they advance to the grand finals with a dominating fashion.
As I said, even before the action started, that this could be probably a very strong 2-0 coming in from the sides of SATUL. They do deliver it. Initially, I was blown out of proportion of what QRM is capable of on that Illigos, and right now you can see 25 assists coming in. I think that's a record that has been attained from the sides of SATUL Esports QRM. That's a phenomenal record, obviously, when it comes to being the part of 27 fights. The frontline attacker was absolutely amazing. Rex on the other corner also helped a lot when it comes to tanking up the damage, when it comes to making sure that the opponents are at bay and they're not close to Badsha. On the other corner, Snowy, being the Zora, was phenomenal. 16 amazing knockouts from his corner.
27 fights that he was a part of, 11 assists as well. Might getting 7 KOs. Even Badsha having 6 assists for himself as well. So far so good. We do see an entire team performance from the side of SATUL, but when it comes down to the side of QML, you look onto the bigger picture. The front line once again was not established. We did not see Gyarados finding anything. I mean, no offense, but I feel like Psyduck, he has to change his playstyle or somewhat like that, because I don't know, man, this player has got some real good potential, but somehow in today's games he has been missing big time. Goku has been tanking a lot of damage, and also this time Mamoswine, almost the timer was like 3 minutes left on the clock, then he evolved to Mamoswine. So 7 minutes on that Swine Herb and Pillow Swine, tanking up not a lot more damage to play along with. No Unites coming in, giving the allowance to Snowy and the company to roam around freely and get those KOs. Not even having any long range attacker as well. So everything went downhill for the side of QML. They tried to bounce back. Even Kai was also on. He did not also get the privilege to evolve quickly on that Gengar form. So the level ups were denied brutally by the side of SATUL Esports, and the kind of dominating fashion that they were competing and they were contesting in every fight that they wanted to chime in. Every time you do see a fight happening, QML were being trashed left, right and center.
That was just phenomenal, to be honest. The thing that you said regarding SATUL Esports, that they controlled the whole action for 10 minutes, is pretty on point, because of the fact that every now and then, whenever it was Goku trying to evolve, trying to get some KOs, trying to be that pillar for the team, it was never the case. Be it Swin Up, Pillow Swine or Mamoswine, which was a very late evolution for him. Every now and then he was just getting countered. Daksh on the other corner, he was a part of quite a few fights, and eventually he did got quite a few steals in their favor. Yeah, there was certain assists also coming through. But to be honest, overall as a team, QML, both in objectives and also in terms of getting KOs, completely over on the back foot. There was never a moment where we felt that yes, now QML is charging in, especially in the second game. In the first one, of course, for the first 9 minutes, it was QML throughout and through. They were being very impactful, but this second game was completely out of proportion for them. And the irony is, this one was very, very important for the sides of QML. Look at that. None of the objectives, none of the goals coming through from their corner. It was QML like a silent agent in this particular whole scenario. They just did nothing in terms of getting the goals for specifically 2 minute to 6 minute marker. That means for straight up 4 minutes, they were just getting KO'd. They were just trying to evolve. They were just trying to steal your synergies, but the objectives were still not fulfilled.
Exactly. But now we do hop on to the replay of what happened in this entire map, in this entire matchup from the very start. As soon as Zeraora came into the picture, things went downhill for the side of Team QML. They had no chance of making any comebacks, certain comebacks at all. Everything were just going in the favor of Team SATUL Esports. Every time you did see them chiming into a fight, just look at the domination. Nobody was spared. Nobody for even a single moment was spared to flee away. Buzzvole, All Might, we do know that he's one of the best top laners in India, and he is proving it once again. This is the old All Might that we wanted to see from a very long time, and he's back in the game. And also Badsha every time. And I'm quite sure, you know what, in the next Grand Finals, Inteleon will be at least that one Pokemon that will be denied from Badsha. If he gets Inteleon, he can be the biggest problem of the opposition team.
Yeah, I think that ban has to be there, because if Badsha plays on a Inteleon, he is going to go all guns blazing. And at the same point, even for All Might, I would like to say, if he's there on a Buzzwole, things are not going to look good for the opponent, which is currently Revenant Spark, as SATL had made their way to the grand final. They are now just one step away, or should I say 2 steps away, because of the fact that it's going to be a reset if they even win against Revenant Spark.
Yeah, pretty much. If they win against Revenant Spark, the first BO3 with the momentum that they have, it will go for a reset, and then another BO3 will be commencing, in which again SATL has to beat Revenant Spark. And even in that, like, just suppose SATL beats Revenant Spark in the first BO3, and the second BO3 Revenant Spark beats SATL. So the results, it's going to be like that. So SATL has to play at least next 2 BO3s in order to qualify for the World Championship and represent as Team India in the global finals. So if they want to do it, they have to do a lot more hard work. But for Revenant Spark, those who had quite a decent time for rest, they will be just gearing up themselves to fight against SATL Esports. This is the arch rivalry that we see between these two teams, Revenant Spark as well as SATL Esports. One of the greatest battles to witness, that too at the greatest stage of this tournament. Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series India Qualifiers Grand Final, and you do see the 2 best teams of India competing against each other for that one slot or the Grand Global Finals.
Oh yeah. The way we started the day, we got to see a lot of retaliation coming in, specifically from the sides of Reckoning Esports, but at the end, it was SATL Esports who maintained their long and very intriguing run into the lower bracket. And look at them now once again rising back into the picture, taking the spot in the grand finals, fighting against Revenant Spark. Obviously, it's going to be a big challenge because of the fact that they are from the lower bracket, so they will have to have a little bit more of a tiring journey. Even if they win, there will be a reset, and then eventually they have to fight back in the next set of BO3. So it's going to be a big challenge for SATL, no doubt in that. But looking at the momentum that they're carrying in, that is very, very amazing. 2 of their matches have been on the broadcast. Both of them matches were absolutely amazing. They got their 2-0s in them. And for Revenant Spark, well, they are the undefeated giants so far, because not even a single game, should I say, has been out of their hand.
Exactly, and right now this is just another BO3 that awaits for them, and Revenant Spark will definitely look forward to secure this victory in the very first BO3 series and qualify for the Grand Global Finals of World Championship Series. So for now, Revenant Spark, they were seeing all the matches, and definitely they will have an idea of how they have to tackle SATL Esports, while we also are going to go for a short break and we'll give some breather for SATL Esports to prep up just before the Grand Finals. So don't go anywhere, stay with us. We'll catch you up on the other side with the Grand Finals itself.
Distraction as they take away Nekroz. But the Absolventus code will be denied.
The entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite.
Unite to counter, yes, uses the Unite and finding that is the psychic down. That is the talent trying to bring this back up the sweep. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfira in letting that Inteleon get closer as
Like a phoenix from the ashes, they have Revenant X-Spark.
big damage.
So high probability that this player will get KO'd, but no, there comes a savior Zorak, who won't go far as he also goes.
Zorak is already barely surviving in a very low HP. Talent jumps in, finds.
Revenant still survives, very low on his HP.
Look at this, the fly being committed. Zorak is still there, Snowy finds to go down. Even Snowy has been forced up to
That Comfy Revenant combination once
no.
again.
Upsol finds Umbreon, but he's still breathing. Talonflame is big game. It is turning out for them. The shields are
Is going out of their hands. It's Team SADL Esports who have taken the total control. Yes, they might get KO'd right now. The supporter Curem goes that he gave, and that was one of the best of still. BB immune to the fight.
now last shot's being taken. Rejoice is under contention.
But Curem had to push back a bit. Lisa is down, so is the defender. The frontline attack is away. Oh my god, Leafeon is under as well. Lupa had to go for the rings and bound, but nothing is going to work. As it was almost a team KO. It was just the Gyarados which was left. I think
Once again, Bajta proving that he is the Bajta of this game. 3 kills, 3. This can be a big thunder. Rings and Bomb being unleashed. This is a good moment where every India qualifiers to face off against Revenant X.
top lane, a tier 2 goal zone exactly in that particular fashion, including that spy vision and then pairing out with some beautiful attacks layers of German. And look at this opportunity that they
So far, Blastoise is doing the exact job that he's supposed to do with the wooden points. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But fight back as much as possible to just push them away.
Spark, Emerald True Step again coming in. Dutch misses this on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal the forest being
Dramatic, but so far now Eldegoss, look at him.
came to save, will not save himself. And that's going to be another KO to follow up. Revenant X-Spark just wasting time. Cybern also being used here. And with that, they've created enough distraction as they take away Rayquaza. With the Absol went to score, will be denied.
The entire team has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Revenant drops down to very low HP, but eventually Revenant falls down in the hands of while still the push is underway. Gyarados with the Unite.
Unite to counter, yes, uses the Unite and finding that is the psychic down. That is the talent trying to bring this back up the sweep. And the opportunity, especially with the Unite on Darkrai, finds the opening. That is the out Trev, and it is only Comfira in letting that Inteleon get closer as
Like a phoenix from the ashes, they have Revenant X-Spark.
big damage.
so high probability that this player will get KO'd, but no, there comes a savior Zorak, who won't go far as he also goes.
Zorak is already barely surviving in a very low HP. Talent jumps in, finds.
Revenant still survives, very low on his HP.
Look at this, the fly being committed. Zorak is still there, Snowy finds to go down. Even Snowy has been forced up to
That Comfy Revenant combination once
no.
again.
Upsol finds Umbreon, but he's still breathing. Talonflame is big game. It is turning out for them. The shields are
Is going out of their hands. It's Team SADL Esports who have taken the total control. Yes, they might get KO'd right now. The supporter Curem goes that he gave, and that was one of the best of still. BB immune to the fight.
now last shot's being taken. Rejoice is under contention.
But Curem had to push back a bit. Lisa is down, so is the defender. The frontline attack is away. Oh my god, Leafeon is under as well. Lupa had to go for the rings and bound, but nothing is going to work. As it was almost a team KO. It was just the Gyarados which was left. I think
Once again, Bajta proving that he is the Bajta of this game. 3 kills, 3. This can be a big thunder. Rings and Bomb being unleashed. This is a good moment where every India qualifiers to face off against Revenant X.
top lane, a tier 2 goal zone exactly in that particular fashion, including that spy vision and then pairing out with some beautiful attacks layers of German. And look at this opportunity that they
So far, Blastoise is doing the exact job that he's supposed to do with the wooden points. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But fight back as much as possible to just push them away.
Spark, Emerald True Step again coming in. Dutch misses this on the Trev. Big hit coming through. Eldegoss will try to heal the forest being
Dramatic, but so far now Eldegoss, look at him.
Well guys, welcome back to India Qualifiers of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series 2025. It's time for the grand finale. And for that, it's me, Raider. We do have Lucifer on the rest as well. And Lucifer, after seeing what SADL Esports is capable of, from dropping down to the upper, from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, to maintaining a run for past 4 to 5 matches back and forth. They are still here to fight back, and they're here standing up against the Revenant Spark, the first grand finalist of this championship series, India Qualifier. What are your thoughts on what SATL can do now?
The SATL have always been an undefeatable force in the lower bracket. You take the history of Pokemon UNITE, irrespective of whichever matchups we've seen, whether it be the India Open, whether it be the Asia Champions League, whether it be the Worlds, it's always these lower bracket runs that SATL just outperform, and no other teams kind of even cope up to what they're able to brew. And we thought maybe True Rippers could actually defeat them again in the semi-finals, but SATL were out for vengeance, and now going into the grand finals, it is again a vengeance situation here, Raider, because this was the team, Revenant X-Park, denying them twice in the Winter Open to being one of those teams to qualify for the ACL Japan finals, and they did not. And Revenant X-Park, they were the representatives, and this time again it's happening in the grand finals, and this time there's a bracket reset. So if SATL want to be the champions and want to go to Anaheim, USA, which so far in comparison to Revenant X-Park, it's on an even standoff. Now initial days he was Revenant X-Park and Crowley Co going towards the Worlds, towards the ACLs, but then it ended up being All Might's company under the SATL going into various international stages. So this might be the decider to see who is better as a team and who is the best Indian team. When it comes to it, these are the two giants that we see.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch how this whole situation goes down. Now, Revenant X-Park will be eyeing to get this done and dusted in the very first matchup. They don't want that reset to come through, but they do have that safety net of a reset in their favor. So even if they kind of tumble down in this first BO3, in this first sequence, they can still be back into the picture. But for SATL, again, this is a journey which is, again, very, very interesting for them. But at the same point, they have to fight till the end. They have to secure the first BO3. They have to make sure that they get the second one as well. There is no room for making an error from the sides of SATL Esports, specifically given that from SATL Esports, it's All Might always playing on the buzz wall, being impactful, and we cannot forget Badsha, what he is capable of on that Intellion. And every now and then, whenever Badsha gets a chance to bring that Intellion into the picture, if it's not banned, Badsha is going to be back with that, and he makes an impact against QML, against True Rippers, against any other particular team which is there. Badsha was on point. So is it going to be the case against Revenant X-Park as well? Now that's a big question.
I think one main factor that kind of slightly differentiates these two teams are the approach. Now, when you look at SATL's forefront, they have a really good solid front line which helps players like Badsha on the range attacker to do enough damage to find chaos and then eventually the match down the line to secure objectives and stuff like that. When you move into the sides of Revenant X-Park, their standoff or their play in terms of their stat is a tad bit different. Yes, it again benches or banks on the sides of their front line, but it is not always the front line who makes the action happen. They kind of even try to rally their defender who kind of tries to drag their players or opponents into a poking situation and force them into a battle, and therefore then the defenders who start the matchup all-rounders swoop in, and then comes in the speedsters. So this side of Revenant X-Park rarely bank on the sides of ranged attackers to do that effective backline damage coming through. Rather they have their sporadic quick outburst of damage doers who jump in, go for the KO, and then just back off after that elimination and after the Pokemon fainting. So those slight variations when we see between the SATL and Revenant X-Park are the minute changes which these two teams bring about in their victories. But is it going to be enough? Now SATL, as I spoke about it in the recent times, it's been defeat versus Revenant X-Park whenever they fought. It happened in ACL upper bracket finals. They went to the lower bracket final, won against Global Esports, came back to the grand finals against Revenant X-Park, but it was still a defeat and they did not manage to qualify in the Winter Open. It was Revenant X-Park, and right now they have an opportunity. Last time at least it was two spots coming through. League, SATL had an opportunity to play it, but just went on a spree of back-to-back victories, and it was undeniable. When you go into the Winter Open, it just ended up becoming a cascade match, and I think the stubbornness in terms of getting back to the international stage for Crowley, he had a little bit of a 1 or 1.5 year gap which he missed in the representation for India, and now he's back again. He's already gone to Japan, and this might be again for USA, who knows. But SATL, they wouldn't decide to back off, especially that this vengeance to be the best team of India is going on between these two teams for a long time now.
Oh yeah, I mean, that rivalry is something which is uncanny to watch. At the same point, now SATL Esports has got that momentum from the very start of this action today, we got to see SATL Esports falling onto the backdrops in the lower bracket, but still they're here in the grand finale right now. That tells us the metal that SATL Esports has got. And on that note, guys, let's look at the ban phase as well as we dive deeper into the competition. Absol ban will be coming in from Badsha. And from the other corner, I'm looking forward to see what Revenant X-Pac has to offer in terms of ban. Probably a speedster ban of their own, and a supporter ban has to be there. But Krishna, he is not going to take any time to ban an Inteleon. Badsha, I think he has to find something new.
That's Vulcan, and he knows what SAT will have to be denied. Badsha is that phenomenal Inteleon player, and the front line which we were just talking about will right now, yes, come into play, but also be denied because the backline will not be an Inteleon. Do they go to a Desi? Something that we'll wait and watch. On the other end, they ban the Psyduck, and surprise on the squad of Revenant X-Pac after banning a talent. This is, I think, of all the previous matches that we've seen, they've never gone for a support ban. All this while, Revenant X-Pac have inclined on banning support Pokemon. This is the first time they change and move into a player-specific ban, denying Snowy that opportunity, denying Badsha that opportunity. But however, Kuram says, there is Hoopa, I bring that back up. But Revenant X-Pac see that they do not pick up the Gyarados nor the Umbreon, and Tensai Crowley immediately jump and lock that.
Now that the job for locking in is under the favor for Team SATL Esports, let's see what they're going to lock for the next two. A Snorlax can be amazing. SATL has outperformed their opponents quite a bit when it comes to a Snorlax pick, and apart from that, Badsha now is going to go with a Mewtwo Y. Let's see how it is going to impact. Okay, a speedster coming through from Snowy. All Might and Rex, we have to wait for them. Meanwhile, Vulcan and Zsol, they are waiting for their own turn.
It should be another healer. As you can see, Vulcan plays that main role, and now that he's going for an Eldegoss, Krishna. On the other end, it is going to be Zsol going in for a Mew. Now that range attacker coming into play is going to be interesting. We spoke about this. Revenant X-Pac do not need a range attacker at all times, but Zsol is the one that mains on one other end. But it's not always the range attacker who kind of ends up landing the final KO blows coming through or the big damage that we see. Ruben is there, Crowley is there, even Tensai to annoy. But on the other end, we see a Zacian, and it gets locked. Rex was thinking initially in the second and the third pick, but now in the final pick, he will go for a defender. Frontline being established by a Snorlax as well as Zacian on the other end. We were just talking about this. Their outburst with damage coming through on the speedsters, and they're going in. Ruben thinking a Leafeon before this, but then locks onto a Zerora, and these days Zerora has been effectively working a lot. In terms of picks, both the sides, you can see, evenly picking all the category of Pokemon that we have in the 80 free of Pokemons that we have in general for teams to pick in the draft, and they make use of all the 5 categories. But who's going to win? I'm still not sure. Now, I like Zerora compared to the Meowscarada pick, but compared to Zerora, Meowscarada has a lot of opportunities in terms of movement to make a quick getaway. If that works out, and then Kuram is there with the help of Phantom or Hyperspace Hole, it is going to work out to perfection for SATL, or this first game in terms of the draft should be Revenant X-Pac.
I have my doubts regarding what SATL can do in this particular picture, but because of the fact that their own conventional Pokemons are out of proportions right now. They don't have Buzzwole, they don't have Inteleon, they don't have Talonflame, which Snowy loves to play on. But then again, whatever they have brought in, like if you talk about Rex on a Snorlax, that frontline attack is going to be absolutely amazing. But pairing it up with Zacian is going to be very, very important, specifically in the late phase of the action, where the steals are going to be important, where the KOs are going to be important, and they have to make sure that Gyarados, a Pokemon like that, an all-rounder like that, do not evolve as fast as possible, because if that's the case on the top lane, it's going to be a bit difficult for SATL to deny.
Let's jump in. It is the grand finals, game 1 between SATL Esports versus Revenant X-Pac. This is to decide which one team makes their way to Anaheim, USA. Revenant X-Pac have the upper hand as they came from the upper brackets, whereas SATL, they have to go the long distance of a reset to make this work in their favor. A slow and steady approach, however, it is a duo play at the central area. Both the supporters, however, after getting the initial red buff, as you can see, both the support Pokemon have tended to go on the top path. Quick damage on the Gossifleur helps All Might to back off without trouble.
Well, on the bottom lane, there's yet another confrontation that's going on. Chaos energies are being dumped from the sides of Revenant X-Pac. They want a quick start for themselves. In the top lane, Eldegoss and the Magikarp constantly tagging up and making sure that they can deny the stack that is being developed. But honestly, I believe with the help of Hoopa, a lot of things can be beneficial for sides of SATL Esports with those hyperspace holds and rings and bound when it comes to the Unite, specifically after like 7-minute marker.
We'll wait and watch, but for now the first watch is on the Altaria Swablu for Pokemon. And they quickly jump on it. Quick damage. It is the Gossifier stuck. Finding the KO. Hyperspace hole for a quick shift and full heal. They get all the Altaria Swablu +1 on the KO. And now they're going for even more. Zerora is forced off the angle. Magikarp as well. Super low. They find the KO on Crowley. That's a quick start for SATL on the top part.
Oh yeah, it is. That's one of the ways you can take that momentum in your favor. SATL Esports charging in at the right time and eventually going for the heals as well. Look at what Rex is trying to do. Trying to deny that number 5 years energies will not happen. Tensai still trying to farm the wild Pokemons. Is he going to evade? It's a bit difficult for him to go with, but still, there you go. The Umbreon is still surviving. Now at 8-minute marker, the Altaria Swablus will be coming in. Hoopa, Snorlax and all the other Pokemon from SATL Esports, specifically Meowscarada, could be eyeing in to go for this team.
Bacha in a little bit of trouble. Citrus will be taken away. Tensai overextending using the hyperspace hole. On the other end, it is Ruben trying to get Eos Energy, will also be shut down. And that is a KO for SATL Esports. They're getting towards the goal advantage, pushing Z-Shawl off the bottom path, which he's trying to defend. After Tensai going down, that's a big splurge of goals coming in from SATL Esports as they push to 74. Not a big difference yet, there is 30. But 20 seconds on the clock for the objective to spawn and 7 minutes still in the game. Crowley makes a jump. Quick use of the Eos Energized attack going in for the KO on Crowley. And there is also the Meowscarada. Using the double team, they find the KO. All Might will quickly reset back again. Should go for the score, but he is finally. I thought he might save it for the Eos Energized attack. And with that, finally getting to the triple digits, and so are the objectives appearing.
Oh yeah, hyperspace holes being activated. Meowscarada comes back to the bottom lane, and right now the Reggie Steel confrontation could be there, but Umbreon on the front line is giving up a good amount of damage. Zerora still out there trying to impact, but no, it's just not going to happen like that. All the Pokemons are stacked up on the bottom lane, so this confrontation could result in a lot of KOs. A lot of confrontations are still going on, but nobody is getting entangled until unless there was Zacian coming through. Gyarados goes down, so is Eldegoss.
Z-Shawl tried, but it is going to be in vain. Puts up a light screen, but it's going to be Tensai who can be stuck. They try to chase him, block him as well, and the bottom goal zone should be destroyed. Not a big overdunk still. They keep the score soaring. 144. They even quickly rotate to the top path with use of hyperspace. So goal zone A is yes vulnerable. Zerora is already sitting in the tall grasses. Crowley after the reset, after KO, he's back on top. Now it's time for Regieleki, but they're waiting for an opportunity. Eos Energy stolen away from Hoopa. And now all the players are queuing up for this top. Regieleki, Revenant X-Spark have been so far in a deficit, have not been winning fights. Flower Trick, quick jump on the Metal Claw, backed off. Mew is also here. And now it is time for a full-on team fight. A couple of KOs and unites that can be used as well. Who starts it off is the question. Tensai in trouble. Uses the Moonlight, but instantly KO'd. Cybern coming in. An instant jump as well. That is going to be Meowscarada going in with a unite. Finding it on Eldegoss. Crowley is stuck with Zerora. Zerora is also super low. It's not the Regieleki that's taking damage. It's the players of Revenant X-Spark. And there was a big solar beam tried, and Crowley in the center of all this is still surviving. But the objective goes in favor of SATL Esports. Eventually Crowley also going down. Tensai with a reset. Z-Shawl still surviving. Eldegoss back again. Kyurem brings back his teammates with the hyperspace hole and rings unbound, and they charge up again on the top part. Their interest is to push this Regieleki, score big, overdunk, and force the players of Revenant off the goal zone. They're still waiting for one of the players who has majority of the Eos energy. That's going to be Zacian, but they're not letting him score. They let the 29 go. Eos energized attack with the help of Meowscarada. Put Gyarados down. That is SATL Esports commanding.
Oh my god, they are just on a roll. But that Hoopa, the way they are complementing their performance, the way they are bringing back their players with a good amount of HP is absolutely amazing. Kyurem being that support definitely is on point for the team. Look at how SATL Esports has commanded the last two fights, honestly. Not just the bottom lane, but eventually on the top lane as well. And then after that, The objective was taken down. The tier A goal zone has been destroyed from both the top lane and the bottom lane. So it's a big troublesome situation for Revenant Spark. This is not the start that they were eyeing for. But what can they do? Because SCTL Esports, they are just denying everything. But Hoopa on the other corner in the top lane will go down. That single lone supporter cannot do much. But on the top lane, there will be multiple goals being done. Well, for now, SCTL has to wait for the Hoopa to come so that they can rotate back to the top lane. Or are they going to do by themselves? Yes, they are changing the path. Zerora, if gets spotted, he can be killed.
Goal zone A destroyed by Ruben on top, and they also get to triple digits. That's 122. So Revenant are matching toe to toe, maybe not in the fights, but at least in terms of the goals and the objective distance. Snowy, quick run. He spots the player trying to get on the ball toy. And on the other end, even it is an opportunity for All Might. Sovereign Sword, and that's Zerora down. That's an opening. Gyarados converts as a counter. But the fight is still ongoing. Crowley, he wants to win this battle. Dragon Current being used. Mewtwo, why he attacks upon, gets it as well. This is Revenant Spark charging. But Snowy instantly uses double team, forces himself back off. Hyperspace Fuel committed, and instantly Revenant Spark turn things around as they get their Regieleki, which is also the first objective that they close in their favor.
But the problem right here for SCTL Esports is now that Rayquaza is coming in, this is not the time to lose that momentum, not the way where you can actually miss up the opportunities. So let's see if that's going to be the case for SCTL Esports, or is it Team Revenant Spark who is still going to be on the back foot. Well, for now, the goal difference is quite evident. It's of around 71 points, but still not that big of a difference because, again, the Rayquaza can change everything. There are certain speedsters which are on the way, but look at this. Every now and then, going in the jungle, once again trying to take up a fight, but Gyarados once again finds a good amount of KO. That's Meowscarada, the speedster down at the very wrong moment, and following it up, multiple unites being committed, but with rings and bound, they'll be back in the base.
That is unfortunate, forcing the unite and still going down. Dragon Current was just used, it did not do much damage. It's back again up, and Sovereign Sword charge and missed its target. This is an opportunity. Players from SATL are falling apart. There's the Moonlight Branch which comes through. Dragon Current as well. Snorlash Rex is still standing. Meowscarada trying his best, finds Zerora. That should be an opportunity to build some leeway. Mewtwo Y on the other end gets put down by Mew itself. On the other end, it is Revenant Sparks' healer down. Tensai with Gyarados finds Rex, that's the defender, but Meowscarada on the 3 KO streak uses the unite, dodging it, and Tensai running away. A 4 KO streak on Mew, and Meowscarada jumping, looking forward to the last, but he pushes it off as SCTL are back again to the legendary pit. They will secure the Rayquaza. Ruben trying to make a jump, but little too late. Mew as well on the solar beam, and instant KO for all the players from Revenant Spark to follow up.
This was not something that Revenant Spark was thinking of. The way they got those initial KOs at that point, it was looking like SCTL Esports will be on the back foot, but right now there is nothing that they can do. Those shields are going to be one hell of an advantage, and look at that, 393 already in favor of SCTL Esports. Nothing to offer from the other side. They are on the defensive mode, trying to survive, trying to make sure that the base lane goal zone is still intact for them, is still defended, but that's not going to be the case. There you go, 435. I think this one is definitely in the favor of SCTL Esports, maintaining that momentum of what they carried from the last few games.
Rex is so annoying. He is heavy slamming, blocking all of them, and big Cyburn again. Unite committed, Zacian goes down, but doesn't matter. With Kyurem and Meowscarada, they force the forces of Revenant Spark back into their base and score again. 100 as well to go through. That is a big score as SCTL Esports winning that fight, and Snowy, what a show coming in from his end. He uses that to perfection.
With that Meowscarada, this guy just went all in. Went ham with the KOs, went ham with the opportunities that he got. Brilliant play coming in. 739 to 122. A clear difference of around 600 goals. That's a massive, massive leeway for them. Snowy, look at him. 173 goals being done. One of the highest from his team. And along with that, 12 KOs, 8 assists, part of about 20 fights. Kyurem on the other corner being that supporter, but still being that valuable guy with the assists because of the fact that the Hoopa was there. The rings unbound, the hyperspace wolves were actively being used throughout the game, and to be honest, it really helped SCTL Esports a lot in terms of taking fights and evading, along with that, stacking up onto a particular place. Like if you talk about the top lane, it was just fun to watch.
We ended up seeing early commitment of Unite coming in from Kurin. Crowley also thought of committing it, but I think it was a misclick and then it reset quickly for Crowley on the Dragon Current. And then after the Dragon Current was used, we ended up seeing at least 2 players from SATL Esports who were KO'd, and that's the opening that Revenant X-Pac got. They thought they could push it even further, but Mioskarada, you have to give it to it. Snowy played so well. You will see it in the replay as well. He charged one after another, and then once the healer was down, he did not stop. Chased everybody that he could. Even took down Tensai. Went for Mew also on Zshal. Zshal used his advantage and made a quick getaway, but that was enough to get some distance, and the other players from SATL to reset after the KO, get back into the legendary pit, take down Rayquaza, and win this first game of the series. And SATL know what they have to do, right? They have a long way still. It's not that they have another grand finals or they have to go to a different position. It's that they have a reset in the grand finals that they have to do. They've come in from a long bracket of lower bracket eliminations that they have crossed the paths of, and now if they want to win, they know they at least have to get this match 1 in a 2-0. And when they go to the match 2, which is going to be the reset, there it gets prolonged, they can have some breather. But here it has to be a quick 2-0.
It has to be the case. It has to be that advantage, that momentum that SATL Esports is carrying. They have to make sure that they maintain that throughout the run. Of course, it's a long run for them, but then again, the way they have opened up against Revenant Esports is pretty phenomenal. Looking at the graph, we are pretty clear that Revenant X-Pac was struggling in terms of getting those objectives. Yes, in the later period, they did get a Reggie and after that, they were able to get some good goals in their favor. Specifically, bottom lane tier 1 goal zone was destroyed, but to be honest, throughout the way for the first 7 to 8 minutes, we can clearly see that it was SATL. But yes, for the later half, Revenant X-Pac also pounced on a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I think towards the top part, this was the fight where Crowley knew he had to find KO, otherwise he would be on a level deficit. From there he went to level 13. We also saw level 14 just before the final stretch, and this is where the fight kind of went in a haywire situation where players from SATL, 2 of them had gotten KO'd, but Mioskarada, that changed the fact. Found first in Zerora, then jumped on Eldegoss, then took down Tensai, and that went into a 4 KO streak. And by the time players could reset and come back into the fight, that was done deal. That was what SATL in the final stretch and Snowy did in the final stretch. And that's why you should not be stuck in a cluster. 3 of the players were the Zacian, Hoopa, as well as Mewtwo Y were in a cluster when the Rings Unbound was used, when there was even the Sovereign Sword being committed along with the Cyburn. These 3 unites were like a cluster hit coming through from their end, and that was also one of the reasons players from Revenant X-Pac were a tad bit low, and Mioskarada, that was Snowy, was able to capitalize on top of it, and that changed the game.
Honestly, that has been the case for SATL Esports in a lot of matches today, if you see. Even if you talk about against QML, similar things happened. Eldegoss, and at that point, I believe that was Badshah, and it was basically a 2v5 equation in the final stretch in the Legendary Pit. Similar things happened. They acted on the right time period, and eventually with that Spy Vision being utilized from Inteleon, and after that pairing it up with Eldegoss, trying to chase away the Pokemons, got a 4 KO streak. Similar things happened over here. At that point, it was Kyurem. Right now, it's Snowy who acted on it and was pretty phenomenal. So that is exactly where SATL Esports brings in that experience, that synergy of past 2 years sticking with each other and making sure that they act on the right moment. No doubt Revenant X-Pac is also a well synergized team. Crowley, an individual, which is amazing. Zsol is there, Vulcan is there, but then against SATL Esports, this one was out of proportion. But yeah, the way slowly Revenant X-Pac was adapting, I do feel that the second one could actually go in their name.
I think even Zerora to an extent missed out a lot of opportunities which we saw from Revenant X-Pac or any other Zerora in so far in our Indian qualifiers. Actually did not hit the right mark here. Whereas I even thought the draft kind of favored Revenant X-Pac with Zerora being there, with Gyarados being there, which is a pick that Crowley has loved. But that was also denied in the very early game. This is why we talk about things. When there are Pokemons that evolve and get movesets, when they get to level 5, 7 and so on and so forth, you would have to try and deny that from happening. And I think SATL Esports did that in the early game. Therefore, they had control of it. They got a lot of objectives in their favor. And from there on, you could see instantly when it came to a situation where the levels were getting closer, how Crowley could charge with the help of teammates. And that's the advantage and the power that Gyarados as an all-rounder has. And from there on, there was still an opportunity. They found 2k on the players, but it was Mioskarada to completely turn the table. And that's why these speedsters are crucial. You should be everywhere, anywhere, and nowhere at times. But it's time for us to jump into the draft of Game 2. Let's see what is a change that comes through. Is there a Mioskarada ban? Because there were player-specific bans from both SATL and Revenant.
Oh yeah, Absol is going to get banned from Badshah. Let's see if they're going to once again go ahead and get the ban of Inteleon. It is the case. Crowley this time is going to go ahead and get the ban done. So no opportunities for Badshah as well to bring in that almighty Inteleon into the picture. Second two bans could be of our supporter and a speedster. Let's see. Oh, Psyduck ban coming in from Snowy, because they do know that Revenant X-Spark is quite good at it.
It was a talent, but it's going to be a Hoopa ban this time. It is a support, 2 supports, 1 ranged attacker and a speedster. All Might having the first pick, just like the previous game. We'll decide what the first pick could be. It could be an Umbreon, and there you go. There it is. The first decision. They go for an evolution. That is crucial. One pick that you would need to change the game. Tencent had it previously. His Snarl was very annoying, but on the other end, Mewtwo Y this time being enabled. There's an opening. They go for it. SATL Esports did not make that first pick. Crowley on top of it banks on Gyarados again. Kyurem should be going for Eldegoss. That should not be a doubt. All Might or anybody else, I think it should be an all-rounder pick coming through. Hey, who's to say they might even go for a double defender?
Yeah, a Buzzwole. That's exactly what I was expecting, that on the top lane a Buzzwole could be effective, but no, at the end it's Mioskarada. Always fun to watch these kind of situations. Tensei on the other corner locks in with the Revenant. The Woody Hammer is going to be impactful for sure, I believe, but pairing it up with the supporter is going to be equally important.
Looks like a Blissey for now. That's not a banned Pokemon, so should be coming into play. On the other end, Trev, I really like the pick. It's going to be annoying. However, today the Trev picks have missed their mark a lot. Even though it was tanking a lot of damage, but it was not enough to kind of land the blows which is necessary to stun opponent Pokemon of choices. Now with the last 2 picks coming in from SATL Esports, Zacian again that we end up seeing, very valuable, and now it is the main ranged attacker that we have to hope for. And Badshah this time says, let's just switch roles. You played Mewtwo Y in the previous game.
Yeah.
I play Mew this time. That's all they do. Ruben, he changes, however, thinking he did use the speedster, but is that a Leafeon? Is that a Darkrai? I think he's inclining towards the Darkrai this time. And it is a Darkrai, and we've seen Darkrai of how Revenant X-Spark closed the game against QML, where he was running everywhere. So this is, yes, going to be a problem. And I think Ruben's ideas is clear. He's going to be looking forward to catching Badshah on that Mew, or maybe even Snowy. His intentions will not be on All Might or Rex so far.
I think now in the final preparation phase, maybe it's Krishna Vulcan, that means, who is probably going to go ahead and play with that Darkrai, because against KML I believe he was pretty phenomenal. He got a lot of KOs at that point. Even if you talk about the objectives, Darkrai was quick on his feet, and I think that can be the case once again. But feels like that Ruben is the one who is going to stick with it, and it's a supporter role that Vulcan is going to play. Pretty interesting. Let's see how this one is going to go down, because remember guys, Revenant X-Spark has got this opportunity. They need to win this one and the next final game of this particular grand finale so that they can bag out their tickets to Anaheim.
Yeah, it is them on advantage. Revenant X-Spark clearly just gets this one game, they're done. They are going to be the Indian team. It is going to be them as Winter Open. They represented India. It is going to be Revenant X-Spark representing, and only the sole representative that we are going to be seeing from India, that is Revenant X-Spark. But looks like SATL are not allowing that to happen. And with that, our game 2 is ready. Players have locked in their draft, and we are going to lock into the game, because it's time for SATL to try and see if they can close, or Revenant X-Spark to close it in this first series of best of 3.
Well, the fact that SATL Esports already has got an advantage of winning the very first game in this particular matchup, I think SATL Esports would like to maintain that momentum, maintain that kind of pressure onto the opponent, where Revenant X-Spark still needs to open up. And this is the very first time, guys, Revenant X-Spark has been defeated in the whole run of India Qualifiers and this championship series of world. Let's see if that's going to be the case again. You never know, guys.
First game, and again it is Crowley that they find. Vulcan, he did get the first goal, but now his hits are going to be super low, and with him stuck against Zacian, even though he gets the citrus berries, he's not going to make it out. It is going to be a Pokemon that will go to Nurse Joy. Ironic, but that's how it is going to be. On the other end, Lucifer defending from the ball tie, as well as Bunnelby. Dark Void secures for Ruben. Magikarp also trying to gain level and fulfill the aggression bar for Gyarados to come up and evolve. Altaria Swablu, mid-path fight. That's going to be Crowley going to level 4. Majority of the AOS energy taken away from Revenant X Spark. Bottom, however, says different as SATL Esports try to grab majority of it.
The control has to be established. Look at Reuben playing on that Darkrai already on level 6. Being that speedster, you need to be quick on your feet and eventually evolve as fast as possible. That's exactly where Muscarada is also standing at, farming out the wild Pokemons. But meanwhile on the top lane, we have Zacian and Eldegoss pairing their attacks against Magikarp. Magikarp could actually get KO'd. Yes, that's exactly what the case is. Now Citrus Berry is the only leeway, only option for Vulcan. He did get it. But Zacian, can we see a round 2 of you getting that KO?
To wait and watch. As of now, the goals are close. 8-minute Altaria Swablu. They're trying to fight for it. Tencent running circles, playing Curse. Dark Void hits majority of it again. Big solar beam from Badsha. You can see how low Tencent is. Ruben also forced off the angle even on the Darkrai Electro Ball as well. And you could see that is, yes, SATL answering. They did not get, again, the experience in that central area, but still will be able to keep control of things. However, a little bit of a push coming in again on that Blissey. Intentions are clear. That's the special attack specs. Krishna is just trying to waste time for the Gyarados to get some advantage, along with the Darkrai being there and Mewtwo wide. So Goss, if you're evolved Eldegoss, has to back off.
Zacian attacking and eventually making sure that Gyarados is going to get KO'd. Is it going to be a possibility? Well, it feels like that he is going to evade the attack. 16 more AOS and AG is being done, but it's the Eldegoss who is going to get the KO on the all-rounder. Speedster goes on by Zacian, and the all-rounder coming in from the sides of Asset Release Sports, which is working way too well for now. Asset Release Sports maintaining that pressure that they were able to make in the previous matchup. Muscarada farming the wild Pokemons and just making sure that they get that level advantage as fast as possible. But to be honest, even Revenant X Spark has got the right idea. They're also evolving as fast as possible. Yes, in terms of KOs, they're on the back foot at this point, but on the top lane, it's Gyarados who gets a KO on Eldegoss, and right now is trying to melt down the Regieleki.
Regirock will also be secure at the bottom. There are Unites that SAT will have and Revenant don't, and that is going to be an advantage. Gyarados gets taken down by All Might on top, but Darkrai counters it and now has Unite himself. Regieleki does go make the goal zone vulnerable, but none of the players are on top. Quickly making a run is Muscarada, and same hit, but what a way right at the end when the bar was about to be full, the gauge, he denied that pull and the drop of the goals coming through, and a KO for the Eldegoss to be found, blocking Blissey, and that's another KO they find, and they get the top path fully in control. The jump pad is still not there because the half time is not done, therefore they have to use the speed of their flux zone and make their way in. Snowy again using double team, quickly disappearing and putting shadows behind them to be fighting for.
What a play, SATL Esports, the way they are building that synergy and making sure to stick with each other. Every single attack, every single stack that they are trying to develop. But in the previous matchup, we had Hoopa from SATL Esports' side, so that was a little bit easier. But right now, despite of the fact that Hoopa is not in the mix, it was banned. It's still SATL Esports who is looking way too concise with their play. Their approach is looking good, but this squishy one, the Mew, might not survive. Oh, it did. That's good. Umbreon was there to evade.
5 minutes, and from here on the jump pads will also be there, but they're gearing up for a full team 5v5 fight hopefully. But it is only going to be a 4v4. They spot Rex, Dark Void being used, Zishal hiding in the tall grasses, Rex trying to push, there is the big solar beam, Dark Void doing good damage, Muscarada trying to make a run, but Dark Void finds the target. That's an opening for Revenant X Spark for the bottom path, and instantly they try upon the Mew. Mew using Mystical Mirage, calling teammates back in for a fight. Eldegoss is here, and again a solar beam, big damage coming through. Trev forced off, but still looks like there could be a KO. Bliss Resistance and Phantom Forest right now being used. Cybern committed, Dark Void finds one, Muscarada is down, that's control, Eldegoss is down, that's the healer out. There are still players from SHL trying to force this fight because the objective is also spawned at the bottom. 40 at Crowley on top being scored as Regieliki spawns as well. But it is SHL raining control back in. Rex goes down, but the Secure comes in with none other than SHL Esports. They have the attack advantage right now. Trev is super low again and Mew health. That's the KO being found, countering on none other than the Zacian. Is it going to be enough? Dragon Current being used, super low on health. Snowy is going to be jump. Flower Trick being used. Double team might be used for a chase, but Crowley has enough distance to make a run against the Regieliki, making the move in the direction of the top path. But in the meantime, look at SATL. They are gearing up for a bottom path fight.
Mew's Current is still out there on the top lane, trying to fight back, trying to get some good opportunities. And not just that, there is a bottom lane confrontation. I do agree with that. And Eldigos back from the base lane goal zone, ready to fight back, ready to put up some good action with the support. Arterial Swablues being fully KO'd, and eventually those air synergies are obviously going to help All Might gain that level. He is eyeing for level 14 even before that Rayquaza comes through. That could be beneficial for them, but to be honest, for now the scoreline looks very, very close, and 180 to 109, that only leaves a 71 goal difference, which is not that big. So that's why I cannot really say at this point who is on the charts, who is the one closer to the win. But in the bottom lane, that Solar Beam from Mew really was able to hurt Tensei a lot. Oh, look at that again.
Big beam again.
Yeah.
Is yes, touch and go for now, but I think it's going to be All Might getting charged up. Unite is also going to be there, but one all-rounder and Speedster. That's big damage. All Might had to back off. His teammates instantly also appeared, forcing the players off. Now that's going to be a problem here for Crowley. 3 of them immediately jump him, and it is going to be a KO. He could do nothing. Darkrai was a little too far away. And instantly now it's time that they back off. 27 seconds on the clock for the final stretch. Objectives are going to spawn, but only the bottom objective in Grasp. I don't think there's going to be a commitment that either of these teams will do, but look at how close this matchup is, Raider. 15 seconds on the clock, and it is final stretch. Objective is spawned, but who's going to get the better of it? They are close, 180 to 109.
Exactly, that scoreline has not been budged for last 2 minutes. They are trying to go for the objectives, but the main cause was always the KOs that were coming through from both the sides. So for now, Revenant X Spark seems to have found their footing back into the picture, but is it enough? That's the big question right now. Ruben, the Darkrai, close, using the abilities to make sure that they are pushing the players back. There comes the Solar Beam, pretty effective. What are these guys eyeing for? Zacian, look at him.
He's hiding in the tall grasses for now. Nobody has that idea. In the meantime, both the teams are trying to protect their goal zone A at the bottom. Dark Void again trying to start things off. Big Solar Beam, an instant jump coming through from Crowley. Caught in Crowd Clash activated, but Dragon Current as well on the contrary. It is going to be the first KO. Darkrai is out. That was a crucial one. Tensei is also looking super low. Bliss resistance to protect it. Mystical Mirage from the Mew. And it's going to be the Bliss itself going down. And now it's Trev looking super low. Mewtwo White tried it best. It does find one. Make it a 2 as well. But the players and the numbers on SATL is better. It is only Crowley, the last person standing, trying to use the shield on the goal zone. But the numbers are too much. Damage is insane. And it is going to be SATL with numbers, scoring 100 on the goal zone A on the bottom and increasing the difference to 280.
What SATL needs to do right now is make sure that the Rayquaza is not melted, and at the same point make sure that they were able to safeguard the tier 1 goal zones on top lane and bottom lane. Can they do it? Let's wait and watch. For now, there is yet another confrontation going on. Revenant going all in, trying to get that KO, but Ruben seems to be the guy who is going to get KO'd for sure. There is a high probability of that, but he's still fighting back. He's still retaliating. I doubt that he's going to go far.
Rex also denying the Unite being used from Darkrai. Trev tried, but that is also a KO again. 2 KO streak for Rex after surviving the Nightmare coming in. And this Nightmare will be Revenant X Sparks. They cannot do anything about it. There is barely any seconds left on the clock. And that is SHL Esports resetting this bracket against the winners who made it across in the Winter Open, made it across in the Indian Qualifier upper bracket finals. But they will not here in the grand finals is what SAT will say for now.
What a run from SATL Esports. The way they dominated the final stretch was pretty amazing, getting multiple KOs, isolating the players. But for me, the best part was Zacian, All Might, holding himself in the tall grasses, and at the right time period, he came out, shuts down Darkrai, and after that pounds on the other 2 individuals over there. That was amazing. That's how attack has to be timed out, and that's exactly where I believe SATL is taking edge from all the other lads who are there into the competition.
This is a battle. This is going to go to the mile. This is going to be right at the edge of the finish line when you see even the reset happening here, Raider. Because this is a fight for only one slot, for one Indian team. That is going to be a mighty representation. That is going to be big things on their shoulder to carry when they fly to the United States of America. It is not going to be easy for them. This is a representation that both these two teams want to do, but it comes at a big cost. It comes at a big price, and this is the grand finals, and now that has pushed Revenant X Spark to a reset. It did not go their way in grand finals 1. They have to play the reset. They tried their best. As you can see, Ruben was on point on Darkrai. He tried his way back in again multiple times. However, this time Crowley couldn't get his way past that front line, couldn't get his way past Rex, and Snowy was annoying. And the number of players that SATL always had to fight off was the game changer, whereas this is the minute difference that I spoke about in the very start, the difference between SATL and Revenant, how they play.
Phenomenal. SATL Esports, they just make sure that they had an edge from the very 4 minute of this action, and after that they just maintained that kind of tempo in their favor. Look at this, for a duration of around 2 to 3 minutes, we saw a scoreline of 180 to 109. In the final stretch time period, obviously, when it comes to the last 50 seconds, at that point, they were trying to go ahead and get the Rayquaza melt down. But that KO that came from Zacian, and after that, pairing it up with other individuals from SATL Esports, like All Might was on point, Kyurem, Batsha, Snowy, Rex, they just started pairing up. That was good. But with the help of Meowscarada, again Snowy outshined his opponent quite a bit, and that's exactly where I believe Revenant X Spark is pretty much surprised with the approach that SATL Esports is bringing in. So in order to beat SATL Esports in that reset, Revenant X Spark have to make sure that they should not rely just on a Inteleon ban. They have to make sure they have a counter for Meowscarada, they have to have a counter for All Might as well. His Zacian, his Buzzwole is just amazing.
We've not seen a Buzzwole so far. We did see lights off, lots of it, but hey, it did not work out. Even in this replay, you can clearly see, right, there were multiple attempts that Revenant X Spark did. At least in game number 1, the attempts converted. The fights worked in their favor. Here as well, it was a toe-to-toe matchup that they tried as best as they could. But you could see how quickly SATL Esports was switching their target Pokemon. They were deciding who the battle was up against. Once the Bliss Assistance came through, they decided, okay, Bliss Assistance being given to Trev, let's immediately decide that we take down the Blissey. Healer's gone, then we get an opportunity on Trev. But Mewtwo White tried the best there to kind of bring out an opening for Revenant X Spark. Found a 2 KO streak as well, but the numbers were low on the side of Revenant X Spark. If it was another player to kind of help out over there, it could have been an opportunity, Raider, that maybe Revenant X Spark could have survived that battle, defended the goal zone A at the bottom, and maybe again pushed forward. But with this 2-0, it is going to be a grand final reset happening. This is what SATL Esports did all the way back in 23 for the World Qualifiers. That time we had 2 slots. FS Esports was one of the teams at that time who were the dark horses. Nobody kind of knew that a team like that would run directly from the upper bracket to the grand finals, and SATL had to make a lower bracket run. That is the reason that we always call SATL Esports as the truest and the enchanted lower bracket monsters, devils, anything that you talk about them, they are the ones you have to fear if they come from the lower brackets to the grand finals.
I mean, look at their journey. It was a 2-0 up against Puripus, and SATL Esports went down to the lower bracket. After that, they were able to beat a Dynamis in a 2-0 fashion. After that, even Autobots also went down in a similar fashion. But against True Rippers, in that match of vengeance, redemption, whatever you want to call it out, at that point, True Rippers had that second game, I believe, in their favor. First and third, the final game that came through in favor of SATL Esports was the one of the biggest reason why SATL Esports was there in the lower bracket finale. But at that point, we were like, maybe there is a good chance that we are going to see another 2-1, but nah, SATL Esports just made sure that QML is not going to have any advantages. To be honest, the best steal today for me from SATL Esports' side was Kyurem and Batsha playing with each other, and the way they were able to deliver 2v5. Kyurem got a 4 KO streak. All of that, Team SATL Esports is high on their momentum, and they absolutely demolished Revenant Esports as well. Revenant X Spark, they had that opportunity, but at the end, SATL Esports is just getting better out of it. Now that it's the reset, let's see who's going to have the last laugh.
I'm kind of trying to bring a storyline of what happened in the recent fights between Revenant X Park as well as SATL Esports. Now, this is the similar situation. When in the upper bracket final, Revenant X Park versus SATL Esports, it was Revenant X Park to win, go into the grand finals. And then in the grand finals again, SATL make their way from the lower bracket, fight against Revenant X Park. It ends up becoming a 2-1 and it is still Revenant X Park in the Winter Open. However, that was 2 games that Revenant X Park won back to back, right, against SATL Esports.
Right.
Here, it's turning out to be the other way around. SATL win their first game against Revenant X Park. They made a reset in the grand finals, which is something that we were waiting for, which is something that brings the action to another echelon when it moves into Pokémon UNITE, of the various diversities that we end up seeing. And in terms of the drafts as well, right, it doesn't feel like one is out drafting the other. Even drafts coming through, categories being picked all around from either ends. There is no category of Pokemon that is left out, and such an interesting fight between these two tells you why they are one of the best Indian teams that we end up seeing. But to be the best and the only team who make it to Anaheim, USA, it will be decided in this last and the final series. There is no more resets, there is no more switcheroos, just Revenant X Park, and it is SATL Esports and a best of 3 in front of them to decide.
To be honest, so far, journey for SATL Esports has been mind-boggling. From dropping down to the lower bracket to once again rising back in the grand finals. And honestly, grand finals is a stage where we kind of expect that 99% of the time it's going to be a 2-1. Maybe it's a reset, but it still could be a 2-1 with no SATL Esports. A 2-0 from their corner against a team who was undefeated. Remember guys, Revenant X Park,
Exactly.
for the very end moment, they were undefeated till the grand finals. In the grand finals, a 2-0 up against them is here from SATL Esports' side. So I'm open to see whatever happens in this reset, but I do know that SATL is not going to go down that easily for sure.
It is tough right now, and in the momentum that SATL are playing, I know the players personally on both the ends. Very dear, very close, really good with each other and in the community as well. But when it comes down to representing, right, it is about them as an individual and their team as an individual. It will not come in towards the Pokemon community, and especially it also becomes a heavy thing on their shoulder that I already spoke about, is that they're going to be representing the whole Pokemon Unite Indian community, and that's the reason they're trying to put their best foot forward in all the games that they're playing. And I know for All Might, he's been longing for this opportunity. He missed the previous Worlds and wants to go for this. He missed the Asia Champions League, now wants to try this again. Crowley, he has another hunger. He's been representing India for time and again, as numerous times that you talk about Pokemon Unite, from the time that it started till right now. He is that one representative who's been seeing the international stages, right? So he's hungry for a win over there. On one end, All Might and his company is hungry for their representation on that big soil, as well as trying to win there. So look at the diversity in between these two. One has a little bit of experience more compared to the other on an international stage. The other is longing for these international stages, but that's what it is, right? Trying to bring it to the best position for each other. It's time to kick things off for the second best of 3, that is the bracket reset that we are seeing in the grand finals, and it is again SATL starting off with the first pick. Before that is going to be a ban, and it's still an Absol and a Koopa on the other end.
Crowley this time decides that he is going to ban Hoopa, not the Inteleon. So let's see if Inteleon is going to get banned or not. Psyduck, similar bans as to what happened in the second game of first grand finale matchup from the sides of SATL Esports. On the other corner, we have an Umbreon ban coming in. I mean, maybe Revenant X Park have had enough of Umbreon plays coming in from the sides of SATL Esports, but this is a very big opportunity for Badsha to bring in that Inteleon. I don't know if Revenant X Park has got that counter or not for Inteleon, but that can be one of the biggest good choices. Okay, they leave it behind, but I don't think so Revenant X Park is going to pick Inteleon.
Right now they're letting Revenant X Park start things off and giving away what they are making on the draft, right? Their composition. That's the reason Kyurem decides. He's been playing really well. And I think for Eldegoss, who's been finding value not just in terms of healing, in terms of finding KO, this is Kyurem. He's been doing all of it. This is just insane to see in terms of an Eldegoss finding KO streaks as well. But with them going for a Speedster and a Defender, that is Tensei on Snorlax, Pacha sees they still don't go for a ranged attacker. I have the Inteleon as an opportunity. Locks it. Rex brings in the Trev. We've been complaining about the Trev for far too long right now. We've seen the previous games, any other team that picked up Trev have not been playing it to its perfection, to its extent of finding value, to doing stunts. Does Rex manage to do it?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest opportunities that SATL can have. They have had a very long run in the lower bracket. Now they have got that reset as well. It's the BO3 that we always talk about. And winning this one is definitely a dream for SATL Esports right now. But let's see if Rex is going to embark on a new journey with the Revenant and make sure that he gets all those tons of golden points are absolutely on point. Talking about the last two from SATL Esports, it's going to be a Muscarada for Snowy for sure. And All Might can actually go for the Gyarados. Well, there you go. All Might usually loves to play Zacian, Bazol. But this time, it's the almighty Gyarados that he's going to go with.
All-rounders changed. Crowley looking like he wants a Garchomp. Mewtwo this time crossing across the bridge and going to Revenant X-Spark. Gyarados on All Might. This is something that we've seen too much, right? We've seen Gyarados on both the ends. Crowley is a standard Gyarados player. He's been playing that for far too long throughout the circuits of Pokémon UNITE in the recent terms. All Might has been mixing and matching whenever it is necessary for the team, bringing out different all-rounders as well. But with this done, the last one of the Garchomp as well locked in, loaded, it is time for this preparation of the second best of 3. This is the grand finals reset that SATL have done. They made their way. They played 6 games on a stretch. This is their 7th. Whereas Revenant X-Spark have played 3 games and this is their 5th game. The 4th was the previous one. This is their 5th that they're playing and it is already a reset. So for them, even with fewer games, this is SATL Esports running on momentum right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a fact that no one can deny at this point, that SATL Esports definitely has got that momentum. But is it enough? Because Revenant X-Spark right now, they are on the redeeming arc at this point and they definitely would love to secure the very first victory so that they can break that momentum. I'm not even talking about the BO3 as a whole. I'm talking about the first game of this particular matchup. If they win it, SATL's momentum could be in shambles, because look at SATL. They have got the Inteleon, they have got the Gyarados as well in order to snatch it away from Crowley. So they have their own advantages in terms of the top pick phase. Let's see if they can continue to reign.
Grand finals reset, game 1 of this best of 3. And this is chance for SATL to close the series. However, Revenant have not lost their chance. It is a best of 3 for them as well. And they have to do it their all. And joining me for this grand final reset is back again, Nekroz. How do you feel after a reset, and that to a 2-0? And right now SATL are looking for everything as Rex is again jumping in for a lot more.
I'm already getting the flashbacks, Lucifer, not gonna lie. That one thing that happened in the past can be reciprocated once again. SATL, the kind of momentum that they are having right now, it's immense. Just to imagine that Revenant X-Spark will be pushed down to this. Oh my god, this is something that is turning up differently. But as of now, this is Revenant X-Spark who will not let this chance slip away. They might have lost the first BO3 series with a 2-0 scoreline, but definitely this is where they will draw the lines. They will look forward to secure it. But the first attack coming in from the side of Tencent to start things off. SATL, they have some different builds, they have some different plans, and let's see how things are going to turn around.
So far, when there was a magic up, it was Crowley getting KO'd in the very early start and Zacian working out brilliantly for SATL Esports, and they got top path control. From getting top path control, they switch things and then go to the bottom path as well, and that was very early game control that they were always finding. Effort bar almost full for the side of Gyarados, should evolve anytime soon. Again, that Blissey causing a lot of problem, but All Might evolves. This is very early in the game. This could be a problem. Gibble evolved to a Gabite as well, but will be in the own goal zone. 8-minute Altaria Swablu at the central area. They're all gearing up for it, but you can see Kyurem trying to do so much damage. A support versus a support, and Kyurem's not backing off. He's like, I am going to put you down. But a little too much on an extension, but he still finds the KO. He's like, irrespective, there's a talent behind me, I do not worry. And then there's a dive coming in. Ruben tries to secure the Altaria, but it does not work out. But on the top, however, the Gyarados gets put to rest. Even the Eldegoss on the bottom, and that is some amount of control. But Snowy was hit with Snowy hits with a flower trick, and that is some amount of top path control. And Crowley as well getting forced off with a double team. Even the Trev here, they're going in for a score, but the Dragon Rush annoys, stalls. But for now, that is going to be enough. A little too much in commitment, but Talon again with a Brave Bird, but Gyarados is back, and that is an instant KO as Talon tried to do otherwise.
Ruben, your permission has been denied. This is the kind of game that SATUL Esports, they want to demonstrate once again. The objectives are already on the hunt. They're knocking on the doors of both the teams. Bottom contention seems pretty much hasty from inside of Revenant X Park, while the Inteleon will be keeping things in charge. Once to get the final hit, the snipe shot will be prepared. Who is going to get the last hit? Not quite sure, but the Talon will be taken down. It is going to be SATUL to reclaim this Reggie steal in their favor, and they will push back the Mewtwo Y alongside the Garchomp, who has not been evolved to his final form. But this is a really good control that we are seeing from SATUL now so far.
Snowy's flower trick is so damage dealing that one flower hit, once the move hits on the targeted Pokemon, that Pokemon is making a run, and so far it has been Crowley. On the top path, all of them are forcing their hand on the single Gyarados of All Might, but it is again back for his teammate, uniting, finding a conversion over there. Two of them being KO'd. The other one is also going to be going down, and that is going to be a KO streak as Regieleki doesn't even move from the objective location. And a big overdunk of 40 will be coming through All Might, and that is the top goal zone A being destroyed from SATUL Esports to push their score to 181, a triple digit and a difference of 100, and it's not stopping. Look at that Trev, and the hammer is secured. Blissey is now resting.
This is a proper coordination. The snipe shot coming in completely drains out the HP of that Blissey, and eventually that one wooden hammer coming into the play makes it work out like a dream. All the snipe shots, you can see the hefty amount of damage that is being converted. Bacha on Inteleon is the least thing that you would expect to be in your opponent's side. And there were questions raised. Why is Inteleon being allowed? But they had no other options. They had enough of the Umbreon, and they don't want to have it once again. But this Inteleon will definitely poke into the noses of Revenant X Park and will cause so much trouble in the late fight that I'm really anticipating. But this Muscarada being stunned out so far. Again, a bottom lane contention. Mega Mode Mewtwo Y drops down to half of his HP. And this could be really, really close once again.
If it hit, it was a KO there, snipe shot. But again, coming in, flower trick should be good, using a yawn. And there is a KO again with a snipe shot. Trev, little missed on the Unite. Nonetheless, the healer's back. Talon hiding in the tall grasses. Trev checks it. Mewtwo Y tries to force him off the position. Crowley is fully evolved. Garchomp does have the Unite as well. Should charge it instantly, and he does. Bliss assistance also given. Cyburn being committed. Talon finds, but Mioscarada immediately counters, and it is the Spy Vision. There is a secure yes on the Regirock, but do they get control of the bottom path? For now, that is the happy thing that Revenant X Park will be okay with. They do not lose much. They do not give away control. They get the objective. It's time to keep this on going.
But look at this, all the snipe shots making the connection. Nobody is willing to back off. Tensei, he has that prediction that, yep, Snorlax might just go back, but he missed it. A good dodge by side of Tensei. We do see the snipe shot still annoying a lot to the side of Revenant X Park. The level differences have kind of been covered up. Muscarada on top. He's melting down the Regieleki to force us to the B gold zone. But right now, Vulcan trying to flee away from the spot. Two of the players underway. You just can't whiff out. You can just flee. You can't just flee away from the hands of Bacha. That's the kind of game that SATUL Esports is demonstrating. But once again, the wooden hammer coming into the play. Snorlax being stunned out. The yawn being used on Muscarada. Just trying to gain the control in the bottom. Revenant X Park, they're trying their level best out there.
There's no Unites from the bottom four now to be committed. The Trev just got the Unite but got KO'd as well. Will be forced to back off. Nice yawn on Inteleon. Should be a KO, but Gyarados on the top with the help of the Regieleki is still pushing. Getting KOs. Found the first on Talon. Countered it again, and the Talon's back again with the help of Kyurem. Finds a way to push the Regieleki and destroy the goal zone. All Might getting the score to 310. Livid Outrage coming in from Garchomp, but I don't think is going to be of any value other than pushing the players of SATUL back. There's nothing. Kyurem, look at him taking over the damage, and finally a KO. But now Ruben is trying to charge. He knew the Garchomp, he was there, and eventually the Gyarados as well had to back off. Tensei is super low. With his yawn, he puts them to rest again. and quickly will try to reset. But for now, a big goal difference, and there's only 35 seconds on the clock for the final stretch.
SATUL, they're on a vengeance, they are on a run, but look at this snipe shot, making a 2.6k crit hit onto that Snorlax, instantly the side strike coming into the play. Neoskrada will look forward to just push them away, but Revenant is in the question, is in the queue in the question, but also Crowley jumps in. They want this Registeel, they want this objective, and they are so dire, and Snorlax is guarding all the snipe shot that is coming in his way, and that will be Revenant Spark to walk away with his Registeel. And SATUL once again being denied with that bottom Regi.
Did not have enough time to, and vision as well, for the Inteleon to go for a snipe shot. Came out a little too late, but it's the final stretch. They got the attack buff just before the game, or for the final stretch. Gyarados gets cleared off from the tall grasses, even Neoskrada. Gyarados is still trying to charge. Talon close by with Mewtwo-Y. Mewtwo-Y's aggression or Mega Evolution bar is still not charged. They're all moving towards the top path, knowing that there is a goal zone over there. They might try to push the limits, but Neoskrada is just annoying, turning things all around. And now they have the control of the legendary pit. Dragon Current forced to use, and they instantly jump. There is also Kyurem. They find the first. The healer's down. That is the opening they needed. SATL trying to turn things around. The defender blocks as of now, but Garchomp is also put to rest. That is the Snorlax as well. It's only Mewtwo-Y and the Talon who are surviving in the tall grasses towards the bottom. But the Tinterev has found them out. That is going to be the forest being activated. There was the sweep and the charge works. The Brave Bird finds from Revenant X-Spark. That is going to be the Rayquaza. Is that going to be enough for them to go for a score? There is still a difference, but there's a long way for them to push.
But is there the shields available? SATL, they know they have a leap of difference at this moment. And Vulcan, he does have a shield. He needs to go for the score. Garchomp finds one on Eldegoss. There is one goal zone nearby. Neoskrada is guarding it. And there will be one all-rounder, one defender. Heavy Slam comes in, followed by with those snipe shots. Not allowing the control. Crowley knows every score matters. They want to go for the score. Yes, the scores will be coming under the way. The difference is not way too high. But still, the EOS energy. There is a little bit of deficit, but 49 on Crowley. There's a 50. That's 100 coming in from the side of Talonflame. Moves up to 228. There's still 100 coming in. Is there any way to stop? There's a very close shot. Eldegoss, he comes into the play. It's no way. Kyurem is not letting that slip away. He's denying the scores. He's denying everything. SATUL, they are still in the game, but the plus 46 coming into the question. Is it enough? It's going to be really, really close. Oh my god, Revenant X-Spark. Has they made it? I don't think so though. But still, what a steal it is, with 3-2-2 to 2-8 for SATUL. They will be walking away the first match in their favor once again, winning 3 matches in a streak in the grand finals.
Trying their best here, Revenant X-Spark, pushing it to limits beyond control. What a way for that Brave Bird to find an opening. That was insane. I thought it would miss out. There was even the Cyburn being committed from the Mewtwo-Y on Z-Shawl. But the timing of it all worked out. And still that issue of them not scoring in the early game, in the mid game or the late game. They were stuck in double digits, Nekroz. Even after that 100 coming in at the goal zone A on the top, their goals coming in towards the bottom of 30s, 60s and 70s. The difference that they were sitting at double digits at the start till the final stretch was this reason they could not convert. And one more big issue is while Ruben got the Rayquaza, not everybody was reset. That is a problem. Even Ruben's shield was destroyed. With the help of his teammate, he tried, he scored 100. It was not enough to push this game in Revenant's favor. What a try coming in for now, but it is the grand final reset. Game 1 in SATUL's favor.
My hands are still shaking. I am in a traumatic position. What just happened? Ruben, he did everything that he could to pull this game off. Nobody was that much aware that yes, the flame sweep is going to come in that moment. He was going to dive in with that Brave Bird. Revenant X-Spark, they're doing everything that they can to win the matches, but SATUL, the kind of momentum they have, the kind of, I would say, motivation, spark within themselves, everything that they have is just too high. I don't think it can be compared to any other team in the lobby right now.
Long and draining battle, and at this point for Revenant X Spark, compared to SATUL, it is a draining battle coming in for Revenant X Spark. They've tried their best, they've given it their all, they've had a smooth sailing from their upper bracket matches till the upper bracket final, and it was a 2-0 all the way across, and they've dominated throughout. But for them to now having a matchup like this, they are unable to get a sense of how to break this squad of SATUL esports. It came down to, again, that individual showcase that we've seen from Revenant X Spark from a long time. At least in this battle, we saw a lot of, I think, objectives that Revenant X Spark were able to convert compared to the previous Grand Final 1. But this reset seemed like it started working in the favor. But again, in the final stretch, we will take a look at it as this replay is coming through. But you could see still here, the Garchomp, Crowley getting activated once he fully evolves, with the Livid Outrage being their Mewtwo Y on the Mega Evolution. These are some things that worked in Revenant X Spark's favor. Ruben as well. At many times he tried to fend off and fight, but it did not work out because of the way SATUL played together. But this timing of that charged Brave Bird coming through made the mark. But these shields, it was not there on everybody to play. It was not there on everybody to go and score. And that worked out in the favor of Revenant X Spark's opposites. SATUL get game 1 in the Grand Finals reset. But the game's not done, Nekroz.
It's not
Game
done.
is still on. There is maybe 2 or 1. It depends on how Revenant X Spark play. It depends on how SATUL play.
You can see our faces. We're all red. We're all so hyped up with the energies. And I mean, why not? The games are getting so heated up. I'm literally sweating like anything. Because the moment Vulcan Kyurem dived in from the side of SATUL, it was like 0.1 seconds. The score was just about to come in. 100 was there on the way.
Exactly. That 100 came, it was gone.
Yeah, if that 100 was dunked in, it was all gone for SATUL, and they knew it. The timing was exceptionally corrected, calculated. I don't know, whatever we want to say this, but I feel like this would be another historic run if anyhow SATUL wins the next match. Grand Final, first BO3, 2-0. Second BO3 starts out with a 1-0. So far, 3 matches played in the entire Grand Finals. 3 are in the name of SATUL against the team who has been completely undefeated throughout the playoffs.
It is a tough run to see this coming through for Revenant X Spark. But this is what happens, right? We spoke about the similarities as well as the weightage for both these two teams in terms of their international representation. It is that inside hunger and flame that they have, that they're trying to push forward to get this victory under their grasp, under the wraps, under their opportunity of trying to fly to Anaheim, USA. This is their opportunity for global representation, and one slot is all they have, and that is the reason these two teams are all out in their fights. They're bringing the best Pokemon out, they're giving the best fights out there, and it is the one team which does the deed. And for now, we have done with game 1. It is almost right at the edge. Imagine of all the fights so far, this one Rayquaza goes in favor of Revenant X Spark, but they still miss out on the opportunity. Now there is a long road ahead for them, because one single mistake, the series lost. If they get an attempt or an advantage here, they equalize the score, but that is not done. They have to push it to the 3rd game, Nekroz, and that's when Revenant have a chance. So the road has gotten a way longer for Revenant X Spark to them becoming that Indian team for the World Championship Series.
But you know, one thing I feel deeply at this moment, Lucifer, is that the mental game, it's where SATUL is beating Revenant every round. Because for them, their motto, their motivation, their mindset is quite determined. It's #1 or nothing. It's a win or nothing. But for Revenant, they have been winning consecutively. Now, they had an unbeaten run so far. They are coming down to the Grand Finals. They have the mindset clear. We have defeated every other team who came in their way. SATUL is no other than that. But to win or to lose 2-0 in the first BO3, then losing another match, consecutively 3 matches losses in the Grand Finals. I don't know about the other players. Crowley might be still there, stubborn with his decision, his mindset, but the other players, I'm somehow feeling, they are feeling the heat, they're feeling the pressure, because this tournament, this chance might just slip away. But as we dive into the second match, draft phase, ban phase, let's see what happens, because this time Revenant X Spark, they have the first pick preference.
Of all the 4 games so far, it was only SATUL with the first pick. This is Revenant finally deciding that they want the first pick this time. They gave it at all times to SATUL. Psyduck, the first ban, SATL on the other end, same Absol. They do not want to see that Absol. The crit hit is just insane. The early game, right out of that central area, is outrageous. On the other end, they deny the Umbreon. No evolution frontline defender coming through, and Snowy with the last decision of a ban on the Hoopa. These are your 4 bans coming in. Revenant X-Spark, now they have an opportunity to kind of give a fake info of what their draft is going to be, whereas SHTL would have to commit with their 2 picks. But first pick, instantly Zshol says enough of that annoying Inteleon with the snipe shots. You're done with it, Badshah. You have to figure something else out, and this is the first time that Revenant are picking up an Inteleon in this grand final. Still now, they never let that happen. It was Badshah or nobody.
But this time they have that Mewtwo Y if Badshah wants to pick that. Mewtwo Y has been annoying. The Psy Burn, the Psy Strike, everything, the stunts coming in has worked out brilliantly so far. But right now, it's a Snorlax, it's an Eldegoss. One Pokemon that SADL will never deny is going to be the Eldegoss on Kyurem. He's been exceptionally well. On the other hand, Tencent lock horns with the big mighty Mamoswine. Crowley gets the Muscarada, the one annoying speedster who literally dropped down hell onto the heads of Revenant X-Spark in the previous match.
Muscarada from Snowy was unbelievable. I mean, it was a speedster, it was annoying, it was everywhere, anywhere, nowhere, everything happened against them. All Might finally coming into the flex of the muscles, the almighty Buzzwall that we see. It is going to be a battle all brawl out with the last 2 choices from the side of Revenant on Zoroark and Comfey. Now that is going to be a lot more devastating in terms of performance, and Snowy moves in that you had enough of Talonflame. It's now time for me. Now on the side of SHUL, as we were speaking from the very first game, it is all category Pokemon choices being done, but Revenant X-Spark going on the splurge of none other than the speedsters. Now how do these speedsters make do? How do they find value? Is going to be a crucial turnaround. We do again see the new attack and the special attack items coming through. It is going to be crucial of them finding KO for the stack. If they don't, it is going to be completely nullified. It is going to be cancelled off even after them picking. But it is the next 10 seconds of whatever these 2 teams decide. SATL Esports versus Revenant X-Spark. The grand finals reset is done. It is the grand final reset, game 2 with SATL in an advantage.
All questions are going to get answered, but right now one pick I have anticipated. It's the trump card for Badshah. That's a Mew coming in. He has been one of the best Mew players of India in the past, and he is pulling up that card this time in the very important match of his life of the entire year. This is going to be Revenant X-Spark versus SATL Esports. Will it be the last match of this entire India qualifiers or not? It's going to be decided, but SATL this time with their comp, it seems they are going all out.
Sides changed. It's orange for SATL in this game and Revenant on purple. Snowy, is he going to be still commanding the way he did with Muscarada? Mew on Badshah, and as you rightfully said, in India he is one of the best Mew players. He brought it out in game 1, he's bringing out here in match 1 and match 2 right now. All Might Buzzwall was ready to put that Floragato down. Muscarada on Crowley this time, trying to make their play happen. So far, no early game goals from anybody. Yes, there are a couple of attack weight items from either end, but so far it is not yet allowed. Snowy at level 5 jumps, but couldn't get a lot of landing blows on the Sobble as well as the Swiner. But for now, Badshah might have an opportunity. He just gets the Salak Berry and backs off. 850 it is, and looks like they're all moving up towards the top path, and Mew, that is, Badshah has understood it. First instant hit, that is going to be the feint attack move in. The grass, majority of it, tried to block off All Might. Quickly ejects out of there, and Badshah's here. They will try to back off now.
Oh, look at Zoroark. He wants to go up close, wants to get Kyurem, but gets denied. This is a deadly combination that you don't want to challenge often. That's the Comfey and the Zoroark. Again, sticking with the Muscarada. There is no as such front line being established. There is no all-rounders. But this time the first goal coming in. That's the stats being completed from the side of Revenant Spark. So far, nothing has arrived or nothing has been dunked by the side of SHUL, but now they are looking forward to go for this contention, while Muscarada will look forward to flee away. Early control in the hands of Revenant Spark so far. And this, once again, Snowy on the Talonflame will be one of the most crucial players in the entire game.
Going in for a 8-minute fight, but it was still Revenant X Spark. They have control, and one Pokemon that they were fearing so far was this Eldegoss, and now Talon gets a big 30 dunk. That's an opening. Feint attack tried, missed. That's going to be Talon with a big damage, but eventually again driving back with that feint attack, and it's All Might put to rest on Buzzwole. But they tried to attack on the Meowscarada. Good damage on the fly, but they couldn't convert. This Eldegoss right now being countered by none other than... Oh, what a dodge coming in from Ruben. That Zoroark is the most annoying, and now Flower Trick against so far. Snowy using it. It gets used against him. He gets KO'd. Kyurem is stuck. That's another one. And now they're jumping all in distractions and directions. All Might jumps in as well. That's a big hit coming through from his end. A lot of HP being drained. Flower Trick does the damage, and look at the health on that Piloswine. They were forced to back off. That's the punch in that muzzle. The goals are still close by, but it is Zora closer to the Unite. Objectives spawned on both the top and bottom. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Agility is what SHUL are focused on, while you do see in the bottom, Inteleon is looking forward to get it. Muscarada comes into the question, wants to find out the healer first, and now he gets taken down, but last secure will be coming for Muscarada. He also gets the Buzzwole down. Mew is trying to flee away from the spot, but Muscarada doesn't let it slip away. That's Crowley at his best with a triple KO streak. It's a different game that we're seeing from his end, while the Zoroark is in the bottom with those snipe shots coming in from the backyards. This is a proper attack. Revenant Spark, they're brewing something really different. They do have all the setups, they do have the level differences being made. This is a really good comeback from the side of Revenant Spark at this match.
104 to 39. And the wise picks what SHUL did in terms of the speedsters being now completely taken away from them. Oh, what a miss on that Unite on Snowy. Doesn't get even a single hit, and Zoroark continues. Big damage, uses even the Unite. All Might in his target, and the Vision with the help of Meowscarada. 2 KO streak. Revenant X Spark completely commanding this game 2 of the grand final reset. Doesn't matter the Solar Beam, but they're getting their stacks enough.
This is a different kind of Revenant Spark. This is what they were doing so far in this entire playoffs. This was quite missing in the grand finals, but yes, the speedsters being denied, the Inteleon being denied. The game has drastically shifted towards the side of Revenant X Spark, but you do see them in the bottom. Snorlax around the corner, around the Legendary Pit, you do see the Eldegoss as well as Talonflame. But the really good move from Revenant X Spark is that they are always targeting that one Eldegoss. Kyurem, if you deny him, you deny a majority of the control. This Eldegoss has been one of the most annoying factors for the side of Revenant X Spark. And this time, completely disowning him, not allowing him to play freely is where Revenant X Spark are excelling in this fight.
Even the Flower Trick doing the damage. And again, look at this. Quick. Also a miss because of the double team. Zoroark so close by. Floral being activated. Unite being dodged from Buzzwole. Regieleki on top. Reggie on bottom. Instantly taking Reggie again. They're not even giving an opportunity here for SHUL to get closer. 172, a difference of almost 140. And they are also at the bottom. Reggie, SHUL trying to secure in their favor. Mamoswine trying to stop that from happening. Tensai getting blocked for now. There is Inteleon with a snipe shot ready and loaded, but he does not secure. He does land the blow before, but Inteleon with the spy vision secures. That's the talent down. They're getting stunned right now, stuck as of now. Revenant, they have had a hitch. It looks like they're stuck in their position. That might be a little bit of a technical issue that they might be having. And it is an opening. It is an opportunity for SHUL Esports instantly to convert on this. Zishol's back up. He will try his best, but he will get put to rest. Meowscarada giving away the KO also and the experience. And this is SHUL instantly turning things around in their favor. A pause little too late, and they're back again in the fight. It seems like the pause comes in through. That opening, that opportunity, unfortunate for them having a little bit of a technical hitch. But that is what SHUL were looking forward to. A change in the momentum. unfortunate. Even though the Inteleon found value, look at Miascaral, look at Zoroark, everybody is at top-notch form, and SATL are unable to do anything so far. I fear that even after them doing this is not going to be enough.
I feel like Revenant Spark, they are just like, we have had enough. It's done. We're not going for any other further hiccups. We might just not have the all-rounders, but we might have that one big Mamoswine who can tank up as much as damage as you want to give him. But also on the side, Zoroark doing his job, Inteleon. There are so many Pokemon that is giving so damage to the opposition side of SATL. You get the Muscarada, you get the Zoroark, you get the Inteleon. For tanking up the damage, you have the Mamoswine as well. Everything is just there for Revenant Spark in this particular match. If anything can change the game, change the result, it's going to be the Rayquaza fight for now, is what I believe. And SATL Esports, they have to keep up with the momentum, keep up with leveling themselves up, but still, one good plan every time that they're doing. The Zoroark has his target set. He wants Kyurem down no matter what it takes. Kyurem goes down, momentum shifts completely. Buzzwole gets denied. All Might cannot play freely. Again, you see the Talonflame trying to save Kyurem. He's also being a little bit desperate. The overcommitments are coming in. So all things, mentally, they're manipulating SATL too much in the fights, and that's where they're lacking, and that's where they're making the mistakes, helping Revenant Spark to gain the momentum.
I hands down agree with it. It is so far that one of their Pokemon gets picked off multiple times, and then it becomes like, how do we protect that Pokemon? It's a strategy of that. Save your teammates is the situation where right now SATL Esports are trying to fight off the players of Revenant Spark, and Revenant Spark, just because of that mindset that SATL has of trying to save their teammates, they are able to jump in together. As you could see, this is not the strategy. This is the minute, I would say, strategy that I was pointing out right before it, right? It was a situation where we ended up seeing that teams were trying to fight off, and Revenant Spark had a little bit of an individual show up that they had. On the other end, SATL played a lot more like a team, but here they've cut things off. Let's jump back into the game, and it is going to be SATL Esports getting closer to the goals, and now even destroying the goal zone A on the top with an overdunk of 40, and now they're an advantage of 199.
There has to be some changes in the game, and yep, somehow SATL, they have kind of almost closing up with level differences that were made in the early phase of the game. 2 goal zones have been completely destroyed, and that's why you see a little bit of difference towards the side of SATL Esports so far. Buzzwole, he has to come up with a big play style on level 13. But the Zoroark, Muscarada, both the speeds alongside the Comfy, waiting on the top lane in the tall grasses to go and launch a surprise attack alongside Inteleon around the legendary pit. So a lot of good setups, good plays being done by Revenant Spark. They're playing really well in the mental game. A lot of damage is being done on Rex, damaging the front line, pushing them in the back is what Revenant Spark wants for themselves. For the Solar Beam coming into the picture can be a little bit deceiving. Inteleon has been isolated. This is a good chance. Inteleon will be taking down 30 seconds on the clock. There will be enough time for him to go for a reset again, come back just before the Rayquaza fight. But this is the game. This is the moment where SATL cannot crumble. But Snorlax, he's been confined. He's been isolated, and Zoroark will be getting that 1 KO.
Not too sure what happened over there for Rex, but 15 seconds on the clock, he's going to be back into the final stretch fight. Look at Talon as well as Buzzwole's position. Tencent has been forced to reset again, a big solar beam. Ruben hiding in the tall grasses. We were always talking about this Eldegoss. Fly being used, nice check on it, damage being done. But Snowy doesn't commit on the fight. Buzzwole drags him closer, but instantly feint attack, and that's going to be a KO on Talon. Ruben now going in for a lot more, ejecting out of it is All Might. Tencent is here on the Mamoswine. That's 1 Pokemon out for SATL Esports. The final stretch now, and Rayquaza, they're trying to grab All Might, and it looks like they've done it. Ice Fang dragging him in, and that's another KO. This is Revenant Spark re-challenging and retaking the throne that they wanted. Spy Vision activated, forcing the players of SATL back. Low is Eldegoss, caught in Cloud Crash being forced. Miascarada finding on Mew. It is now Eldegoss to go down. They're trying their best, but the Eldegoss with the Ice Fang crashes, and that is Revenant Spark taking over control. It's only the Talon and Snorlax trying to get closer to the Rayquaza, but they are not even fighting for the Rayquaza. The goal difference, Revenant Spark have not paid attention to that. 1 minute on the clock, and it is going to be this last minute to decide, and finally Revenant Spark charge.
Playing it slow and steady, Talonflame from the backyard. One good hit can do the damage. He knows it. He goes for the fly, but it's gonna be the Zoroark to secure it. Revenant X-Spark. They secure it. They come back in the grand finals. They're not letting SATL walk away with the victory like this. The shields being secured, the scores being dunked. The 49 might just come up from Snorlax, but Zoroark is just too quick. Won't let that happen. Won't let that happen. The double KO streak for Inteleon. Then hundreds of scores being dunked, one after another. Revenant X-Spark. They are back. They are back with a banger.
This is what they wanted. They thought the grand final started a little too late, but they're back in action. And now you could see the way Revenant X-Spark commended this whole game too. And there was nothing SATL Esports could do. Even after me thinking that Revenant X-Spark might have wasted a lot of time, they still make it work. Zoroark is that MVP. Meowscarada is the MVP. Their Inteleon is the MVP. Do you even say that none of their Pokemon missed their opportunity? They all worked on their opportunities, and that is the reason Revenant X-Spark make a comeback in this best of 3 series in the grand final reset. And what a way for them to answer back. Tencent to perfection on that Mamoswine. Instant Earthquake, stun Ice Fang, and then grab them inside. And Ruben instantly to land the KO. Crowley as well, the flower trick, showing them that the trick is not just yours, but I can do it as well.
Immense game coming up from both the ends. SATL, they also were trying their level best to make a comeback. You can see not much scores being dunked from their end, but still, it was all about Revenant X-Spark in this entire match. Zisol with the Inteleon giving too many crit hits. He's got almost just 1 assist, but 6 KOs in total. Crowley, Ruben doing the heavy lifting from their end, while Snowy, Might, Bacha, everybody was denied of the kind of task that they were assigned to. But I just wonder, in the next match, what are the Pokemon that we're going to see being banged? Because Absol, definitely not getting in the hands of anybody on the opposition side. Hoopa, you can't just allow Vulcan to take it. Ruben popping off on Zoroark. Crowley popping off on Meowscarada. Which Pokemon are SATL gonna plan to just ban it? But when we look onto the damage dealt, you can see 53, 56,000 both on Ruben and Crowley respectively, while Zisor dealing 80,000. And in a comparison, Bacha has just got almost half. Oh my god, that's a really big difference out there.
Yeah, here I think SATL never got the grasp or nor control in the early game. We could clearly see, right, Revenant X-Spark making that mark, Revenant X-Spark having control all around, Revenant X-Spark just scoring right, left and center, and the slow smoke was enough. All Might on the top path and really well strategized on the top part to start things off. They knew All Might is the heavy hitter and tagging along with him is going to be Kyurem. And once they started hitting on the Kyurem on Eldegoss, they got KO in that battle, and after that they knew it's going to be All Might who's going to be vulnerable, and instantly started converting against All Might as well. Therefore, by the time there is a front line, by the time there is a stronghold, by the time there is anything from the side of SATL in terms of damage, players are just KO'd. And I think that advantage worked really well in favor of Revenant X-Spark. Their stacks came in a little too late, as you could see, but I think in terms of the damage, in terms of the KO, and in terms of the new items that we have seen, that is the game changers that these days are going to be working out for a lot of these teams. However, for Revenant X-Spark, they did not wield any of the new items. That's the surprise. They, playing on the previous patch itself, they're like, all the new items, all the new shiny things, not for us as of now. It's fine. Let the other team grab and play around it. And so did they. It tried their best, but it did not work out. But from the get-go, from the match saying, go, it was just Revenant X-Spark all across. And this is the Revenant X-Spark that we saw all the way through the upper brackets, even in the upper bracket final. They were missing in the previous games, but now they're back.
They're so back. The game that they have played demonstrated a lot of new things that they have been prepping up. They stick to their basics, they play the mental game better, getting the crucial knockout. Just imagine, Talon, Buzzwole being denied just at the start of the final stretch. Then again, one after another, everybody wanted to hop in. The Solar Beam was there, the Fly was activated, but the timing of Zoroark was just too accurate to kind of being denied. And it was just about Revenant playing the better game, the better Pokemon UNITE out there, because just imagine 2 secures were already on their way. The Fly was activated. Snowy was just about to dive in. The solar beam was there on point. According to the calculations, it should have been SATL, but Zoroark, the kind of damage he inflicted on that Rayquaza in the very last moment was completely thrashing all those calculations of SATL. And that's why we see the scores being 1-1. So far, we have witnessed 5 matches in total of this entire Grand Finals. First 2 in the first BO3, then 2. Sorry, my bad. It's going to be 4 total matches that we have witnessed so far. So 2 right now in the second BO3. Left with 1 and last. After this, there is no reset. The one who wins it wins the India qualifiers, goes to US to play the global finals.
One opportunity, one slot, and one team. And one game in front of them. That's all they have. That's all they need. That is all they will get. And this is the World Championship Series India qualifiers. And what a timing, what a situation, and what a position to be in for both these two teams. As you said, the best Indian teams giving it their best. Both of them hungry for that international stage. Crowley tasted right as now as he went to the Asia Champions League, would want to get back at it again, and this time not just the Asian teams but a lot more international teams, European teams, North American teams, a lot of them. There's going to be the Chinese teams again coming and making their way, Oceania teams coming and making their way. There's going to be so much action that they have to be prepared for with one Indian team representing, and that is the reason this fight is going all the distance. Now Revenant X Spark, I think that was a smart decision from their end, finally deciding to go for the first pick, right? Because of that reason alone, they could give or force the cards of Pokemon on the side of SATL to figure out what do you want to do. I've gotten the first pick, I've done it. Now you figure out what is your draft going to be. Is it going to be to counter us, or are you going to try and figure out what's new that you could bring about? They tried to keep their old draft itself, the all-rounder, the speedster, the ranged attacker, keep it as how would you say, simple as it could sound, and still make it work. And they did, rightfully so. Imagine 4 games on a stretch and 3 of it is in their favor. It was only this game that got converted in Revenant's favor. However, Revenant, I think, decided to play smart choices. They knew how quick Mioscarada is going to be, use that as an advantage, and then also use Zoroark, who could pounce from anywhere from the tall grasses, and all of it worked. And to add upon it, the slow smoke coming through from none other than the Comfy. So far, this is how Revenant X Spark made that victory happen. And I think Tensai, who was missing his opportunity in the Trev, he was missing in the Snorlax, all these things that he was missing, he fulfilled it in one Pokemon choice of that Mamoswine. It played to perfection.
Exactly, and the kind of decision making that they were coming up with to target the supporter, target the Kyurem, get him down. Just get him down. Because that one supporter was acting up like a defender. He was acting like a defender.
He was acting like an attacker, to be honest. Found chaos, Nekroz.
Supporter. Any other role?
No supporter, no defender, direct attacker he was. And I think Kyurem, that gives him the experience of how much he's played on that Eldegoss. That says for it.
Golden badge for a reason. We can just say that. But overall, when we just play the other perspective of the game, SATL, All Might, once again, he has picked the Buzzwole. We have seen at one era that when All Might picks up a Buzzwole, there is literally the players shaking that, oh, it's All Might on Buzzwole. It can be really problematic. But so far, with all the game styles being changed, all the players evolving themselves, their skill sets, this time it feels like the All Might Buzzwole thing is not actually applicable at this moment, because you have got a direct counter to you. It's got to be Crowley versus All Might. This has always been one of the most crucial rivalries. I mean, outside game they are really good friends, brothers, but inside game they are the arch rivals, and there they are proving it in every second that why it's always Crowley versus All Might in the top lane contention. It's one time All Might, another time it's Crowley. This time in the previous match with Mioscarada, he literally obliterated that one Buzzwole. There was no way All Might was having room to play along. He was going to go for the Smackdown approach, Superpower Smackdown approach, but was getting denied. It's either Ruben, it's either Crowley alongside the Comfy. There was no way he was getting any chance out there.
Now we have seen Indian teams on international stages, Nekroz, but it has always been that either Revenant or SATL. It's never them together. You've seen the previous Asia League champions. Whenever we saw those matches coming through, we did see two Indian teams representing, but it was never Revenant and SATL together. It was either Revenant or it was SATL. So far in the Asia Champions League, SATL have not made their entrance. They tried in all of it, but they've missed out just by the inch, just by one score. And that was the same result in the Asia Champions League 2025 Winter Open. They missed that opportunity. Here, again, this time it's only one slot. And is it SATL? Is it Revenant? One question is all we have. One game is all we have. And is it going to be that one Pokemon choice that changes either of these sides and brings in a drift amongst these two teams? And that is going to be the reason that one team is going to be the victors. We're not too sure who it is. We're not too sure if the bans are going to remain same. So far, bans were almost getting stabilized on either ends. Revenant, once they started getting an idea that they're going down to the players of SATL, they're losing their games, they changed their ban. Whereas SATL, they still stuck to the same bans that they were going on from the very first game, the Psyduck and the Absol that we've been seeing so far. Do we see that change finally? Do they do the player-specific bans? Now, yes, again, I would count it as player-specifically a little close to it, because Absol is one Pokemon which is very annoying, which is unstoppable, which is, if activated in the early game, very tough to stop it even in the late game. It just keeps going all around finding KOs, and just like what the Zoroark did is something similar that we could expect from the Zoroark. So far, it has been a draining game for both these two teams, right? We have to kind of a breather for them to kind of figure out what is going to be happening as of now, because this last game is going to be crucial. After this, there is no reset, as you said. There is no one more best of 3. There is no one more game in a best of 3. This is all. This is it. This is the one and only. And whose it is, I'm still confused. Now, if you take the previous game, it was completely... It felt like Revenant, X-Park and SATL changed their bases, right? Now, yes, they changed their picks. The first pick came to Revenant. They decided because they lost and they gave second pick to SATL. Now, that was one change. In-game also, the purple side taken from Revenant as they decided. And on the other end, it gets orange for SATL Esports. Once that changed, it was a literal flip of what SATL were doing to Revenant that happened in this game. Let's jump into the last draft of this best of 3, the grand final reset. And this is to decide who is the Indian champion and who will be going to Anaheim, USA.
First ban coming in, Absol denied. Second ban coming in, Hoopa denied. Still 2 more Pokemon left, which are going to be the bans. SATL have to be very cautious. They say, we don't want Talon. That's going to be the third one. And Revenant X-Park says, we don't want Eldegoss. So that's the fourth. You have got your 4 bans, but we gotta wait. We gotta wait, but yeah, it's gonna be Eldegoss. 2 support bans from Revenant X-Park, 2 speedster bans from side of SATL. First pick for SATL. What do they have? They have the privilege to go for the Umbreon, and they will go for the Umbreon. There is no doubt about it.
Kyurem gets it instantly, but on this sides of Revenant, they have Meowscarada and Zoroark again that they can go for. Comfy as well. But they go for Inteleon first, denying that again to Badshah. Badshah was forced to play the Mew again. Did not go to the Mewtwo, why? And Crowley back again on the Meowscarada. And with a Psyduck being enabled, Rex spots that, decides Kyurem, you have to play it. This is the game. Or is it going to be the sides change? Because we've seen Kyurem also play on Umbreon as a defender, because it can play as even a healer on Wish. And Snowy locking on a Zerora. That's a speedster. A lot being changed from SATL Esports for this one final game.
Snowy has been literally super fast, super electrifying on that one Zeraora. And alongside, when you have that Psyduck, it should be really important to play along and find the values. Ruben sticks with the Zoroark. He's found immense value in the last game. Vulcan picks up that one Comfy. So everything is sorted. Badshah pulls up the Darkrai. Double speedster comp from both the sides, as All Might is yet to decide the all-rounder, and he gets the Zacian. Tensei, he's found a value on the Mamoswine in the last game. He will be sticking to that as well. Almost 4 to X-Park, no such changes in the comp because they want to stake, they want to continue in the winning ways, while SATL some major changes.
Revenant X Park, the same choices that they won in Game 2 of the Grand Final reset. SATL Esports on the other end, so far never changed their draft. They had all the category of Pokemon locked and ready. This time, they deny the ranged attacker. They go and tell that it is the ranged attacker from the side of Revenant X Park that's been annoying. It's the speedster from the side of Revenant X Park that's been annoying. They are the ones who've been finding the KO, and we'll rightfully do the same. We'll find our 2 speedsters, we'll be quick on our act, and we will disappear before you get the hint of it. With the prep phase done, with the Grand Final reset draft done, this is the final game. This is the game and the only between these two giants, the best of the best that India has to offer. SATL Esports, Revenant X Park going against each other for one last time. This is all they have. This is the game. Let's get it going.
A lot of things on stake. The Indian flag is waving over both the teams, but the only one team will be able to just take it to USA to represent the country, represent themselves in front of 31 best teams across the globe. SATL, they have made major changes. They have got Psyduck, they have got Darkrai, a lot in the contention, but it seems like Crowley, he's already started to pop off at the top.
First KO. Darshan, however, controls the base for now. Will not allow them to go for a goal. Will get the Bunnelby as well. They instantly jump for the next Bunnelby and secure it. Brigatito evolves to Florigato. Early game for now, I would say yes, Revenant X Park might have not gold, but they're looking ready for it. And now it's time for the 850. Ruben this time makes his way on the bottom path, but it seems like only to get the Comfy, and now he's quickly making a run towards the top. I think Snowy should have spotted that, has spotted the crossover as well. Ruben, he might be in trouble. It depends on the jump coming in from Snowy, but Snowy decides to change paths. He decides to jump bottom as soon as he sees Ruben making his entry towards the top, pushing the Sobble down. Feint attack did not land a KO. And they do give away the top goal zone. So goes the bottom as they score on the bottom as well. But it's going to be Revenant X Park taking the lead using the top path, and All Might trying to defend as much as he can, but he does not have AOS energy to work with.
Unfortunate for All Might. He has been trying his best to put up the show, but yes, the stack's being done. It's going to be problematic for the side of SATL if things continue like this, because we do know Crowley on that Muscarada has been really annoying. Stabs him with a mean look, gets the stack. Kyurem on that Umbreon has been deceiving, but right now, this is a chance. All Might wants to go in. He wants to find the values, but this is a different kind of moveset that we were anticipating. But Zoroark wants to find something on Zeraora. Snowy wants to flee away, but will not be able to do so. Slow Smoke being activated. And that's the kind of play that we wanted to see. Zoroark again will be looking forward to get Psyduck, but the stuns, the serve saves his day.
They're all ready at the bottom path. Umbreon's ready. Kyurem tries to block them. Crowley using the double team backs off, but Mean Look being used. But the Comfy helps Tensai survive on the Pillow Swine. There's still a long way to go for the SATL Esports. This is the second set of Altaria Swablu spawn at the bottom path. A fight breaks out, and SATL make quick hay of it, get some experience and also level up, because level 8 on the Zoroark already. 7 seconds on the clock. It is going to be Unite being activated as Zoroark goes to level 9. Whereas on the sides of SATL, no Unites yet. Finally, exchanging a blow on the top path, getting the Muscarada down. All Might now is getting AOS energy. But on the other end, Registeel, as soon as it spawns, Ruben makes a jump for it. Rex, all he can do is see this. Umbreon as well, but Darkrai is going to be the one with him. And as soon as they get the Registeel, all they do is, okay, nothing else. But on the top, Reggie LK will be secured. But again, Feint attack, good hit. Psyduck stopped and stalled. Now there's nothing that Bacha could do, even if he wants to defend this goal zone. Is he jumps? It's going to be a problem. And the problem strikes with the Ice Fang. They try their best. Quickly with the nasty plot making a run is Bacha. Barely survives on the health. But with a score of 30 and goal zone being destroyed, All Might with his teammates pushed the score to 146, evening their horns as they lock the blowout against Revenant X Park as they destroy the goal zone on bottom.
Revenant X Park, the game that they're demonstrating is literally like they are so angry, they are so pissed off. All the anger getting inside the game, all going aggressive. But Zoroark, he's ready. It's a battle between speeds, both in the tall grass. It's Snowy versus Ruben. Who's gonna pick? Whose patience level is gonna just break out the barriers? But so far, Zeraora, he is there trying to find out the values. Muscarada did not go way too aggressive. Crowley knows the exact positioning that he has to maintain. Ruben with Vulcan sticking together exactly around the legendary pit, waiting for the buffs to come in to steal it away from the hands of SHU Esports, but the allowance will be denied. Both the speedsters from the side of SHU Esports, they need to level up as quick as possible. Both the level 10 speedster for Revenant X Park, we are seeing Muscarada, Zoroark, pure domination from their end, while Darkrai, he's been denied multiple times so far in this game, so as of now.
Unite's ready on all the four fronts of both the teams. 5v5 as the objectives are about to spawn. There's a very close battle, a difference of only 3 with Revenant on the lead. It looks like Revenant are going to be moving towards the bottom objective, whereas SHL Esports, they're inclining towards the goals. They know fighting off a fire of Zoroark versus a Muscarada is going to be tough. Therefore, they decide for the top objective, getting a 6th ally. And they will successfully do so. Muscarada is a little too far and knows that there are more Pokemon from the side of SHL and is not going to be able to do it all alone. But they quickly reset. Ruben, he gets called. They get to see that the Regieleki is getting pushed and they see or get a hint that it could be a push on the top path. A quick reset. And that is not happening. Ruben is still stalling, waiting at the base, at the jump pad. And now that they see all of them jumping towards the bottom, they make a move. Ruben is also here, but is he going to be there in enough time? He has his Unite ready, but Tencent will have no assistance from his teammates. And that is going to be a KO. And that is also going to be the top objective secured, going in for the bottom. But Umbreon, Kyurem, makes it in time. He denies Crowley from getting a 40. Mean Look should be good enough to push him even further. Does he get a second Mean Look? But with the double team, Crowley makes his way back, Registeel being secured, and SHL Esports have the lead at 2-0-1.
They're fighting it back. They're giving everything that they have. This is a pure classic battle. The El Clasico, as what we can say. Both the teams, this is the pinnacle of Pokemon Unite in the Indian circuit that we are witnessing right in front of our eyes. Tensei, way too close, followed by Ruben as well as Vulcan. Bacha was waiting, the Dark Void being activated, will be looking forward to push them away. Not much scores being dunked, it's safe and sound. That's the Guardian that was waiting long ago, but this time he won't be able to go and get the 4 blues in Altaria. But so Riders now, Ruben and the company, they're making the fallback. Bacha just keeping things in check. Tensei will be going for a reset, but this is going to be a different kind of approach. You can't just afford to go this far. Rex, Kyurem, he has been punished brutally, but this is going to be Ruben taking the charge and finding 1 KO.
We spoke about this. Kyurem does manage to play an Umbreon, but is it going to be enough? 42 being denied from Darkrai after the reset. Forcing Zoroark for now, and you could see Revenant X Park in this game at least have been denied the goals. 30 seconds on the clock, top objective spawn. I think SATL Esports might decide to go for it. But Mamoswine is there to give a call, and finally with All Might getting his teammate close by Zeraora, they both decide to go for it. With just 20 seconds on the clock, they will secure it. And now is a situation of worry. 24 seconds on the bottom, that's when the objective will appear, and therefore there is not much time left. It is last 10 seconds for the final stretch, Nekroz. This is to decide whose game it is.
Everything lined up, everything in the position, 5 more seconds. You do see the snipe shots making those brutal connections. Mamoswine is waiting in the tall grasses. Inteleon will be looking forward to find some KOs. The damage that's being done on the side. It's not going to be that easy, but look at this damage. Unite's being committed. Muscarada comes in. Psyduck is down.
There's an Ice Fang. That's Umbreon down. It is still Darkrai trying his best. Finds one on Muscarada. But Zoroark is not stopping. Inteleon goes down. Zeraora tried its best, but it's going to be a 2 KO streak. All Might is here. They had an opportunity as the Regieleki had made the goal zone vulnerable and goal B on top, but they did not go for it. Now the numbers almost close to equal. Zacian jumps in, and that is an opening. Looking, Mamoswine super low, Sovereign Sword attack, and that is going to be a KO. Comp face down, Zorok is all alone. Ruben trying his best, Nightfall being used. Darkrai is going to go down, but Ruben still survives. Zacian misses the opportunity. Crowley is low. Inteleon is back. Revenant X-Spark still fighting. And again, Cider going down. Inteleon being fine. This is going back and forth. Not much time left. 100 from Ruben. They have to secure the Rayquaza. They're going for that. Barely surviving. Mamoswine jumps in. But it's going to be Umbreon securing it. SAT will have it. But can they keep the shields? And Mamoswine down. This is the opportunity. Snowy jumping for it, but he's the only one with the shield. Oh no, it's the Umbreon as well. The flower trick does not do the job. And the 100, it did get stopped, but they still managed to score. SATL Esports, make it happen.
They have done it. The hopes, the disappointments that were there for an entire year. Tournaments after tournaments. SATL, they have finally made the breakthrough. They have defeated Revenant X-Spark. So many battles being played, but the final battle is in the hands of SATL. They have done everything that they could. Revenant X-Spark, it was a gruesome battle between both the teams. The two Goliaths collided, but it is going to be SATL Esports after such a long time to go up against Revenant X-Spark and finally make it to the global finals of World Championship. They have finally done it.
661 to 256. SATL Esports, the one Pokemon that annoyed Revenant X-Spark was the Eldegoss. They banned it and Kyurem. That game changer, and we spoke about this. It could be that one Pokemon who could change the game, make it all, and SATL Esports get it in the form of Kyurem again. It is that Umbreon which changed the game. It was that Pokemon which was the first KO that Revenant X-Spark were able to land on. And it was that Pokemon which was able to seal this victory, get the Rayquaza, and turn this game in their favor. Zoroark still managed to make a jump to the top path, but it was both Zacian and Darkrai together again KO the Zoroark, denying. I'm not too sure what happened. There was an instance of Comfy detaching from Zoroark. That was the opening for SATL Esports. From there on, they commanded that central area. That legendary pit, Rayquaza, was all theirs. Players reset. They came back after them getting KO'd. But it was not enough for them to get closer and win. Earthquake from Tencent was used. He jumped in. But it was still not enough. The timing of it, which Umbreon secured. I'm not too sure if it was the basic attack or anything else. But Kyurem managed to make it happen for the team.
Have to give credits to Ruben as well. He did an exceptional job on the Zoroark. Let it be the previous match, let it be this match. Man gave his 110%, but couldn't just meet the mark. 37,000 damage, 6 KOs. Crowley also doing a hefty amount of job. Zisol giving 45,000 of damage. It was an immense battle. Crowley versus All Might. All Might couldn't get or inflict that much of damage as similar to Crowley. But still, all the valuable holds, all the valuable damage that everybody has done from SATL, that has paid off. A dream run that they had throughout. From losing 2-0 to True Ripples from the very first match, then continuing the run from the lower brackets to the grand finals, winning 2-0 in the first BO3, pushing it to a reset, then winning it 2-1. They have witnessed everything as SATL once again. They have made a historic comeback in the history of Pokémon UNITE.
Worlds so far, in terms of stats, in terms of representation, it was Crowley in the very first Worlds back in 2022. After that, from 23 onwards, 24, it has been SATL going to the Worlds now and then again and representing India. This is their third time a hat-trick world run coming in from SATL Esports as they're going to be going to Anaheim, USA. Again, it comes down to a fight between Revenant and SATL, and this is what we said. It is always between SATL and Revenant, but never together they go towards the stages. But what a fight this was. This was such an even matched up fight where SATL, they knew fighting off this Zoroark, fighting fire with fire is not going to work out. Let's concentrate on objectives. Played together, especially this duo of All Might and Snowy, or All Might and Batshon, that speedster. All-rounder and a speedster did the job which was necessary. However, a defender and a speedster were even more crucial. But this was the fight that changed. Crowley did find one on Psyduck, but instantly that the Darkrai found on Crowley was the necessary change. Umbreon did go for a reset after getting KO'd, but Inteleon gets KO'd. So there were crucial, impactful KOs being landed one after another, never giving an opportunity here for Revenant to keep control of it. Unite being committed, Ruben makes a run of it. The KO again found on Mioscarada on Psyduck, and then Inteleon, but they sought after Inteleon, found the KO on Inteleon, and by the time Mioscarada as well as Mamoswine could reset and get their way close, even after the earthquake, as you just saw in the replay, it was a basic hit from Umbreon. They are the champions of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series for the India Qualifiers, and rightfully will go to Anaheim, USA.
Anaheim awaits a long, much awaited comeback or a representation that everybody wanted to see from most likely a year and so, maybe more than that, because SA2L, they have been the favorites alongside Revenant, Spark, alongside Godlike Esports, those who have arrived just few months back, just before the ACL. But Revenant, Spark, SA2L have always been the fan favorites, the favorite players across the entire Indian circuit. But to see SA2L struggling in every other tournament, not reaching the grand finals or not qualifying for the global finals, that wait has finally ended with this run. It is a dream run. Everybody will be once again, I feel like if we could see the celebrations of the players, I'm damn sure all the players will be so emotional. All Might will be so emotional. Let it be Snowy, let it be Bacha, because they know how much it feels to make a comeback like this. They have seen the hard days. They have seen the days where they haven't won the crucial matches. They have lost with some minor mistakes. From there to have this run, it's really a motivation for every other aspirant who is still willing to come into the Pokemon UNITE competitive circuit and compete against these stars. There are still a lot of teams. You talk about True Rippers, you talk about Godlike, you talk about so many other teams. You talk about QML as well, last team that was there, Psyduck playing in it. They also had so much good run, but I feel like this is going to be a big example for the upcoming generations.
It is. I think we were talking about the best teams in India. Out of all the teams that so far played, this is one long-standing roster for 2 consecutive years. It started all the way in 23. They had a similar lower bracket run and they ended up becoming the top seed as they managed to go to the Worlds. And then in 24 again, they defeat all the teams, managed to become the team that is representing India on the world stage. And now in 25, and this time again, what happened for them in the first time? All Might's first ever international fight, international LAN, and he goes to Japan that time. This time he's going to be going to the USA, and it took a toll. The previous one, a lower bracket run. This 25 run, a lower bracket run. And I think they are the true monsters in our lower bracket runs. It is very tough to take down SATL when they're in their spree of that lower bracket journey. You either deny them in the lower bracket or you do not let them in the grand finals. If they are in the grand finals, they are a fearful foe. They are a trainer who are masters at what they want to do, and they don't stop, Nekroz. That's the reason they are the champions.
They have done it. They have finally done it. We were talking about it, that they can just make history possible once again. We were getting the flashbacks of what happened back in the years as well. We almost had a similar run of a similar team, and they made it to the international stage just by having a similar lower bracket run. And that history has been repeated once again. Yep, they will be flying down to play the global finals, while 31 different best of the best teams will be waiting. Insomnia, they are already there. They will be waiting for another Indian team to come in their way. They were the champions of Asia, and they will not let that title slip away from their hands. They had such a great run, but also another team coming into the question. It is going to be SHUL Esports from India. It was two different teams. It was Godlike, it was Revenant Spark in the ACL run. This is a new team which I believe everybody will be looking out for in the World Championships series for now. But still, a lot of new teams, a lot of the best teams are still going on, because the qualifiers, this is the end for India qualifiers. But the other region qualifiers, they are still going on. And if you don't want to miss the action, you have to keep a look on them as well, because by looking at them, you will get an idea which teams are advancing to the global finals.
It was insane, man. Whatever happened, all the things that we just saw here in one day of action for India qualifiers, the playoff stage, the double elimination bracket, tells you what it means to be in the international stage, tells what it means to be in the world stage. Even no credit taken away from Revenant X Park. Crowley fought hard when it was necessary. You could see clearly outdrafting and taking over the entire game too. Game 3 was also almost in their hands, but we could clearly see of how well disciplined SATL decided to stay away from those unnecessary fights, not give those speedsters an opportunity to completely get that cascade of KOs. They decided it's time for the objectives, play for the objectives, keep pushing for the objectives, and the time they used, the time they well fought, even in the bottom path. If Ruben was a little too early to helping Tencent in that goal zone A fight, I think the goal zone advantage or the goal advantage that SATL Esports took Nekroz could have been denied. Then it could have again turned out to be a different battle. But Ruben knew if he jumped there, it could be a problem because he was late into the battle. Tencent was low. And that's where SATL took control. The timing of things that they played here in this final stretch. And again, kudos to them to continuously finding KO one after another. If they let KO spree happen from the side of Revenant X Park, I think they could have never gotten the control towards the legendary pit, towards Rayquaza. They were continuously countering one KO after another. They were trading it off in a fashion that Revenant X Park could never take control of things.
Exactly, and that's a kind of play, right? The first 2 KOs came against SATL. Instantly 2 KOs came from the side of SATL against Revenant X Park. So that kind of balanced out. And Revenant X Park were also, I guess they were in that thought process of what just happened. We just got 2 KOs, but instantly we were getting some retaliations from their end. And then that made them push back a little bit. And that moment when Revenant X Park decided, okay, we have to be in our positions, we can't overextend, we can't go forward, because one more KO and we will lose the momentum. And that's where we saw the change in shift. We saw that the Comfy, he went on to heal, he detached from the Zoroark, as you mentioned earlier. That was the moment where everything went out. Other than that, Ruben and Vulcan sticking together was almost an undisputed force that was not being reckoned by any other player of SATL. But as soon as they just detached from themselves, that's where the breakthrough happened and everything fell into the pieces for SATL.
Now, all of you would be wondering, we're going through all of it. The champions have been declared. We know who's going in to USA, the ticket that they'll be getting, and they'll be flying all the way, fighting with the 31 best teams around the world. We're waiting for the winners. We're waiting to talk to them, to get their idea. As you said, they would be very emotional. I think for a second, they'll be like, we won. We actually won. And you could clearly see, I think once the clock was ticking towards less than 10 seconds, there was no movement from the players of SATL. That told us that how it felt for them. They for a moment, it was like silence for them. For a moment for them, it was realization. For a moment, it was that they are the Indian team, the only Indian team. That is a lot to kind of realize and figure out that yes, we have done it. Imagine a lower bracket run. First game, they go down. And from then, to make it to the last game and still win it. That says a lot about their determination. That says a lot about their resilience that they've shown so far. And that says a lot about SATL themselves as the lower bracket runners who are undeniable in their spirits. And so far, they're the champions. And now everybody's excited that we will be looking forward to jumping off what they can do. But quickly, we'll jump to the interview. And it is going to be Snowy. Hello, Snowy. Congratulations. You are the champions. How does it feel?
Hey, guys. I mean, still in a shock. Team is still celebrating. We have been going through the loser bracket run. So, it has been some quiet, 7 games in a row. So that has been a bit exhausting. So we are still recovering from it. We sort of, we early celebrated in the second last game. But after that, we again got the composure, and now the team is chilling.
I mean, how does it feel like you waited for this opportunity? You waited for such a long time to qualify for the global finals, and you have finally made it, and that too resetting the grand finals. I just want to know what is going on in the boot camp right now.
Boot camp, yeah. We actually wanted to go 8-0 just to that's what we have been doing in the last WCS as well. But again, we underestimated the first team. We go to the loser bracket. Still, the teams like PMA was there. Everyone was positive that we can do it because we have done it earlier also with the full lower bracket run. So yeah, I mean it was pretty expected. But again, we had some hiccups. So right now, team is happy, enjoying, and we are waiting to go out and party later.
I really like this run, and I think this has become a solid statement for SATUL throughout the years from 23 that your run, especially if you're in the lower bracket, nobody can deny you. But I want to ask you personally, Snowy, right? This is not easy. When you look at it, a personal mindset, you've talked over messages as well, like we want to go, we want to be the representatives. So you've done it in 23, you had to do it in 24, but now you're going to be doing it in 25. There's a lot when it comes to be an Indian team. Now that realization is slowly kicking in. How is that mindset for you as a player?
I think our team in particular, SATUL, is different in terms of in comparison to every other team in the scene. Because if you see from the couple of years ago, from 23 to 25, it has been the only roster that has been the same, including the support staff and the 5 players with the same roles. And so we have had our hiccups, we have doubted each other a bit, but we have we have stuck together, and I think it really says something about the game of the scene. It's like teams are breaking and building every off season, on season. So I think that's the different thing about us. And the only thing that I would say we would want to improve is do something in the global stage. Earlier, first year, we couldn't make it out of the group. Second, we had visa issues. This time, we want to actually put India's flag on the map. So maybe we get better slots next time or something like. At least there is some comparison, So yeah, competition for it.
I'm happy for you guys. I would want you guys doing that. We will be rooting. Everybody from India will be rooting for SATUL. The fan base that you have. Congratulations once again, Snowy. It was a happy moment to see you here on desk, and that you guys will be heading out to USA and a hat-trick run that you're going to be going in for the Worlds. Congratulations once again.
Thank you guys for amazing casting and for hosting the tournament as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Snowy. See you. Man, that was a run. As you said, it's not easy to kind of make sense, but now that they've done it, it's time for celebration. Indeed, it has to be. It is just off with them, and it is also an amazing run. And I think time and time again, SATUL have just proven this fact. Lower bracket, do not be the ones to allow SATUL to move up.
Yeah. Every time they are in the lower brackets, I've said it earlier as well. You see SATUL esports in the lower brackets, there's something different. They're a force that
Put them down.
Put them down. Put them down and just let them play the lower brackets. Let them drain their energy till the grand finals, because that's where the entire ruthless game within themselves that they have just come out. So yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess we're just being too rude at this point. Just put them down in the very first match, but still it's the kind of reality. Every time SATUL goes down, they perform tremendously, but they have always been the phoenix of the game, rising from the ashes. But they will be walking away with the $15,000 prize money, while Revenant Spark, they will have $7,500 for themselves. QML will be walking away with $6,000 for themselves, as they have also played tremendously. I just got to know that this team was formed almost 10 to 15 days before this India qualifiers, and for the team to just get all together 15 or maybe let me 20 days ago and to perform like this and come third in the India qualifiers is a really big deal. And also they're going up against teams like Revenant Spark, SATUL Esports, which teams have been formed for years or months. They are sticking together and playing so many tournaments. You talk about Revenant Spark, they have been playing together for such a long time, and now they have done what they wanted to, but still it was a really tough run. Though I believe they should keep their heads up.
But there's something coming up for you guys as we're going to be jumping into the next weeks of Pokémon Unite. Take a look. As if Raichu was not cute enough, it is even more cuter in its Alolan form and is going to be joining the fray on April 17th. But that's not the only one. It's going to be having a holoware as well, the Beat Style. And on top of it, the Battle Pass, which also gets started on April 17th, the 31 season. And it will have a Noble Style Leafeon with a Sacred Style Eldegoss. We just saw what Hurim did, and I think that's going to be the best one for him to pick up. And also for the trainers, which you will have a noble set of. Make sure you check it out on April 17th. There's going to be Raichu Alolan, as well as the new season 31 Battle Pass kicking off, Nekroz. And this also brings us to our end of World Championship Series. But I want to ask you, how do you feel about the April 17th date right now?
I am already prepared to get the battle pass. You
You already told me, I know that.
Can't just let that Leafeon holoware slip away from my hands. But also having an Eldegoss, I feel like I need to come in a 1v1, like in a one-on-one class with Kyurem at this point to really learn how to play Eldegoss like that, because every time I play Eldegoss, I'm a support player giving support to my teammates, but I have to learn how to be an attacker at this point. But yeah, that kind of sums up the entire World Championship India qualifiers for now, but still we have so many things to unfold because the finals is still there in USA, where Indian team will be there alongside 31 best teams across the globe. We will see you there. This is Nekroz alongside Lucifer as well as Raider signing off from the English desk. See you directly on the global finals. Till then, take care. Bye bye. See ya. Peace out.
Here in California.